I suddenly sat up from the bed, my heart filled with panic and confusion. I'm not dead. Is all this real or just an illusion? I pinched my thigh hard, and a piercing pain came instantly. This was not a dream, I was really reborn. I hurriedly picked up my phone, and the date displayed on the screen made my heart sink suddenly, 9 a.m. on November 10, 2040. Tomorrow, that nightmare-like doomsday will come. How could I forget that November 11th, originally an ordinary day, was turned into a shopping carnival by capitalists? But at 11:11 that night, the world collapsed in an instant. Heavy rain poured down. In just 1 hour, Star City became an ocean. The rain lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Only those who lived above the 20th floor could survive temporarily. However, this was just the beginning. After the rain stopped, fire rain followed. The red raindrops with a temperature of 60 degrees Celsius ruthlessly evaporated everything and raged for another 3 days. When everything seemed to have returned to calm, the zombie army emerged like a tide, and the whole world fell into endless despair. In my last life, I lingered on for 6 years in the apocalypse, but eventually committed suicide in despair due to the corpse poison. But in this life, since God has given me a chance to start over, I will never make the same mistake again. Time was running out, so I hurriedly packed a few sets of clothes, took my phone, and rushed out of the rental house without looking back. This key was no longer useful. I knew very well that my rental house was on the 3rd floor, and if it weren't for my cleverness in my previous life, I would not have been able to survive the first hour. It should be cold in November, but today it is unusually warm. The sun shines on my body and the breeze caresses my face, but I know that this is just a false tranquility before the end of the world. I took a taxi to a high-end hotel. Give me a presidential suite. As soon as I said this, many people around me gave me strange looks. Hello, the presidential suite is $39,888 per night. The receptionist responded politely. Although there was no contempt in her eyes, the price still shocked me. I thought 10,000 or 20,000 yuan would be enough, but I didn't expect it to be so expensive. Just as I was hesitating, a voice suddenly rang in my mind, "TSK, another bumpkin, showing off without knowing the price, now you've been slapped in the face." I looked around in astonishment, but didn't see anyone talking. But that voice was clearly similar to the voice of the waiter in front of me. I stared at her intently, a trace of murderous intent unconsciously released. "Guest, what's wrong?" The lady at the front desk was so stared at by me that she stuttered. I kept staring at her in silence. After a few seconds, the voice appeared again. "What are you looking at? You are so fierce. Now we live in a society ruled by law. You don't have money to rent a room, so you are going to use force." At this moment, it dawned on me that I could actually hear her inner voice. To verify, I looked at the other receptionist, and 3 seconds later, a different voice rang in my head. "This man is so strange, he's not crazy, should we call the police?" Ha ha ha, God is really helping me. I was in a good mood and no longer cared about the room fee. I said loudly, "Then give me a presidential suite." In my previous life, I was a veteran. I served in the army for 6 years and was discharged a few months ago. The money I saved over the years plus the retirement pay gave me enough confidence to enjoy this last luxury. Open it for 2 days, don't make a mistake. When I check out at 1 p.m. tomorrow, the end of the world should not have come yet. After the card transaction was successful, I refused the receptionist's room delivery service and took the elevator to the presidential suite on the 21st floor. The exclusive butler was waiting at the door, and I said to him, "I don't need anything. The only request is that no one should disturb me in the next 2 days. Do you understand?" After that, I walked into the room and began to think about the next plan. The presidential suite was extremely spacious, perfect for storing supplies. Purified water and salt were the primary necessities for survival. I immediately went to the largest wholesale market in Star City. Although the natural disaster only lasted for 6 days, the rain destroyed almost all supplies, and it would be extremely difficult to find food in the future. I still had more than 100,000 yuan in my hand, and I was ready to exchange it all for supplies within a day. After purchasing a large amount of water and salt first, I asked the merchants to deliver them to the hotel while I continued to select. Canned meat. It's a treasure in the apocalypse. 1 box can be exchanged for a beautiful girl. Instant noodles are not bad. Although they are not as good as canned meat, they can satisfy your hunger for a while. In the apocalypse, women are often in a weak position, and these foods will become precious resources. Chili sauce, so much chili sauce. Seeing the chili sauce filling the shelves, I was so excited that I almost lost control, as if I had seen the most precious treasure in the world. In the end times, the value of a can of chili sauce is unimaginable. I packed all kinds of supplies frantically and bought necessities such as high-intensity flashlights and candles. It would be great if I had space equipment, but unfortunately I don't have it now. But I believe that with the experience of my previous life, I will be able to rise in this apocalypse. After a busy afternoon, I had very little money left. I walked out of the wholesale market and went to a restaurant. After a hearty meal, I returned to the hotel. It was already dark. I returned to the room through the exclusive passage. The housekeeper had already arranged all the supplies neatly. I lay in bed, thinking about everything. It all seemed like a dream, but I knew that tomorrow, the world would change completely. At night, I had a dream. In the dream, I became the lord of the future city, controlling powerful forces and possessing countless beauties. When I woke up again, I knew that this was not a dream but a chance for me to change my fate. I went to the place in my memory, bought 2 cans of gas, and went to the vegetable market and chain supermarkets to buy vegetables, fruits, fresh meat, self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot, and a complete set of kitchen utensils. At 11 o'clock in the evening, I stood in front of the French window, looking at the still bustling crowd downstairs, and couldn't help but sneer in my heart. The second hand was ticking, the rain was pouring down, and the end of the world had officially arrived. At first, people were unaware of the danger and were still hiding from the rain. But an hour later, the water rose rapidly, the vehicles on the road disappeared, and the shopping mall was also submerged. I returned to bed and fell asleep peacefully. Tomorrow will be a new beginning. The next day, the rain did not stop, and there were knocks and cries outside the door. Through the peephole, I saw that the corridor on the 21st floor was crowded with survivors. They were desperate to survive, but I was already prepared. I cooked in the room and enjoyed this moment of peace. The people outside the door tried to force their way into my room, but I was not afraid. They finally returned in vain, and I continued to leisurely eat instant noodles and drink beverages. In the days that followed, the rain continued, and there were knocks on the door, but I ignored them. I lived a comfortable life with sufficient supplies, while people outside were struggling with hunger and despair. On the last day before the rain stopped, the water level was close to the 18th floor. I knew that the red rain was about to fall. I made the final preparations, moved the food into the bathroom, and waited for that moment to come. At 10 p.m., the rain stopped and the people outside cheered, unaware that a greater danger was coming. At 11:11 p.m., the red rain fell on time and the temperature rose sharply. I hid in the bathroom, soaked in the water, and watched TV series to pass the time. 2 days later, the red rain stopped, and I knew that the airdrop box would soon appear, and I would go to the University of Finance and Economics to compete for the top airdrop box. I took the necessary equipment and supplies and resolutely walked out of the room. There weren't many bodies in the corridor, but there were obvious signs of dragging. I didn't have time to care and went downstairs quickly. The empty street was littered with bodies, and I ran quickly towards the School of Finance and Economics. However, I was stopped by 2 tattooed men on the way. They tried to steal my food, but I raised my knife without hesitation and killed them. Their sneak attack plan was defeated by me, and I continued on my way without anyone daring to stop me. Finally, I arrived at the entrance of the gymnasium of the School of Finance and Economics. I entered the gymnasium, locked the door, hid in the lounge on the 2nd floor, and waited for the arrival of zombies and airdrop boxes. At 12 o'clock, zombies rained down. I held my breath and watched the situation outside. After the zombies landed, they were a little confused at first, and then they began to wander around. They were attracted by the screams in the distance and left the gymnasium one after another. I stayed up all night, ready to grab the airdrop box. At 9 o'clock the next morning, the sky changed again and the airdrop box fell. I saw an airdrop box landed at the entrance of the gymnasium, and I was very excited. I walked out of the lounge carefully, ready to go and take it. On the way, I encountered several zombies, but relying on the combat experience in my previous life, I easily dealt with them and took out the first-level mutant crystal from the zombie's brain. Just as I was approaching the airdrop box, I saw a beautiful woman. She also walked towards the airdrop box, but I ignored her. My only goal was the airdrop box. I opened the airdrop box, and the first item inside was a high-tech steel knife, which is the product of most airdrop boxes and gives humans hope to survive. It's just an ordinary knife, but it can cut through iron like mud. The moment I took it out, an introduction appeared in my head. Xiao Jun had known about this for a long time and was not surprised. The white light is still there, which means there is a second one. After another round of groping, Xiao Jun took out a small box. The jewelry box that holds the ring may contain a high-tech space ring. I have found the treasure. It is undoubtedly this top-quality airdrop box. The best airdrop box will definitely contain space equipment. Although other airdrop boxes also have a chance to contain it, Xiao Jun doesn't think he has such good luck. I opened the box without hesitation, and sure enough, there was a simply crafted ring inside. This kind of high-tech ring does not need to be worn by oneself. Just press the middle finger on it and the ring will disappear instantly. A pattern will appear on Xiao Jun's middle finger, exactly the same as the ring. The space equipment is made into the shape of a ring, with a capacity of 500 kilograms. Attention, living objects cannot be placed in space equipment. Note that after the owner of the space equipment dies, it will return to its original appearance. Xiao Jun slapped himself hard twice and forced himself to calm down. In the top-quality airdrop box, space equipment is a must-have. There must be better things out there, so stay calm. The third item is high-tech combat uniform. This combat uniform is only available to generals. It can withstand a lot of damage. This thing is much rarer than weapons. In the previous life, a combat uniform like this could be sold at a sky-high price, enough to make the mayor of future city give you 2 wives. Is this what a dream start feels like? Xiao Jun couldn't help but glance at the girl not far away. If it weren't for him, all of this would have belonged to her. The fourth item is a small lunchbox. Soldiers often use portable lunchboxes, which contain rice balls of various flavors. Don't underestimate this lunchbox. There are 20 rice balls in it. Just one rice ball can keep you full of energy for the whole day. Moreover, these rice balls taste great and come in a variety of flavors, comparable to the meals in a 5-star hotel. They will become the main food in the future. The fifth item is a military kettle. A portable water bottle commonly used by soldiers, which can store 50 liters of drinking water. The food and water for the past month were easily solved. After a month, I will definitely be able to find more resources. Sixth item, antidote. It can remove corpse poison below level 3. At this stage, the zombies are only at the first stage, and the second stage zombies will appear in about a month. This antidote can be said to be a miracle drug at this stage. Even if you are unfortunately scratched by a zombie, there is no need to be afraid. The seventh item is another high-tech steel knife. When the eighth item, a small blue pill, was taken out, Xiao Jun was still a little confused. He seemed to have never seen this thing in the apocalypse. He did hear his creepy roommate describe it when he was in school. But the following introduction almost made him jump up. Advanced mutation mixture. After taking it, it can change genes and greatly improve the basic physical quality. Mutation potion. Xiao Jun had never heard of this thing, which meant that this thing would be rare in 6 years, and ordinary people would have no chance to know about it. The fact that it greatly improves basic physical fitness is enough to show how awesome it is, but I don't know what the specific effects are. While thinking about this, Xiao Jun stuffed the blue pill into his mouth. Wouldn't he know whether it works or not after taking it? The pill melts in your mouth, saving you the trouble of swallowing it with water. Within a few seconds, you'll feel a warm sensation in your body, as if you're full of energy and can't suppress it. The whole process did not last long, and Xiao Jun returned to normal after 2 minutes. Xiao Jun was delighted when he picked up the high-tech steel knife he had just obtained. Although this steel knife is easy to use, it is a bit heavy for ordinary people and difficult to wield. But now he can hold it with one hand and doesn't even feel any gravity. Xiao Jun concluded that it has increased by at least 3 times. If strength is increased 3 times, does that mean that speed, explosive power, etc. will also be increased 3 times. After all, it is about a significant improvement in basic physical qualities, which means it is comprehensive. He couldn't experiment with the others for now, but there would be plenty of opportunities later. Now, he needed to finish opening the rest. I continued unpacking the boxes. Maybe my luck had run out. The 9th and 10th items were just ordinary food, a rice ball and a water bottle. When all 10 items were taken out, the light in the box slowly disappeared and it became an ordinary box. Watching the light from the box disappear, Xiao Jun looked through it carefully and unwillingly, and only stopped after making sure that there was really nothing inside. However, he still felt unsatisfied. Because all the zombies nearby had been cleared out by him and no new zombies would come for a while, Xiao Jun began to pack up his things. First, put all your things into the space ring, including the backpack, lunchbox, and water bottle. What remained were 2 steel knives and a set of high-tech combat uniforms. Just put on the combat uniform. With this thing, you won't be afraid of being attacked from behind, unless it's a headshot. Xiao Jun had no use for the 2 steel knives, so he took one back. Wan Qianya, who was not far away, watched Xiao Jun open the box, and then took out a lot of things like magic, and then all the things disappeared. At this moment, Wan Qianya had only one thought, that as long as she followed him, she would definitely survive. Once this idea came up, I couldn't stop it. When the zombie army appeared, Wan Qianya had already thought that there might be no rescue team at all, and she could only rely on herself to survive. That's why she had the courage to come out alone to look for the airdrop box. But now, there is a better way in front of her. As long as she depends on the men in front of her, she can live well. When the end of the world comes, most men will muster up the courage to fight, while the vast majority of women will rely more on men. This is the gender difference. Seeing that Xiao Jun had not left yet, Wan Qianya finally plucked up the courage and walked towards Xiao Jun. She is very confident about her figure and appearance. She was one of the top 10 beauties in the School of Finance and Economics, and she majored in dance. This is her capital, the capital for survival. Seeing Wan Qianya coming, Xiao Jun picked up the steel knife reflexively. This woman was most likely one of the top 10 masters of Future City in the previous life. But he soon relaxed again. He was now extremely powerful, and the other party was just an ordinary girl. She could do nothing to him. When Wan Qianya came closer, Xiao Jun felt her beauty more intuitively. She is about 165 centimeters tall, with delicate facial features and a hint of pitifulness, which is enough to make all men want to protect her. The clothes, which were not many and were tight to the body, perfectly outlined her perfect figure. With a devilish figure and an angelic face, who can resist such temptation? I want to follow you. Before Xiao Jun could say anything, Wan Qianya used her ultimate move right away. As long as I can follow him, I can agree to whatever he wants, as long as I can stay alive. Xiao Jun narrowed his eyes. Wan Qianya had a strong desire to survive in her heart. No wonder this woman could become one of the top 10 masters. Her decisiveness was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Please, I will never hold you back. Seeing that Xiao Jun didn't say anything, Wan Qianya became anxious. This was her only chance. If Xiao Jun refused, she really didn't know what to do. She saw several airdrop boxes, but this one was the closest one. However, it had been emptied by Xiao Jun, so it would be difficult for her to find other airdrop boxes. Xiao Jun was somewhat shaken by his strong desire to survive and his courage to walk alone in a campus full of zombies. If you add in her identity as one of the top 10 masters in the future, this investment should be worth it. Then just take her with you. If she doesn't perform well, just abandon her. Anyway, you can hear her inner voice and you are not afraid of her betraying you suddenly. Then follow closely. I won't care if you get lost. With a qualitative breakthrough, Xiao Jun is now full of confidence. Facing this kind of first-level zombie, Xiao Jun's current strength and equipment make it easy for him to defeat end zombies alone. So he didn't look for another way, but just walked back the way he came. With such a great advantage, we must make good use of it. Although Xiao Jun's physical strength has been greatly improved now, he is still an ordinary person in essence. If he wants to become a mutant, he must absorb 10 first-order mutation crystals. Xiao Jun only has 2 in his hand now, and that's because he is lucky. To gather the remaining 8, it is conservatively estimated that you will have to kill 60 or 70 zombies. If you are unlucky, you may have to kill hundreds of zombies. But this is not a problem. It is just a good opportunity for me to adapt to my new body. Seeing Xiao Jun walking along the road, as if he was going to rush into the pile of zombies to fight, Wan Qianya was a little hesitant. But she soon made up her mind. This was her only chance. If she didn't follow, she wouldn't survive for more than a few days. Moreover, judging from the decisive way he just killed the zombie, it was obvious that he was not someone who would seek his own death. Gritting her teeth, Wan Qianya followed closely. During the day, the combat capability of the first-level zombies is greatly reduced, which is also the chance for human survival. After a month, the second-level zombies will appear. They will not be afraid of sunlight, and they will be the same at night and day, and they are very fierce. Xiao Jun, wearing combat uniform and holding a steel knife, was as brave as a god of war. The zombies in his hands were like chickens to be slaughtered. Wan Qianya followed behind him, her eyes shining. This time I really bet on the right horse. As long as I follow him, I will definitely survive. If this is really the end of the world, maybe I can live a life that ordinary people can't imagine. Besides, this man is so young and a bit handsome, it wouldn't be a loss to follow him. Wan Qianya's voice came from behind him, and Xiao Jun couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, and he felt more excited when chopping zombies. Xiao Jun killed his way all the way from the gymnasium to the girls' dormitory. He made a rough estimate and found that he had killed at least 40 or 50 zombies and had 6 first-level mutation crystals in his hand. With another 4, he would be able to become a first-order mutant, and his strength would take a qualitative leap. In front of the girls' dormitory, Xiao Jun had just killed the last zombie in the circle and was ready to take a short rest. At this time, the nearest zombie was more than 20 meters away from him and was very safe. Seeing Xiao Jun stop, Wan Qianya felt that she should do something. So she plucked up her courage and walked forward, then stood beside Xiao Jun and pinched his arms. He must be tired after waving them so many times. Xiao Jun just watched quietly, with no expression on his face. At such a close distance, Wan Qianya was not wearing any clothes, so Xiao Jun could see the magnificent scene clearly by lowering his head. Yeah, very comfortable. And this woman didn't have any other ideas. She just helped Xiao Jun massage seriously, and that was good enough. In the end times, humans will always involuntarily stick together for warmth. Even in the future city, various legions are very popular. In addition to the city lord's mansion, the future city also has 3 top legions. The 4 major forces jointly maintain the development of the future city. Xiao Jun didn't want to be the lord of future city, but it was necessary to build a force of his own. The fact that Wan Qianya was able to become one of the top 10 masters in her previous life is enough to show her talent and ability. Even if she was robbed of the greatest opportunity by me, she is still worth cultivating, provided that she will not betray me. Put on some effort, haven't you eaten yet? Wan Qianya was shocked. She really hadn't eaten. In the past few days, she only had some snacks and drank a few sips of water today. Now she was still very weak. But she didn't dare to have any objection, and quickly increased her strength, trying her best to put on a beautiful smile on her face. At this time, something strange happened. One of the zombies was clearly some distance away from them, but suddenly pounced towards them. Xiao Jun frowned. It shouldn't be so far away, unless it was a mutated zombie. But looking at its walking posture, you can tell that it is no different from other zombies, and it looks a little stiff under the sunlight. But this zombie had a clear target and was obviously coming for Xiao Jun and the other 2. Why is it her, Xiao Yu? It has nothing to do with me. It's not that I don't want to save you, but I can't help it. Interesting. Xiao Jun understood that this zombie was actually Wan Qianya's roommate. Judging from the situation, she was originally with Wan Qianya, but she was entangled by the zombie. Wan Qianya did not help her and took the opportunity to escape, so she hated her endlessly. What Xiao Jun didn't know was that in her previous life, Wan Qianya, Xiao Yu was killed in front of her eyes and became her shadow. Later, after she licked the airdrop, she was entangled by Xiao Yu again. After several chases, Wan Qianya had no choice but to turn completely evil and kill the zombie Xiao Yu again. This is how Wanqianya came to be one of the top 10 masters of Future City. Xiao Jun didn't know all this, but he knew that this female zombie seemed to have become a knot in Wanqianya's heart. If she didn't solve this problem, she would never become a real master again. In the end times, if a vase is just beautiful, it can at most be a valuable commodity. Xiao Jun doesn't want to keep such a vase, especially at its early stage of development. Countless people are killed by zombies every day. If she can't get over this hurdle in her heart, she is destined not to live long. Go, kill this zombie, and you can follow me from now on. Xiao Jun took out the bone-cutting knife from the space ring and handed it to Wanqianya. Don't worry, I'll help you to clear the enemy lines. The zombies have very low fighting power during the day, and this is a female zombie, so you can definitely handle it. Having said this, Wanqianya knew that Xiao Jun had made his decision. I said at the beginning that I would never hold him back, and now is the time to prove my strength. But why at this time? Why at this time? Wanqianya would hesitate, but Xiao Yu, who has turned into a zombie, would not. Xiao Jun dodged lightly, and Xiao Yu completely ignored him and rushed straight towards Wanqianya, full of resentment. Don't want. Wanqianya shouted, her hand holding the boning knife trembling slightly, and finally she chose to dodge. Xiao Yu naturally would not be willing to give up if she didn't catch him, so she turned around and pounced on Wanqianya again. After repeating this several times, Xiao Jun became a little impatient and turned around to leave. The bone-cutting knife is a gift to her. It also means that I have snatched her opportunity. Whether she can survive depends on herself. Wanqianya also saw Xiao Jun turning around, and despair instantly arose in her heart. Xiao Yu. There was another miserable scream, and the female zombie's head was hit hard by the bone-cutting knife, and half of her head was cut off in an instant. Xiao Jun stopped. Wanqianya could no longer hold the bone-cutting knife in her hand, so she squatted on the ground with Xiao Yu's body next to her. This girl, who had been strong since the end of the world, burst into tears. Xiao Jun was still killing zombies in the front, and Wanqianya followed silently behind, but this time, she had a bone-cutting knife in her hand. In the last days, people can have conscience and bottom line, but they cannot be excessively kind. If Wanqianya can't get over this hurdle, Xiao Jun will still give up on her without hesitation. Just now, Xiao Yu generously gave Xiao Jun a first-level mutant crystal. Now Xiao Jun has a total of 7 pieces in his hand. As long as he has 3 more pieces, he can become a real first-level mutant. At this stage, even if someone dares to kill zombies, it is absolutely impossible to discover the secret of the mutant crystal so quickly. What Xiao Jun has to do is to stay ahead of everyone. In the end times, you have no idea what kind of crisis you will encounter, but one thing is absolutely true, you don't need to be very strong, but you must be stronger than the weakest one, so that you have a chance to survive. Another wave of zombies came, and Xiao Jun easily dealt with them like chopping melons and vegetables. When there were only 2 left, Wanqianya behind him suddenly rushed up like crazy. Kill, kill, kill all the zombies. Xiao Jun looked at Wanqianya in surprise, who seemed to have lost her mind, but he moved aside and left the battlefield to her. Facing 2 zombies at the same time is easy for Xiao Jun, but it would be a bit difficult for Wanqianya. The most annoying thing about zombies is their corpse poison. You cannot get hurt when fighting them, not even a little bit. After Wanqianya rushed forward, she did not confront the zombies head-on as Xiao Jun had expected. Even though she had lost some of her mind, she still tried hard to dodge the zombies' attacks and then look for opportunities to counterattack. The head is their only fatal point. Cutting other parts is useless. Wanqianya wielded the bone-cutting knife and chopped frantically several times, but all she chopped was the hands of the 2 zombies. 2 chops hit the chest, but to no avail. Hearing Xiao Jun's words, Wanqianya's eyes twitched, as if she had regained her sanity. In another attack, Wanqianya used a strange posture to deflect the zombie's fatal attack, and then chopped the opponent's head with a backhand knife. This cut seemed to have used up her last bit of strength, and she collapsed to the ground after the cut. As long as he saves me, I will be devoted to him forever, and I will forget about him forcing me to kill Xiao Yu. This little girl is still bothered by what happened just now. I am helping her, but she doesn't appreciate my kindness. While thinking about it, Xiao Jun's hands were not idle either. He swung out with a steel knife and hit another zombie's head accurately. There is a chance that a crystal will form inside the zombie's brain, just like this. As he spoke, a piece of mutant crystal appeared in Xiao Jun's hand. This thing is very useful, you can look for it. Wan Qianya had also seen Xiao Jun's actions before, and roughly knew that the zombies had contained what he needed, but she was always behind him and couldn't see clearly. Only now did she realize that it was these small transparent crystals, which were quite beautiful. After taking a breath, Wan Qianya climbed up from the ground, endured the churning in her stomach, and stirred the zombie's head with a boning knife. She saw Xiao Jun do this before. The heads were all smashed, but this one wasn't. After retching a few times, Wan Qianya walked towards the other one with an expressionless face. As soon as the boning knife was put in, it hit something. With the tip of the knife, a white transparent crystal was picked out, exactly the same as the one in Xiao Jun's hand. A hint of joy appeared on Xiao Jun's face. 8 yuan. Although Xiao Jun didn't say anything, Wan Qianya still obediently handed the mutant crystal to Xiao Jun without any other thoughts. The noise made by the two on campus also attracted the attention of other survivors. There was no telling how many people were watching them in the surrounding dormitories. That person, is it Wan Qianya? Really, it seems to be her. How can she be so powerful that she can actually kill zombies? The man with her is really good. He can easily defeat several zombies by himself. That guy is so handsome, where did he get that weapon? As Xiao Jun continued to kill, most of the zombies in the Finance and Economics College were killed by him, and the survivors hiding in the dormitory gradually began to discuss. Why don't we follow that man? It's better than hiding here and waiting to die. As soon as someone made the suggestion, many people immediately agreed. With so many of us, he will definitely not stand by and watch us die. It was obvious that Wan Qianya's body couldn't bear it anymore, so Xiao Jun took out a rice ball and handed it to her. Have eaten. Wan Qianya didn't ask what it was. She just did what Xiao Jun said. As soon as the rice ball entered my mouth, a fresh seafood flavor stimulated the entire bud. It was so refreshing. It had been a long time since I had eaten such delicious food. After eating a rice ball, Xiao Jun gave her another bottle of mineral water. I only brought 2 bottles of water this time I went out, and now I gave them both to Wan Qianya. No one asked how Xiao Jun created things out of thin air. Even zombies appeared. What else could not be explained? After drinking half a bottle of water in one breath, Wan Qianya's body was full of strength again and she became much more energetic. Xia, it's really you. Just as I was about to continue on my way, a large group of female students suddenly rushed out from the dormitory building next to me. Wow, are there so many survivors? Modern college students are pretty resilient. Xia, you are so awesome. You can even kill zombies. Sister Qianya, please take me with you. I want to go with you. Wan Qianya frowned slightly and glanced at Xiao Jun secretly. She felt relieved when she found that he did not leave alone. I can't protect myself either, so I can't take you with me. Wan Qianya spoke coldly. Although this group of people were from the same school and lived in the same dormitory, she really didn't know many of them. Not to mention Xiao Jun, even she herself would not agree to take all these burdens with her. You are indeed in a difficult situation, but you have a good appearance. Isn't there someone to protect you? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone else fell silent, and even Xiao Jun looked over. The girl felt a little proud when she found that all the attention was focused on her, especially when she saw Xiao Jun looking at her. She tried hard to straighten her pride. In this regard, Xiao Jun's evaluation is that she is not as good as Wan Qianya. But seeing so many girls wearing very little in front of me is quite pleasing to the eye. Handsome guy, let me go with you. I can do everything that Wan Qianya can do, and I can do it better than her. As she spoke, the girl intentionally or unintentionally lifted her already extremely short nightgown, leaving her naked inside. This girl's name is Lili. She is also one of the top 10 beauties in the School of Finance and Economics. Although she ranks below Wan Qianya, she is indeed a rare beauty. You bitch, you flirted with my man right in front of him. I don't think he would be tempted. Wan Qianya was also a little unsure. Although she was very beautiful, Lili was not bad either. She was also quite famous in her school, and she was also very sexy. When the girl's performance was almost over, Xiao Jun looked at his watch. It was already 11 o'clock, and he had to rush back to the hotel for lunch. Wan Qianya, have you finished reminiscing about the past? It's time to go. Hey, do you have any humanity? We are all human beings. If you have the power, why don't you save us? Just because Wan Qianya is pretty. When Lily heard what Xiao Jun said, she got furious. Normally, all the boys are respectful to her when they see her. In her eyes, all men are just lickers and have to obey her. Now that I have already made all the sacrifices, he still dares to ignore me. A cold gaze looked over at her, revealing a real murderous intent, which made her shiver uncontrollably. The words she was about to say were stuck and she could no longer utter them. Walk. Xiao Jun turned and left with a steel knife in his hand. Wan Qianya was very happy and did not hide her emotion at all on her face. She just walked away from them with a smug smile on her face. Everyone looked at each other, but no one had the courage to follow. One more missing. The two of them have successfully reached the school gate, and the number of mutant crystals has reached 9. The group of girls just now was just a small episode, and neither of them took it seriously. It was just the helpless rage of the weak. It will definitely be enough to kill the dozen or so at the door. Then we can avoid the zombies and speed back. You must go back to the hotel, as there is a lot of food prepared by Xiao Jun. Don't think that you can have no worries about food and clothing just having a lunchbox and a water bottle. If you are unlucky and don't come across a good airdrop box later, you may run out of food. Moreover, there are 2 of them now, and the existing food and water can only last for 20 days at most. The most important point is that at night, the number of zombies will increase significantly, and it will be safer to hide in the hotel at that time. With Xiao Jun's full firepower, more than a dozen zombies were killed in just a few minutes. Wan Qianya rushed forward and started to draw prizes. Yes. The first one won the first prize. This girl is so lucky. It was indeed a good decision to bring her along. After touching 6 zombie corpses in a row, Wan Qianya unexpectedly touched another one. Let's go back to the hotel. The purpose of coming out today has been exceeded. After killing so many zombies, Xiao Jun is also a little tired. Now he just wants to go back to the big bed in the hotel and have a good sleep. There were many more zombies on the streets than on campus, so the two walked very carefully, fearing that they would attract a large number of zombies if they were not careful. Xiao Jun already had rich experience in the apocalypse and had perfect control over the distance of the zombies' hatred. Wan Qianya was also a smart person with a flexible body. After more than an hour, the two returned to the hotel safely. Brother Jun, there seemed to be zombies in the hotel too. The two were hiding behind the large pillar at the entrance of the hotel and observing the situation inside. It is estimated that someone went out to look for food last night, and when the zombies arrived, he ran to the hotel in a panic, attracted some zombies, and even turned into a zombie himself. There's nothing we can do about it. Follow me closely. I'm going to charge in. The hotel lobby is not small. Roughly estimated, there are at least a dozen zombies. This is not a problem for Xiao Jun. He took out another sword from the ring, one in each hand. This battle had to be quick. If it took too long, it might alert the zombie army outside, and that would be troublesome. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jun quickly rushed into the hotel lobby holding 2 steel knives. The noise immediately attracted the attention of the zombies in the lobby, and they pounced towards him. Xiao Jun did not fully enter the hotel, but just stood at the gate, with the momentum of 1 man blocking the pass and 10,000 men unable to break through. Xiao Jun wielded the steel knives in his hands with great force, chopping into pieces all the zombies that tried to approach him. Brother Jun, the zombies outside seemed to have noticed this place. Wan Qianya was a little nervous and kept observing the movements of the zombie army outside. Come with me. Xiao Jun took 3 steps forward and made way for Wan Qianya to come in. Quick, close the glass door. Wan Qianya hurried to both sides of the gate and pushed the glass door of the hotel hard. Brother Jun, they are coming. Wan Qianya's voice was trembling. The zombies outside were really coming over. If they were attacked from both sides, Xiao Jun might survive, but she would definitely die. Is the door closed? Close it. Although she was afraid, Wan Qianya still completed the task assigned by Xiao Jun seriously. Hold the door, quick. Wan Qianya held the glass door tightly with her back. The zombies outside had reached the door and began to bang on it. I can't stand it. The huge impact force made Wan Qianya's weak body unable to bear it. At this moment, she felt suffocated and Xiao Jun's back was pressed tightly against her. It's over. My giant panda is going to be squashed. Xiao Jun was angry and amused at the same time. What was this girl thinking? It's not that Xiao Jun deliberately leaned on her, he did so to protect her. If the two of them stood side by side holding the door, Xiao Jun couldn't guarantee that the zombies inside would not hurt her. Hold on, it will be fine soon. After another round of chops, the last zombie in the hall died under Xiao Jun's knife. Turning around, Xiao Jun held the glass door tightly with both hands to prevent the zombies outside from pushing it open. Brother Jun, what should we do? It is definitely not a solution to keep pushing against the door, as people will eventually run out of energy. Go touch all the bodies first, don't be afraid. Xiao Jun was just complaining about Wan Qianya in his heart, but in the blink of an eye he began to perform his greed for money. Even when he was about to die, he still wanted to touch the crystal first. Wan Qianya had no other choice but to listen to Xiao Jun and touch the body first. In 2 minutes, Wan Qianya had finished everything. There were actually 4 crystals out of the 20 or so zombies in this hall. I really love Wan Qianya's red hands. See that little door? That's the staircase. I see. Wan Qianya nodded, not knowing what Xiao Jun meant. That door can be locked. Go ahead and lock half of the door. The remaining half will be closed as soon as I come in. There was one more thing Xiao Jun didn't say. Even if all these zombies rushed in, Xiao Jun was confident that he could get rid of them and escape. This step was the last step to test Wan Qianya. Don't worry, Jun-go, I'll be waiting for you at the door, you must come over. Wan Qianya hesitated for only a second before agreeing. She couldn't help much here and still needed Xiao Jun to protect her. She had just said a few hours ago that she would not drag him down, but she didn't expect to break her promise so soon. I quickly ran to the stairs of the hotel, and found that the door could be locked just as Xiao Jun said. Wan Qianya first closed half of the door, locked it, and then went out and made an okay gesture to Xiao Jun. With 3 seconds left, Xiao Jun suddenly let go of his hand and ran towards the stairs. A second later, the door was pushed open by the swarming zombies. Xiao Jun used his physical fitness far beyond that of ordinary people and ran to the stairs in an instant. Wan Qianya was waiting here anxiously. She didn't know whether it would be Xiao Jun or a zombie who would come in the next second, but she still didn't choose to close the door. Brother Jun. Wan Qianya cried out in surprise. At this moment, Xiao Jun was the strongest man in her heart. Shut the door. Stupid woman. Xiao Jun flashed past, and Wan Qianya reacted quickly and locked the other half of the door. Boom boom boom. This is the sound of zombies banging on the door. Shoo. Xiao Jun put his index finger on his mouth to signal Wan Qianya not to make a sound. If you can't hear any movement or smell the breath of living people, these zombies will leave soon. Sure enough, within a few minutes, the sound of banging on the door disappeared. The two of them felt relieved and climbed up the stairs carefully. 21st floor. All the doors are still closed, but there are no bodies in the corridor. Someone must have cleaned them up. There are so many zombies now. If you just throw the corpses down casually, no bones or residue will be left in a minute. Hey, fingerprint unlocking successful. Fortunately, the hotel door uses a fingerprint lock. This kind of lock relies on batteries. Even if the power is cut off, it will not be affected as long as the battery has power. It's finally safe. Brother Jun, did you prepare all this? Looking at the room full of supplies, Wan Qianya was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Did he know that the world would end? Otherwise, why would he prepare so many things and even book a presidential suite on the 21st floor? Xiao Jun's figure became more and more mysterious in Wan Qianya's heart. When a woman becomes curious about a man, it means that she has fallen in love with this man. From the terror on the first day of the apocalypse to the despair in the following days and then to the shock of the appearance of zombies, in these few short days, Wan Qianya's heart had been almost broken. Until she met Xiao Jun, she had hope of survival again. Now, the shock of a room full of food made her psychological defenses collapse. Now, even if Xiao Jun took her directly to the big bed to have sex, she would not have any resistance. You can't imagine the happiness of a dancer. After opening the gas tank, Xiao Jun placed a large iron pot on the stove and started pouring mineral water into it. Wan Qianya didn't understand what was going on. There were so many bottles of mineral water. When it was so hot that she felt like dying, Wan Qianya thought to herself that if anyone gave her a bottle of mineral water, she would be willing to sleep with that person for a night. After pouring 20 bottles of mineral water into the pot, Xiao Jun stopped. Now that he has a high-tech kettle, water will not be too scarce. He previously stockpiled hundreds of boxes of mineral water not only for drinking, but also for bathing. Boil all the water and pour it into the bathtub. Then open 10 bottles of mineral water and mix the water in. Although there is still a little less water, it is enough for a bath. Wan Qianya was stunned. Is there still such luxury in this day and age? Xiao Jun didn't care about her. He just took off all his clothes and got into the bathtub. It feels so good. Although Xiao Jun had been soaking in water for the past few days, he had been killing zombies all day today and his body was stained with a lot of blood, which needed to be washed clean. After bathing for a full half hour, the water in the bathtub turned red and black, and Xiao Jun walked out refreshed. Do it yourself. Do you still need me to boil water for you? Looking at Wan Qianya, who had been in a daze since entering the room, Xiao Jun said. Can I wash too? Happiness came so suddenly that Wan Qianya even stuttered. Yesterday I was willing to sleep with someone for a bottle of water, but today I can actually take a bath. Following this trend, it will be difficult for me to end up like this if I don't marry him. I just don't know if the Civil Affairs Bureau can still function now. I'm going into the room, you can do it yourself, and when you're done you can take a break and eat whatever you want. Xiao Jun is very tired now, mentally exhausted. He hasn't slept all night and has been killing zombies during the day. Now he urgently needs a good sleep. He now has a certain degree of trust in Wan Qianya, and he only hears a bunch of strange voices in Wan Qianya's heart. If he had the energy now, he would have to have a good discussion with this woman. This is the benefit of taking in women, the probability of betrayal is much lower than that of men. Pushing open the door, Xiao Jun lay down on the warm big bed again, feeling comfortable. After Xiao Jun entered the room, Wan Qianya followed Xiao Jun's example and opened the gas tank. When pouring water, she hesitated for a moment and poured 15 bottles of mineral water into the room. After boiling, I opened 5 bottles of mineral water and mixed them into the bathtub. Although there were only 20 bottles of water, Wan Qianya still washed happily. She wiped her whole body carefully and even used shower gel and shampoo. While sleeping, Xiao Jun vaguely felt as if something had crawled into his arms. It was soft and quite comfortable to hold. So Xiao Jun hugged this thing tightly, it felt so comfortable. When I woke up, it was completely dark outside and everything was quiet, without a single sound. Xiao Jun was just about to stretch his body when he suddenly felt something was wrong. When did someone appear in his arms? No wonder his arms felt sore. With the moonlight shining in through the window, Xiao Jun saw clearly the face of the person in his arms. It was none other than Wan Qianya. After taking a bath, she became even more ethereal, and under the moonlight, she looked like a fairy in the Guanggan Palace. In her sleep, her delicate nose was slightly wrinkled, making her look even more playful and cute. Her hands were tightly wrapped around Xiao Jun's waist, their bodies were pressed tightly together, and her head was resting on Xiao Jun's chest, which made me feel pity for her. A corner of the quilt was slightly lifted, and I saw that this guy was not wearing any clothes. This was naked seduction. How could I, Xiao Jun, tolerate this? So, when Wan Qianya still didn't understand what was going on. Then Xiao Jun walked out of the room contentedly. His triple physical fitness was simply too strong. Wan Qianya has fallen into a deep sleep again. Xiao Jun sat alone in the living room, lit 2 candles for light, and then lit a cigarette. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. In his previous life, after 6 years of hard work, Xiao Jun still couldn't get married. Occasionally, when he had some spare money, he would go to the cheap brothels in the city to vent. He couldn't even think of meeting someone of Wan Qianya's level. After extinguishing the cigarette, Xiao Jun took out 10 mutant crystals. Only by staying strong can you survive better in the apocalypse. There is no special way to use the mutant crystal, just put it in your mouth. He put a mutant crystal into his mouth, and a warm current rose in his body, and his body seemed to become a little stronger. Xiao Jun did not hesitate, and ate the second and the third pills, until he had finished all 10. Finally, Xiao Jun's body underwent a qualitative change. A first-order mutant does not need anyone to remind him, as if he knows this naturally. Everyone who has taken 10 mutant crystals will know it. First-order mutant, overall strength doubled. This doubling is a true doubling of all attributes, whether it is strength, speed, or endurance, it will be directly doubled. For example, if your punch used to weigh 150 kilograms, now it weighs 300 kilograms. If you used to run 100 meters in 16 seconds, now it only takes 8 seconds. Xiao Jun, before this, had already taken an advanced mutation mixture, which tripled his physical strength in all aspects. After becoming a first-order mutant, he could clearly feel that his own strength had been doubled again in his genetically mutated body. Too strong, no wonder the top 10 masters of the previous life could sit firmly on the throne. This is simply too strong, invincible in the same level. Xiao Jun began to look forward to other top-quality airdrop boxes. While he had seized the initiative, he had to find more airdrop boxes as soon as possible. If Xiao Jun could find another top-quality airdrop box, he would be rich. Even if he couldn't find a top-quality one, 2 high-quality ones would be enough. In order to upgrade a first-level mutation to a second-level mutation, one needs a full 100 first-level mutation crystals. This is a considerable number. A conservative estimate is that one would have to kill thousands of zombies. As for upgrading further after the second level, more is needed, a full 1000 first-level mutation crystals, or 100 second-level mutation crystals, but only second-level zombies have a chance to produce them. There is also an exchange rate between mutant crystals. In the previous life, mutant crystals also became hard currency, and mutant crystals were needed to purchase things. 1 second-order mutant crystal is equal to 10 first-order mutant crystals, and the same goes for the third and fourth orders. This is also the value calculated based on the effect of the mutation crystal. But in the actual upgrade process, it is not entirely like this. An ordinary person can take 10 first-order mutation crystals to upgrade to a first-order mutant, or take 1 second-order mutation crystal to upgrade, but cannot take a third-order mutation crystal, as that will directly burst the body and cause death. Similarly, a third-order mutator can take 100 third-order mutation crystals to upgrade, or 1000 second-order mutation crystals to upgrade, but the first-order mutation crystals have little effect, and perhaps 100,000 of them may be enough to upgrade. Therefore, later on, low-level mutant crystals were more often used as hard currency, while high-level mutant crystals were still rare. The second-level zombies will not appear until a month later. Xiao Jun is now invincible. With the blessing of 6 times all attributes, he can ignore the difference in numbers. Xiao Jun, in a good mood, opened a bottle of beer. Occasionally, 1 or 2 strange shouts could be heard from outside. It was possible that someone accidentally exposed his position and was knocked on the door by the zombie army. It's better to live high up. Even if zombies break into the hotel, it's difficult for them to climb up so high. I drank beer and opened a bag of peanuts to go with it. I was living a very carefree life. The door was suddenly opened, and Wan Qianya, naked, limped out. No more clothes. Under the light of the candle, it seemed even more hazy and beautiful. Coupled with Wan Qianya's almost coquettish tone, Xiao Jun almost couldn't control himself. Xiao Jun had just upgraded himself, and if he continued to train with his physical strength, he was afraid that Wan Qianya would die. There are some of my clothes over there, you can find one to wear. Wan Qianya is a very smart woman and she quickly adapted to the end of the world. After becoming Xiao Jun's woman, she still remained humble, because she understood that as long as Xiao Jun was willing, countless women would try every possible means to climb into his bed just for the resources in this room. She found a white shirt, but since she didn't have any underwear, Wan Qianya decided not to wear it since there were only 2 of them here anyway. He then took a bottle of Fat House water and sat next to Xiao Jun. It would have been fine if she didn't wear it. After she put on this white shirt, she became even more seductive. Xiao Jun had to force himself not to look over there. Then he lit a cigarette and took a deep puff to suppress the distracting thoughts in his mind. What do we do next? After a moment of silence, Wan Qianyao broke the silence. It is impossible to stay in the room for the rest of your life, and food does not allow it. I'll go out and look for airdrop boxes tomorrow. Airdrop box? Is that the big box that fell from the sky in front of the gymnasium today? Unexpectedly, Wan Qianyao also saw it. Because of the zombies the night before, few people would notice it at that time. Not many people know about it now, but tomorrow many people will know it for sure, because in these 7 days, airdrop boxes will fall every day, and zombies will reign at 12 o'clock at night. The zombies and airdrop boxes will not end in one day. This situation will last for 7 days. As the number of zombies increases, the number of airdrop boxes will also increase. It feels like I'm a captive animal, and the weak ones are eliminated as much as possible so that only the strong ones can survive. Moreover, the strong will only become stronger, and the weak have no choice at all. Wan Qianyao did not ask Xiao Jun why he knew so much. She just wanted to know that she could survive by following Xiao Jun. I saw several of those airdrop boxes yesterday. Xiao Jun was delighted. Yesterday he only paid attention to the top-quality airdrop box and didn't look at the others. If he knew the approximate location, it would be much easier to find. This direction. Wan Qianyao roughly confirmed her current location through the window. There should be one not far from here. I saw it falling towards this side, and a little further north. The School of Finance and Economics is on the south side of the hotel. I didn't find any airdrop boxes today, so I'll go to the north to have a look tomorrow. This airdrop box looks very similar to an ordinary box. You can't tell the difference from a distance. You can only distinguish it by the small lock on it. Sometimes the airdrop box is right next to you, but you may miss it by mistaking it for an ordinary box. Moreover, the landing locations of these boxes are quite tricky and they will never appear on the streets. It could be in some corner of the community, or in the yard of an office, or it could be in front of the school gymnasium, just like the one Xiao Jun opened. Most people would never go to a place like this unless they have a purpose. Now everyone is busy looking for food. What can we do in the gym? But when everyone knows about the airdrop box tomorrow, people will look for it everywhere. While everyone is still confused, Xiao Jun must find a few more tomorrow, preferably with some top-quality airdrop boxes. Although I know that this hope is very slim, it is still okay to fantasize about it. Tomorrow, you rest in the hotel and I will go out by myself. Bringing Wan Qianyao along now would just be a drag on me. It would be more convenient for me to go out alone. Wan Qianyao nodded with emotion. I'll take some of this food. You have to take good care of the rest. Don't let anyone in. Xiao Jun thought about it and took away some of the food, especially those with a short shelf life. Anything put into the space equipment will always remain in the same state as it went in, avoiding the consequences of expiration due to being left for too long. In front of Wan Qianyao, Xiao Jun took away most of the cans, then some of the water, and the salt. 500 kilograms is still too small. I have to leave some space for other things. If I come across a shopping mall when I go out tomorrow, I can go in and take a look. Every shopping mall has its own storage room. Based on my experience in my previous life, I know that such places are usually sealed and will not suffer from serious flooding. Well, at least you have to bring back some women's clothes, otherwise it would be very uncomfortable to see Wan Qianyao like this. This was the most comfortable night's sleep Wan Qianyao had had in these days. Not only was the bed very large and the quilt very warm, but the person holding her also gave her enough sense of security. 8 o'clock in the morning. You're going out so early. We have to go early. There will be a second airdrop rain at 9 o'clock. It would be best if we could find a few before then. Then we can look for them based on today's situation. Wan Qianyao gently put clothes on Xiao Jun, just like a young wife seeing her husband off. I don't have any use for the boning knife or the kitchen knife, so I'll leave them to you. Protect yourself if anything happens. And these 5 mutant crystals, you eat them now. As if remembering something, Xiao Jun took out 5 mutant crystals. Although it cannot help Wanqianya upgrade directly, it can greatly enhance her physical fitness, so she can still deal with an ordinary man. Seeing the mutant crystal in Xiao Jun's hand, Wanqianya was a little hesitant. She knew that this thing was dug out from the brain of a zombie. You have to eat. Seeing through Wanqianya's little thoughts, Xiao Jun said sternly. If you can't tolerate this, then just consider that you have misjudged the person. Since there was no discussion, Wanqianya no longer hesitated. She took a bottle of mineral water, closed her eyes, stuffed all 5 mutant crystals into her mouth, and immediately took a big gulp of water. Feeling the changes brought about by the mutant crystal, Wanqianya was filled with wonder. It's really a good thing. The power seems to have increased, and it doesn't hurt down there anymore. Xiao Jun was speechless. Are all college students like this nowadays? Remember what I said, I'm leaving now. After seeing through the peephole at the door that there was no one in the corridor, Xiao Jun quickly opened the door and closed it again after walking out. But he didn't see that in the room opposite him, there was also an eye behind the door, which saw his actions clearly through the peephole. Brother Chang, I really didn't lie to you. The young man who lives across the street bought a lot of food, water, and various other things the day before the end of the world. If Xiao Jun were here, he would recognize that the person speaking was the butler who was responsible for bringing him food. Don't worry, if it's true, the food is enough for us brothers to eat, and you will definitely be needed by then. The man called Brother Chang patted his cheek. The butler bent over, raised his head, and smiled flatteringly. The hand that patted him was completely invisible. You two, hurry up, wait until that guy gets far away and then we'll go over and pry the door open and do something big. There were 2 other men in the room, playing games with 2 waitresses, but the waitresses seemed very tired. She can barely drink 2 sips of water or eat a meal a day, and then she has to take turns playing games with several men. No one can handle this. Xiao Jun didn't know about what happened in the hotel, and he had already gone downstairs at this time. There are more zombies in the hall than yesterday. I guess he led them in yesterday and didn't leave. However, things are different now. Xiao Jun doesn't care about this level of zombies at all. As long as he has the physical strength to keep up, he will give them mutant crystals no matter how many come. Damn, they are all a bunch of stingy people. There were more than 30 zombies, but only 1 mutant crystal appeared. It seems that I have to upgrade Wanqianya as soon as possible. She is the child of destiny and has much better luck than me. When I walked out of the hotel, there were even more zombies outside, including many new faces. It seemed like there was another wave of zombie rain last night. Xiao Jun did not alarm them. His physical strength was limited. Provoking a large army of zombies on the street would be asking for trouble. Finding the airdrop box is the key now. Killing zombies should only be done when absolutely necessary. After identifying the direction, Xiao Jun quietly and quickly moved towards the north. According to Wanqianya's memory, there should be an airdrop box here. Along the way, Xiao Jun did not alarm the zombie army. Occasionally, there were a few that blocked the way, but Xiao Jun defeated them quickly. With his current speed and explosive power, he shouldn't kill too quickly, as it will not alert the nearby zombies during the day. In this way, Xiao Jun always maintained an extremely high speed. Hey, a supermarket. Xiao Jun dodged and ran into a supermarket. As soon as I entered, several zombies pounced on me. I quickly killed them with a knife. Finally, there is another mutant crystal. I am really dark. With a casual sigh, Xiao Jun began to search inside. There was still some stagnant water on the ground, and various corpses were lying in many places. It seemed that these people did not survive the first day. There is nothing left on the shelves. Even if there were any left, they have probably been cleaned out in the past few days. Xiao Jun's destination was naturally not here, but the supermarket's storage warehouse. After strolling around the mall for a long time, Xiao Jun finally found a sign and went down the stairs to the basement. Unexpectedly, there were several zombies here, 2 of which were obviously assimilated humans. After solving the problem easily, Xiao Jun knew that he had come to the right place. Those 2 humans must be the staff of this supermarket. After the natural disaster ended, they wanted to come here to find food, but they didn't expect to attract zombies. In the end, they not only did not find any food, but also joined the zombies. Xiao Jun easily broke the big lock on the door with a steel knife and pushed open the door of the warehouse. This is a bit too rich. My ring is already filled with nearly 400 kilograms of stuff, and there is still more than 600 kilograms of space left. I thought it was enough, but now it seems that it is still far from enough. Snickers, nuts, chocolate. Only Xiao Jun couldn't imagine that there was nothing that was not here. He really wanted to take them all away. This also made Xiao Jun more eager to find more airdrop boxes. There were too few space equipments, and 500 kilograms was not enough. In the end, Xiao Jun collected 100 kilograms of Snickers, then 100 kilograms of spicy strips, 100 kilograms of various drinks, 100 kilograms of potato chips and other snacks, and finally 100 kilograms of self-heating rice. There really isn't enough space. I only took a little, but it looks like I took nothing. I walked a little further inside and stuffed women's underwear and all kinds of clothes directly into the ring. I took 100 sets first, and then did the same with men's. After all of this was collected, the ring only had a pitiful 25 kilograms of capacity left. Close the door of the warehouse, and when you come back, if you have obtained extra space equipment, you must come again to fill up the space. Walking out of the supermarket, Xiao Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Even if he didn't get the space equipment, what he already had plus what the hotel had would be enough for him and Wan Qianya to live for a long time. There are only 20 minutes left until 9 o'clock. Next, it's time to look for the airdrop box. After turning a corner, Xiao Jun saw a high wall. Airdrop boxes could easily appear in such places. After walking around the wall, I finally found the entrance. It turned out to be the yard of a certain unit. The iron gate at the entrance was closed, but the small door was open. The end of the world comes in the middle of the night, so there are usually no living people in the unit. When I walked into the yard, I saw a few small cars parked inside, but they had all been soaked in water and it was obvious that they could no longer be driven. After walking around the yard, Xiao Jun did not find any airdrop box. Hey, there's a little door here. After passing through the small door, it turned out to be the backyard of the unit. As soon as he entered, Xiao Jun saw a box quietly parked in the middle of the yard. Finally found it. Xiao Jun rushed forward impatiently, and with a light cut of the steel knife, the small lock was opened. The white light still blocked Xiao Jun's sight, and he could only reach in and feel around. A lunchbox, a kettle, and one is gone. Damn, it's a lowest-level airdrop box with only 2 items. Although Xiao Jun had been mentally prepared, he still felt a little disappointed. He had forgotten that in his previous life, he would be excited for several days if he could find a most ordinary airdrop box. It's okay, move on to the next one. There are 10 minutes left until 9 o'clock. If you can't find it, just hope it falls from the sky. Xiao Jun moved at high speed and entered every courtyard he came across. When he reached the 4th courtyard, he finally found the second airdrop box. God bless me, and let me have good luck for once. A lunchbox, something familiar. A high-tech dagger, finally something different has arrived. Xiao Jun seemed to have heard someone say that Wan Qianya's weapon in her previous life was a dagger. At that time, I didn't know she was a woman, and I was wondering how one of the top 10 masters could use a dagger to launch a sneak attack. Now Xiao Jun no longer thinks so. As a woman, and a dancer at that, the light and flexible dagger is indeed more suitable for her. I was also glad that it was a dagger, weighing only about 10 pounds. If it was a steel knife, I wouldn't be able to fit it. A steel knife weighs 60 pounds. After touching the 2 things, the white light had not disappeared yet, and Xiao Jun instantly became alert. As a pure-blooded African, I actually got really lucky this time. I just don't know if this is a top-quality airdrop box or a high-end airdrop box. The top-quality airdrop box, well, Xiao Jun was indeed overthinking it, he really didn't have that luck. But this time, maybe the goddess of luck really favored me, as the 3rd item turned out to be a space equipment, and it was a jade pendant. Space equipment has different shapes, which also indicate different capacities. The ring is the smallest, so it weighs only the least 500 kilograms, while the jade pendant weighs 1,000 kilograms. There are even bigger ones, such as the bracelet, which has a capacity of 5,000 kilograms. In his previous life, Xiao Jun even heard that the Lord Mayor of Future City had a space bag that was said to have a capacity of 100,000 kilograms. This is also the space equipment with the largest capacity discovered by humans in 6 years. Xiao Jun put the jade pendant around his neck, and it disappeared instantly, while a thin line appeared on his neck, as if it was painted on his body. With this jade pendant that can hold 1,000 kilograms of things, Xiao Jun can carry more things. In addition to the jade pendant, Xiao Jun also took out a steel knife, and the last item was a new gadget, a high-tech lighting lamp. A real solar lamp can be used for half a month after the energy storage is full. What this means is that as long as it doesn't rain for the next half month, this thing will not go out. And it charges quickly, fully charging in just 1 hour. The switch is right behind the lamp. I guess I don't need candles anymore, unless I need a certain mood. When Xiao Jun put away the last item, it was 9 o'clock. Just like yesterday, tiny cracks appeared in the sky again, followed by a wave of airdrop rain. Unfortunately, you can't tell the quality difference of the airdrop boxes from their appearance. You have to wait until you open the box to find out. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Xiao Jun chose a direction with relatively more boxes and started running wildly. At this time is money. There must be a lot of people who saw the previous wave, and out of curiosity, many people will definitely look for the box. As long as someone finds something good in it, the news will spread quickly, and then anyone who wants to get the box will have to rely on robbery. Along the way, Xiao Jun still chose not to alarm the zombies, and he had already seen some humans walking out of the house. Most of these people chose to come out after seeing the airdrop box. They are all competitors. Because he had seen the direction clearly, Xiao Jun quickly found an airdrop box. At the same time, another group of people arrived. This is an upscale residential area filled with villas. Communities like this usually don't survive the first 3 days, so it's not good to be too rich. While Xiao Jun was clearing the zombies in his direction, another group of people were also quickly clearing the zombies. Judging from their methods and coordination, it was definitely not their first time killing zombies. Is this a monster? The 7 of us can't kill zombies as fast as him. His 2 knives are really powerful. It would be great if I could snatch them away later. He's just a little brat. I'll fool him a little later and find a chance to kill him. Several voices came into Xiao Jun's mind in succession. He hadn't even thought about killing anyone yet, but someone on the opposite side actually had the intention to kill. It was interesting. For the last 2 zombies, Xiao Jun deliberately slowed down and waited for a while. So, under Xiao Jun's control, 2 groups of people arrived in front of the airdrop box at the same time. Little brother, I see you are so capable, why don't you join our team? The world has become such a mess now, we humans should unite. Hold him steady first, and kill him later. This young man is too powerful. If he comes, my position as the boss will definitely be in jeopardy. Is this the world of adults? They act one way on the surface but another way on the inside, and it's just natural. I want this box. Do you have any objections? The expression on the man's face was awkward. It seemed that he didn't listen to what he said for a long time and just wanted the box. Little brother, this is not very kind of you. We found the box together, and there are 7 of us here. A flash of knife light passed by. Now there are only 6 of you. The box belongs to me. Any objection? You actually killed people. We are both human beings, but you don't help each other and you actually kill each other. You. This voice sounds like the person who just said he was a little kid. Now there are only 5 of you. Do you have any opinions? The remaining 5 people looked at each other, and then ran towards the door frantically. Where did this madman come from? He killed 2 people with just 2 sentences. Watching them go away, Xiao Jun put away the knife in his hand. It would have been better to do this earlier. Instead of giving away his life, he just wanted to. In my previous life, I was lucky enough to come across a lowest-level airdrop box, so I survived the initial period. And now, it's only the 2nd day, and I'm already the 4th one. Even though he has opened the best airdrop boxes, Xiao Jun still maintains awe every time he opens a box. He rubbed his hands and started digging. High-tech steel knife, no surprises. Take out another kettle. No more. Sure enough, the lowest level airdrop boxes are the mainstream. Xiao Jun was not discouraged, because there were countless boxes waiting outside. This situation continued until after 3 in the afternoon. Xiao Jun found 2 more airdrop boxes, but unfortunately they were only the lowest level, which gave him 2 lunch boxes and 2 water bottles. Even low-level airdrop boxes usually produce mostly food, to ensure that everyone does not starve to death. During the search, Xiao Jun also killed a lot of zombies and finally collected 5 first-level mutant crystals. He could go back and help Wan Qianya upgrade. Whether it is to touch the corpse or the box, it has to be a lucky goddess like Wan Qianya. It is not appropriate for me to come from Africa. Moreover, Xiao Jun was somewhat worried about leaving her alone in the hotel. In the early days of the apocalypse, the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to die. Only 3 months later, when the future city is initially built, will beautiful women have the opportunity to choose a strongman to rely on. I'll go back today and let Wan Qianya upgrade, and then we can go out together tomorrow. With me here, I'm not afraid of any danger at this stage. It's almost 4 o'clock now, let's find one last one. It gets dark early in winter, so you have to go back at 5 o'clock at the latest. Otherwise, at night, the zombies will be greatly strengthened, and even you may not have an easy time. After walking for a distance in a random direction, Xiao Jun suddenly heard the sound of human conversation. After identifying it, he found that it should be coming from the yard in front. Xiao Jun tiptoed to the gate and saw dozens of people as soon as he entered. Even though Xiao Jun walked lightly, he was still seen at the first moment. With so many people, Xiao Jun might not be able to win if a fight really breaks out. However, judging from their appearance, they should be divided into several small groups, and they are also wary of each other. Here comes another little brother. Do you want to join us? One more person means more strength. Xiao Jun was still hesitating whether to retreat or not when someone spoke to him. No, I'm used to being alone. Xiao Jun refused without thinking. After saying this, Xiao Jun was about to leave, but another person called him back. Little brother, you seem to be a capable person. Have you ever encountered a box falling from the sky? The person who said this was from another small group. He had a full beard, but he looked very friendly, which was a cute contrast. Don't be afraid, just exchange information. Besides, the items in the boxes are almost the same. If you have any extra, we can exchange them. He was talking to Xiao Jun, but his eyes were fixed on the 2 steel knives in his hands. So that's what's going on. At this stage, the probability of weapons being produced in airdrop boxes is not high. It's only because I opened a lot of them, and I have a top-quality airdrop box and a high-level airdrop box, that I'm not short of weapons. In addition to the 2 swords in his hands, he now also has a steel knife and a dagger in his space equipment. Little brother, how about I exchange this lunchbox with you for a knife? You know, this lunchbox contains 20 rice balls, which are delicious and one can fill a whole body. This seemingly kind-looking bearded man is not a good person. He wants to exchange a lunchbox for a knife. It's too good to be true. A lunchbox can only keep you from starving to death now, but weapons are the foundation for you to become stronger. Little brother, don't listen to him. It's not worth exchanging weapons for food. Why don't you trade with me? I have a dagger here, also made from a box, and it's extremely sharp. A steel knife is too heavy and can only be used for a few strikes. It's not as good as this light dagger. Someone from the 3rd team also stood up. This time it was a scholar who looked weak, but the fact that he could speak on behalf of a team was enough to prove that he was extraordinary. For example, he is thinking in his heart now. You 2 fools, do you really think that someone who can walk here alone with 2 knives in his hands is simple? No one will trade with you if you don't show some real skills. Xiao Jun was somewhat tempted by this suggestion. He had no use for the dagger, but Wan Qianya needed it. I already have a dagger, but I'm still short of one. I already have 4 steel knives, and the 2 extra ones are useless, so I might as well take one out and trade it with him. But Xiao Jun's face remained expressionless, he just glanced in the direction of the dagger occasionally, looking hesitant and moved. This guy is really hard to fool. He looks like he is already tempted, but he just doesn't want to make the exchange. He is really ambitious. How about this, little brother? I won't let you suffer a loss. I'll give you a dagger and a lunchbox in exchange for a knife. What do you think? Little bastard, don't let me meet you alone next time. If I do, I'll make you suffer. What does it mean to smile on the outside but be mean in the heart? This is it. Xiao Jun remained silent, his face showing even more indecision. After waiting for 2 minutes, Xiao Jun nodded in agreement, thinking that it would be impossible to change more. Little brother, bring the steel knife here, and I'll give you the dagger and lunchbox. The scholar's eyes turned and he came up with another idea. Come on, as long as you come to my side, I will call my brothers to take you down. I don't believe that the other 2 groups will fight me just because of this. No need for that. Just throw the thing over here and I'll check it. If it's okay, I'll throw the knife back to you. There are so many of you. You won't be afraid that I'll default on my debt alone, right? It was impossible to do so. Once they entered their encirclement, even if the sinister scholar did not take action, the other 2 groups would definitely take action. Xiao Jun heard clearly what they were thinking. If Big Brother doesn't want to, then I'll leave first. It's going to be dark soon. If I don't leave now, it will be troublesome. The scholar had already cursed Xiao Jun in his heart, but his face remained amiable. There was nothing he could do if Xiao Jun didn't want to come. As Xiao Jun said, time is running out. It is enough to be able to successfully trade for this knife. One more weapon means more combat power on my side, and I can look for more airdrop boxes tomorrow. Xiao Wu, go and give the things to this brother for inspection. It was definitely impossible to throw it to Xiao Jun, and Xiao Jun himself knew it. If he really threw it at him, Xiao Jun would definitely run away. There were zombies everywhere outside, so who would be afraid of whom? The man named Xiao Wu took the dagger and lunchbox from the scholar and walked towards Xiao Jun cautiously. The other 2 groups did not make any other moves and just watched. I opened the lunchbox and saw 20 full rice balls, no problem. Knife. The scholar shouted from behind. While Xiao Wu handed over the dagger, he also stretched out his other hand towards Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun was quick-witted and snatched the dagger, then threw it forward. The deal is done, I'll withdraw first. Xiao Wu shuddered and failed to catch the steel knife. It was not easy to catch a weight of 60 kilograms. The other 2 groups also acted extremely quickly and surrounded them immediately. A war caused by a steel knife was about to break out. All this has nothing to do with Xiao Jun anymore. He now has to go back to the supermarket where he came from, fill up his ring, and return to the hotel before 6 o'clock. After Xiao Jun left, Wan Qianya lazily lay on the sofa in the hotel. Before leaving, Xiao Jun gave her his mobile phone and dozens of power banks so that she could pass the time. There is a comfortable sofa, endless dramas to watch, plus happy water and potato chips. This life is really great. An hour after Xiao Jun left, sneaky sounds were heard at the door. Wan Qianya suddenly became alert, put down her phone, and quietly walked towards the door. Brother Chang, it's difficult to open this door. That guy won't come back suddenly. He has 2 machetes in his hands. A fat man said in a lewd tone. Stop talking nonsense. Aren't you known as the best lockpicker in Star City? If I hadn't protected you, you would have been locked up for decades. Now I ask you to pick a lock and you're still complaining. Brother Chang slapped the fat man in the face. According to the housekeeper, there was a lot of food and water in there. As long as they opened the door, they would not have to worry about food and drink for the next month. Fatty, just focus on driving here. I'll ask the butler to keep an eye on that guy over there. That guy won't be back for a while. Wan Qianya, who was in the house, saw everything through the peephole. She never expected that someone would actually come to pry the door open. And from their conversation, it seems that someone came because he knew that Jungu had stockpiled a large amount of food. What should I do now? Jungu probably won't be back until evening. Even if the door of the presidential suite has its own special anti-theft system, it is only a matter of time before it is broken open. Wan Qianya had no way out. If a woman like her fell into the hands of the other party, she would know the consequences without even thinking about it. Now we can only delay time. What do you want to do? Scare him first. Even if that doesn't work, you can at least buy some time. The fat man's working hand suddenly stopped, and even the wire fell to the ground. Brother Chang, there is someone inside. The fat man before the apocalypse was a thief. When he was halfway through unlocking the door, he found someone inside. There was no need to think about it, because the person must have run away. So, after he said this, he reflexively prepared to run, but unfortunately he was caught back by Brother Chang. 2 more slaps. Why are you running? She's just a woman. As long as you open the door, she will be yours. The fat man immediately became interested. The 2 waiters in the room were also good-looking, but they had been playing with them for several days and were already bored of them. Now that they could change to something new, they were very motivated. I'm telling you, my brother will be back soon. If you don't leave, you will all die then. Wan Qianya did not give up and continued to attack verbally, disrupting the fat man's progress in unlocking the door. Girl, your brother will never come back after he goes out. Don't you see how many zombies are outside? Just open the door honestly, and I'll give you a chance to survive. Otherwise, when we open the door, you will know what happiness is. Wan Qianya stopped talking. It seemed that intimidation was of no use at all. While they were still unlocking the door, Wan Qianya started moving things. She ate 5 first-order mutant crystals in the morning, which greatly enhanced her physical strength, comparable to that of an adult man. First move the cabinet over to support the door. That's not enough, move the sofa over as well. Anyway, Wan Qianya moved all the heavier things in the room to the door. When she got tired, she drank some water and ate something, and then continued moving. More than an hour had passed and the door was already filled with all kinds of furniture, but Wan Qianya was still very nervous. The presidential suite in a 5-star hotel had a very powerful lock. It lasted until noon, when the fat man exclaimed that the door lock was finally opened. Just wait, bitch. I'm going to let you try all 36 positions. Why can't I push it? While the fat man was cursing, the door didn't move at all. Get out of here, you fat bastard. You must be exhausted from having sex with women these days. You can't even open a door. Brother Chang pushed the fat man away and went to open the door himself, but the door remained motionless. Brother Chang, this woman is holding so many things behind the door, no wonder we can't push it open. Through the crack in the door, the fat man seemed to have discovered something and quickly told Brother Chang. Shit, this woman is quite difficult to deal with. I don't believe that a door can stop me today. Break it down. Including the butler, 4 people came over. Wan Qianya was no longer wearing just a shirt, but had put on Xiao Jun's cotton coat, with a pair of trousers underneath. She did not have the habit of exposing herself casually. Seeing the 4 people coming together, her heart rose to her throat, fearing that the door would be kicked open in the next second. With the combined efforts of 4 people, the gap in the door became even bigger. Wan Qianya hurried over and pushed the sofa hard, trying to push the door back. Brother Chang, this girl is so pretty. You promised to give her to me. Looking at Wan Qianya inside, the fat man was almost drooling. Compared with her, the 2 waitresses in the room were simply useless. A hint of greed flashed across Brother Chang's face. Once the door was opened, he would have to do it himself. Here you go, here you go. Look at your potential. Break the door open first and you'll have everything. The 4 of them were pushing from the outside, and Wan Qianya was holding on from the inside. If it weren't for the hundreds of kilograms of furniture blocking the way, they would have been pushed away long ago. Time passed by minute. What are you doing? Why are you forcing someone's door open here? A question suddenly came from the corridor. Wan Qianya suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. There must be more than just these people on this floor. If they made some noise, maybe some kind-hearted people would come out to stop them. Things really went according to Wan Qianya's wishes, and soon, more and more people came to the corridor. Everyone, come and see, there are people here who want to break into my door and bully a weak woman like me. If they bully me today, they might break down your door tomorrow. Hearing the noise in the corridor, Wan Qianya shouted immediately. This shout was so loud that several men stood up immediately. The fat guy was just a petty thief before, and he was almost scared to death when he saw this scene. Although Brother Chang is a gangster and a small leader, he is not very smart, and he was a little scared when he saw so many people surrounding him. My fellow countrymen, listen to me. At the critical moment, the butler stood up. We are all compatriots. How can we kill each other? Aren't we all here waiting for rescue? The main thing is that the girl inside has a whole room of food, countless canned goods, and hundreds of boxes of mineral water. In this critical moment, shouldn't we humans unite? Her behavior of monopolizing the food is too shameful, so we resorted to this desperate measure. Wan Qianya had cursed this housekeeper 1,000 times in her heart. He was more hateful than that fat guy and that brother Chang. No wonder the old saying goes, hooligans are not to be feared, what is to be feared is hooligans with culture. Really? How do you prove she has a lot of food there? There were still 1 or 2 sober people in the crowd who did not directly believe the butler. Don't listen to their nonsense. They are just attracted by my beauty and want to bully a weak woman like me. Wan Qianya was a little anxious, afraid that others would believe them. Everyone, I am the housekeeper of this hotel. I am sure someone here has seen me. I was originally the one serving this presidential suite. Just one day before the end of the world, the owner of this room purchased a large amount of supplies, and I personally helped him deliver them up here. If you still don't believe me, then let this girl open the door for everyone to see. If there are no supplies, we will leave immediately. With so many of you here, you are not afraid of what we might do, right? In just a few words, the butler had already understood the hearts of these people. What they are afraid of is that this group of people are really tempted by women. They also have wives and children, and many of them are hiding here with their families. If they don't help others today, they might be the next one. But if there really are a lot of supplies in this house, maybe they will help. Who wants to starve when there is food? I recognize this person. He is indeed the hotel's housekeeper. Yes, I recognize it. Little sister, why don't you open the door and let them see? If there is really nothing, they will definitely not dare to do anything wrong. The wind has begun to turn to the other side. Before the end of the world, this group of people were well-known figures. But now, for some uncertain food, they have revealed such faces. It is really sad. Wan Qianya stopped talking. She had already understood that having food but being weak was a sin in this doomsday world. At this moment, Wan Qianya wanted to become stronger than ever before. See. She stopped talking and acquiesced. Fellow countrymen, in the face of disaster, we should have united and waited for rescue, but there are always some selfish people who would rather waste the food than share it with us. Let's come together, push open the door, and everyone can eat for a long time while waiting for rescue together. Some people have already started to be tempted. This butler is really good at speaking. It is clearly an immoral thing, but he has put himself in a commanding position. After a few minutes, someone finally couldn't help it and came over to help push it together, talking as they pushed. Little girl, if there is no food, I will apologize to you then. If there is food, we will never hurt you. Just take a little food and leave. Wan Qianya gritted her teeth and leaned against the sofa. She felt disgusted to say a word to such a hypocritical person. Everyone, work harder. Come over and help out, guys. We'll share the food later. Encouraged by the housekeeper, several people who were still hesitating joined them. There is strength in numbers. With a few more people added, Wan Qianya's side could no longer hold on and the door was pushed open little by little. When the gap in the door became large enough, Wan Qianya gave up. She tightly grasped the 2 kitchen knives that Xiao Jun left for her and stood at the door of the inner room. How long will it take to eat so much food? The first person who rushed in saw the room full of food at a glance. Soon after, other people also came in. When they saw that the room was indeed full of food, everyone's eyes lit up. Even if these survivors had food, there was very little left. Some of them had gone without food for a day or 2. Now seeing so much food, they couldn't help but tremble. Soda, my favorite. When a man saw the soda, he didn't care about anything else. He rushed over, opened a bottle and started drinking it happily. Someone took the lead, and others followed suit and started picking up the food. Wan Qianya said nothing, holding the kitchen knife tightly in her hand, staring at these people intently, wanting to memorize the appearance of each of them. Hurry, move the things first. Brother Chang quickly called the other 3 people. Although there were a lot of things here, who would complain that they didn't have enough food? Everyone wished they could grow 3 heads and 6 arms so that they could carry more back at one time. No matter how much food there was, it could not withstand their looting. Soon, all the things piled in the living room were moved out, and no one thought it was a robbery. There must be something inside the room, otherwise why would she be guarding there? Not only did someone shout, but everyone looked over. There's nothing in the room. If anyone dares to come over, they will have a hard time. Wan Qianya raised the kitchen knife in her hand. They had already obtained a lot of food and would definitely not be willing to fight with her at this time. Little girl, you are joking. We are helping each other. When this crisis is over, I will give you the money, 10 times the amount. Yes, we'll give you the money. I'm the boss of XXX Company. You have to trust me. A group of hypocritical people smiled awkwardly. Since they had already gotten what they wanted, they decided to go back first. Even if there was food in the bedroom, they believed there would not be much. In a blink of an eye, everyone ran back to their rooms, leaving only Wan Qianya, Brother Chang, and the other 4. Girl, do you know how to use a knife? Why are you holding it so high? Do you want Brother Chang to teach you? Seeing that everyone else had left, Brother Chang became bolder again. This woman had to get it. If she hadn't shouted, the food would have been hers. I'll chop down anyone who comes forward. Although she was very scared, Wan Qianya's hands were steady. Fatty, don't you want this little girl? Go ahead, subdue her, and she'll be yours. Being pointed at by 2 shiny kitchen knives, Brother Chang was still a little worried. What if he got hit? There wouldn't even be anything to bandage the wound. Brother Chang, she has a knife, so why not just forget it? The fat man looked at the 2 kitchen knives with fear. Compared with women, his life is more important. Waste. Even though they cursed at each other, Brother Chang didn't dare to do it himself, so the 2 sides were in an awkward situation. Brother Chang, she has no food now. If we let her starve for 2 days, she will come to beg us for food. Besides, we don't know when her lover will come back, so let's go back first. Speaking of Xiao Jun, Brother Chang was still a little scared. It was not because he was afraid of him, but mainly because of the 2 steel knives in his hands, which looked not ordinary stuff. Okay, let's go back first. This time, the whole floor participated in snatching their food. I don't believe her brother can do anything when he comes back. After discussing it, they decided to go back first. This girl is a bit fierce, so they starve her for a few days. Maybe her lover will sell her to them by then. Several people left quickly, and it was not until she heard the sound of the door closing opposite that Wan Qianya relaxed a little. After she closed the door, she could no longer hold back and sat in the corner with her legs hugged, crying. After all, she is just a 20-year-old girl. The house was in a mess, as if many people had been there. The place where the food was piled was empty, not even a bottle of water was left. Wan Qianya sat in the corner, hugging herself and sobbing quietly. This is what Xiao Jun saw when he entered the door. He knew that the end of the world would be chaotic, but he didn't expect that chaos would come upon him so soon. The moment she saw Xiao Jun, Wan Qianya was like a wrong child seeing her father, and her sobbing turned into loud tears. Xiao Jun put down the knife in his hand and squatted in front of Wan Qianya. Wan Qianya hugged Xiao Jun tightly and buried her head in his chest, as if only in this way could she find a sense of security. Xiao Jun said nothing, but just patted her back gently with his hand. After a while, Wan Qianya finally stopped crying, but her nose still twitched from time to time. Coke, do you want to drink it? Xiao Jun took out a bottle of her favorite happy water and a box of chocolates. Wan Qianya had indeed not eaten for a day, and had been confronting them for quite a long time. She was already exhausted, and it was only through her willpower that she did not faint. I want to become stronger, I want to become stronger. Xiao Jun didn't ask anything, but took out 5 first-level mutant crystals. Wan Qianya grabbed it and didn't care that it was dug out from the zombie's brain. She swallowed it all in one gulp. The upgrade will be a short process, which cannot be disturbed. Xiao Jun sat quietly by the side and watched, waiting for her upgrade to be completed. After a few minutes, Wan Qianya suddenly opened her eyes. She had successfully upgraded and became a first-level mutant. Don't use the kitchen knife anymore. I'll give you a gift. 2 high-tech daggers were placed in front of Wan Qianya. Wan Qianya picked them up with joy and waved them a few times uncontrollably. It was obvious that she liked them very much. Sure enough, some people are born to be strong. For most women, even in the end times, they would be happier with a bag of potato chips than a dagger. Let's go get back what was stolen by someone. I know you can hear me. Whoever stole my things today, I'll give you a chance. Hand them over within 5 minutes. Xiao Jun was standing in the middle of the corridor with 2 steel knives in his hands. Wan Qianya was following behind him, feeling a little nervous. Time passed by minute, but no one chose to come out. Everyone kept their doors closed, looking as if it had nothing to do with them. When the 5 minutes were up, a hint of disappointment flashed across Xiao Jun's eyes. Although he had already anticipated the result, it was only a few days before the end of the world. Could these people have already learned the rules of survival? He randomly picked a room and with one cut, the sturdy security door was split open. The destructive power caused by 6 times the strength plus the sharp steel knife made Xiao Jun very satisfied. What are you doing? Why are you breaking into my room? Someone is killing someone. As soon as I entered the door, a sharp female voice was heard and a strong light shone over. There was only a woman in the room, holding a child of 3 or 4 years old. They didn't rob. Wan Qianya said something in a low voice behind her, but immediately, she saw the food placed in the living room. The house is so small, will it be useful to hide there? Under the illumination of the strong flashlight, every corner of the room could be seen clearly, but no one was seen. It seemed that the person was hiding in the room. Xiao Jun didn't have time to waste with them. He kicked the woman down and put the steel knife directly on her neck. Come out, or else the food will be gone and the people will die too. The door of the room opened, and a man wearing glasses walked out tremblingly. You can't kill people. The law won't let you off. That means the law will let off the robbery. The man stopped talking and looked at Xiao Jun's knife, his legs shaking. Jump down by yourself. I won't kill your wife and daughter. I'll leave 3 days of food for them. Whether they can survive or not depends on their own luck. The man trembled even more violently. He didn't want his wife and children to die, and he didn't want to die himself even more. Help! Someone's killing someone. You'll be next. The heart-wrenching cries echoed further in the silent night. Many zombies outside gathered downstairs, looking up blankly at the source of the sound, probably thinking about how to jump up. He shouted 3 or 4 times in a row, but unfortunately no one came out to save him. A feeling of despair emerged in his heart. Noisy. Xiao Jun came in front of him in 2 steps, cut him lightly with his knife, and the sound stopped abruptly. Then Xiao Jun waved his hand, and all the food they had looted disappeared and was collected by Xiao Jun into the space equipment. Ah, murder, murder. The man died so quickly that it took the woman a while to react. Her screams became louder, accompanied by the crying of the little girl. Just because I don't like killing women doesn't mean I won't do it. With just one word, the woman immediately shut up. He even held his daughter tightly with both hands, fearing that her crying would anger the killer in front of him. Next. Wan Qianya didn't think there was anything wrong with Xiao Jun's behavior. If you do something wrong, you have to take responsibility. If I didn't have a knife during the day, I would have become that Brother Chang's plaything by now, and these people are accomplices. After breaking into the room, no one thought of even asking the Changgu and his 4 companions to let them go. They all hurriedly grabbed the food and closed the door. He followed the same procedure to open the second door. There were 2 brothers inside, but no women. Xiao Jun killed them both swiftly and took back the food that belonged to him. The third one. Before Xiao Jun went to the third house, most of the doors on this floor opened and more than a dozen people walked out. Little brother, you've killed several people, it's time to calm down. A successful middle-aged man with a beer belly said bravely. Yes, this matter has nothing to do with us. It's mainly about the 4 people in that room. If you want revenge, just go find them. Someone else echoed. Little brother, How about this? We return the food to you and let this matter go. What do you think? It seems that Beer Belly is the temporary negotiation leader of this group of people. Jump down yourself. I will leave 3 days' worth of food for each of your wives and children. Want to just get away with it after you've done something? That won't work with Xiao Jun. Who do you think you are? Just having 2 knives is a big deal. There are more than a dozen of us here. How many can you kill? You are forcing us. A man in his 30s rushed forward, but before he could finish his words, his body was split in 2. So what if I force you? The 6 years of the apocalypse have taught Xiao Jun a lesson. No matter how powerful a monster is, you can find a way to defeat it, but you cannot guard against the evil heart of human beings. Jump or I'll give you a ride. For people living in prosperous times, the shock of witnessing a murder scene is greater than they imagined. If you fight him, he only has 2 knives, you're afraid. He still only said half of his words when Xiao Jun's knife accurately found the person who was causing the trouble. Let me dance, 1 minute. Although they were all going to die, Xiao Jun didn't want them to die so easily. He just wanted to let others know how cruel he was so that no one would dare to provoke him. When the countdown reached 5 seconds, the dozen or so people on the opposite side were in chaos. Some rushed towards Xiao Jun, shouting that they wanted to die together, while some quickly fled back to their rooms. Only one person chose to jump down, probably because he was scared out of his wits by Xiao Jun. He knocked down all the people who rushed over like chopping melons and vegetables. Wan Qianya behind him couldn't help but vomited. Xiao Jun just stood there and watched silently, neither helping nor saying anything. She had to adapt to all this on her own. Xiao Jun had already memorized the few people who had just escaped back to the room. When Wan Qianya felt better, Xiao Jun chopped open all the doors with a few casual moves. One of them even took an iron object and hid behind the door, trying to launch a sneak attack on Xiao Jun, but unfortunately he really overestimated his own strength. All the food was taken back. As for the women and children in the room, Xiao Jun ignored them and left them to fend for themselves. The men who jumped off the building didn't even tell us which room he was from. So just assume he was a bachelor and you can save 3 days' worth of food. Did you see it clearly? Is there anything you missed? After killing a round, Xiao Jun asked Wan Qianya who had stood up. No more. The only ones left are the 4 who pried open the door. From the beginning of the conversation, Xiao Jun knew the general cause of the incident, so he deliberately did not cause trouble for those 4 people, but left it to the end. Brother Chang and the others had known about the commotion outside for a long time, but they chose not to go out. As the initiators of the incident, they would definitely not be forgiven. At this time, they were hiding on both sides of the door, holding various hard weapons in their hands, waiting for Xiao Jun to break the door. Fatty, what's the matter with you holding the TV remote control? Go change it to something harder. If it weren't for the extra strength of one more person, Brother Chang would have wanted to kill the fat man himself. Is this it? Xiao Jun's voice could be heard from outside the door. Brother Chang's hands were sweating as he held the stick. The fat man who was changing to a clothes-drying rack was even worse, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Bang. With a loud bang, the door broke. A figure walked in, and Brother Chang didn't think twice and raised his stick to hit Xiao Jun on the head. But Xiao Jun was prepared and kicked Chang hard, sending him flying 2 meters away. The remaining 3 people were so stunned at their movements. Are these still human beings? What kind of monster did we rob? A strong light shone over, and several people's eyes were blinded and they could hardly open them. Xiao Jun kicked each of them, making the 4 of them kneel side by side in front. The fat man even let out a sound like a pig being slaughtered. It hurts. Xiao Jun had no interest in talking to these 4 people. He waved his hand and asked Wan Qianya to come forward. You come. Wan Qianya's hand holding the dagger was also shaking a little. Although she hated these people to the core, if she were to kill them with her own hands, that would be a completely different matter. If pushing one's roommates out is an instinct for survival, then killing these 4 people is completely evil. In her previous life, Wan Qianya should have suffered for several days under the pursuit of zombies turned by her roommates. She was tortured by the double pressure of body and mind, and finally turned evil and killed her roommates. In this life, under the coercion of Xiao Jun, although she still killed her roommate who turned into a zombie, due to the lack of those mental journeys, her transformation to the dark side was not complete. After last night's dedication, she showed signs of returning to being a little girl. What happened today, although not for a long time, was a huge change to her worldview. The high concentration throughout the whole process, even nearly causing her to collapse at one point, slowly chilled her heart. Now the only thing left is the last step, killing the person with one's own hands. Yes, come on. Think about it carefully. If I'm not here, even if you can hold on today, what about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? Your final outcome will be either starving to death and being fed to zombies, or becoming their plaything. Think about it carefully. Xiao Jun was not in a hurry. He could wait for a whole night. However, the 4 people in front of him seemed unable to afford to play and were struggling to get up. Another one-on-one kick, fair and just. This time, the 4 of them fell completely to the ground and couldn't move. You will definitely get retribution for killing people at will. As if they knew their own fate, several people became tougher and started to curse Xiao Jun in various ways. You guys can't do that. Swearing at someone without mentioning their mother is as hurtful as scraping. The scene fell silent for a while. What kind of person is this? He can't be beaten, and he is completely immune to scolding. He is so cruel and ruthless. Are you sure he is the new youth of the new century? You 4 are useless. You can't fight or scold. It's a waste of air to be alive. You might as well just feed the zombies. As he spoke, Xiao Jun was ready to take action. It was not worth wasting time on these pieces of trash. I'll do it. The enhancement of the first-order mutant increased Wan Qianya's speed a lot. As soon as she finished speaking, she came in front of the 4 people, facing their frightened gazes, and raised the dagger in her hand. After returning to the room, Xiao Jun kept looking at Wan Qianya who was standing beside him. He endured it again and again, but finally said it out. It's wrong for you to use a dagger like that. A dagger is a skillful move. You might as well use a knife if you stab with such force. Xiao Jun sighed in his heart. The top 10 masters of the previous life still have a long way to go. I know. After coming back, Wan Qianya sat in a corner of the sofa without saying a word. The stimulation she had received tonight was greater than anything she had experienced in her entire life. First, he witnessed Xiao Jun's bloody massacre with his own eyes, and later he killed 4 people with his own hands. This is not a zombie. No matter how much a zombie looks like a human, it is still a monster, and there will not be much psychological pressure in killing it. But 4 lives were lost at her hands, and this immediate shock made her feel very panicked. If he hadn't vomited once in the corridor, he would probably have continued vomiting for a while. Xiao Jun could also understand Wan Qianya's feelings. In my previous life, I was forced to kill someone for the first time, and my performance was even worse than hers. Have a good sleep, and you'll be fine tomorrow. Xiao Jun believed that she could adapt quickly. In the early days of the apocalypse, time was too important, and there would not be enough time for her to adapt slowly. Hold me. There's still blood on him. Kiss me. There's blood, ah. Everyone has their own way of venting. Xiao Jun didn't expect Wan Qianya's way of venting was so direct. The bodies of first-order mutants also allowed the 2 to experience more happiness. When the first ray of morning light shone through the window onto the sofa, Xiao Jun opened his eyes. Xiao Jun couldn't remember exactly when he fell asleep, but he knew that Wan Qianya had been hanging on him all night. A pleasant moan was heard, Wan Qianya's long eyelashes moved slightly, and then she slowly opened her beautiful big eyes. This goblin, Xiao Jun felt like he was about to make some move again. I looked at the time. It was already 8:40. The airdrop rain would start in 20 minutes. I couldn't delay any longer. There would be plenty of time later. As time was running out, the 2 of them each ate a rice ball. Xiao Jun had the spicy flavor, while Wan Qianya had the seafood flavor. With yesterday's lesson, Xiao Jun believed that no one would dare to break in today, and there were not many people left on the 21st floor. The body was still lying in the corridor, with no one dealing with it. Are there any living men? Clean up the bodies. Give me a bottle of water and a loaf of bread. This is already considered very generous. After shouting twice, a door suddenly opened and a boy who looked underage walked out. I hope these eyesores won't be here anymore when I come back. Oh, and they don't have to be moved far away. Just throw them down. There's absolutely no pollution. Xiao Jun pointed to the window in the corridor and dropped a bottle of water and a piece of bread. There are more and more zombies in the hall every day, and the streets are also crowded. According to this trend, we won't be able to look for airdrop boxes with peace of mind tomorrow. When the number of zombies reaches a certain level, you can no longer escape by moving, and you can only kill them head-on. Can you do it? Can. Wan Qianya raised the dagger in her hand, full of confidence. After a series of fierce operations, the zombies in the hall were cleared out again, and Wan Qianya started her good luck as a tomb robber for the day. There were a total of 37 corpses, and she took out 6 first-order mutant crystals. Compared with this, Xiao Jun's hands yesterday looked like they had touched shit. In addition to upgrading, mutant crystals can also be used to restore physical strength and heal injuries. They have many uses, and each one is very practical. After collecting the mutant crystal, it was already 9 o'clock. It's already this late, so we might as well wait for the airdrop rain to pass and choose a route for today. 5 minutes was not a long time, and the crack in the sky closed again. I don't know if it was because of Wan Qianya, but their luck was too good today. An airdrop box fell right in front of them, killing several zombies in the process. I'll kill, and you open the box. The two of them divided the tasks, with Xiao Jun leading the way and leaving as soon as Wan Qianya finished unpacking the box. Come on, you idiots. Xiao Jun rushed out of the hotel door first and ran quickly around the airdrop box, attracting dozens of zombies nearby. Facing dozens of zombies at the same time in an open area, even if their strength was weakened during the day, it was not something Xiao Jun could handle at this stage, and he could only fight and retreat. Wan Qianya seized the opportunity, immediately ran to the airdrop box, and opened the small lock with a dagger. This was her first time touching a box. She had only touched a corpse before, and she felt a little excited. A high-tech lunchbox and a high-tech kettle. The light had not yet gone out, and Xiao Jun, who had been holding on the other side, also became excited. I knew I had to let Wan Qianya do the unboxing. It's much cooler than doing it myself. The first one is to start at an advanced level. The third item is a comic book. What the hell is this? An average comic book to kill time. This is so funny. In this apocalypse, time counts and you created this thing to help me kill time. Skip this. The fourth item is high-tech combat uniform. He actually touched the clothes, even Xiao Jun who was standing beside him was stunned. The drop rate of clothes is much lower than that of weapons, almost comparable to space equipment. I didn't expect Wan Qianya to actually touch one. This box is worth it just for this one thing. Sure enough, the last item was another lunch box, and this box was prepared for this combat uniform. Put on your clothes and run eastwards later. The high-tech combat suit will automatically adjust its size according to your body shape after you put it on. It is very easy to use. After Wan Qianya put it on, she looked more heroic and like a general. Brother Jun, it's done. Xiao Jun suddenly turned around and attacked left and right, killing 6 or 7 zombies in a row. Then he immediately ran towards the east. He definitely had no time to touch the corpses at this time. In front, find a wall, climb over it, and go in. The best way to avoid being chased by zombies is to climb over the wall. Zombies have no intelligence and only know how to rush around recklessly. If you climb over a higher wall, they won't be able to find you, provided that you can climb over it quickly. This is not difficult for Wan Qianya, a first-level mutant. I studied dance and have excellent body flexibility. After upgrading, my flexibility has doubled in all aspects and I can now climb a high wall beautifully. Xiao Jun followed closely behind, and with a little help, he easily climbed over the wall in an instant. The zombies following behind him failed to break in time and crashed into the wall one after another, making a bang 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 sound that was painful to hear. Xiao, you. After landing, Xiao Jun was just about to ask Wan Qianya how she was, then he saw an airdrop box in front of her. Damn, is this the favor of the goddess of luck? I missed out so much by not bringing her out yesterday. Brother Jun, this is an airdrop box, right? Wan Qianya rubbed her hands excitedly. Before coming out, Junge said that finding this thing was the biggest task in the past few days, and he also said that it all depends on herself. I was a little nervous at first, as Jun put all the pressure on himself. I didn't expect it to be so easy to find. I just had to climb over a wall. Give me what you have and drive. Xiao Jun was also a little excited. He met two of them in a row when he went out, and he would definitely return with a full load today. Wan Qianya touched it, and it was a common lunchbox and water bottle two-piece set. When she was about to touch it again, the light disappeared. Wan Qianya pouted, slapped the box a few times angrily, and looked unhappy. Well, there are the most low-level boxes. That's normal. Water and food are necessities. Xiao Jun smiled and touched her head, and the two set sail again. Xiao Jun let Wan Qianya go freely on the next route, relying entirely on her feelings. In the morning, the two of them actually found 5 more airdrop boxes. Although they were all of the lowest level, Xiao Jun was still very excited. Take a break and eat something. After touching the last airdrop box, Xiao Jun decided to rest for a while. A large pile of potato chips and spicy strips, as well as a few bottles of drinks were taken out from the space. Xiao Jun didn't mind and just sat on the ground, with Wan Qianya snuggling beside him. Although rice balls taste good, their main function is to fill you up and they cannot satisfy your appetite. In a few months, these things that I took out can be replaced by a woman of Wan Qianya's level to spend the night with me. While taking a break, Xiao Jun also roughly sorted out his gains. Now, the total things taken out from the airdrop box are 15 lunch boxes, 13 water bottles, 3 steel knives, 2 daggers, 1 is a replacement, 2 sets of combat uniforms, 1 lighting lamp, and a comic book. Just the lunch boxes and water were enough for the two of them to live on for half a year. Compared with Xiao Jun's previous life, this start was like heaven and hell. Perhaps their good luck had run out in the morning, and until around 3 in the afternoon, the two did not encounter a single airdrop box. One of them accidentally alarmed the zombies and was chased twice. Fortunately, they were agile and managed to escape. Of course, it was not without gain. A total of 32 first-order mutant crystals were obtained. The two perverts joining forces is like a dimensionality reduction attack at this stage. Coupled with Wan Qianya's lucky halo, if this continues, Xiao Jun will have a good chance of reaching the second level. Brother Jun, look, there's an airdrop box over there. In the middle of the wide road, a box was placed there. The two observed it from a distance and confirmed that it was undoubtedly an airdrop box. Wait, there's a problem. Xiao Jun grabbed Wan Qianya, and not only did he not move forward, he retreated further away. Brother Jun, what's wrong? Don't we want that box? Wan Qianya was a little puzzled. Although the box was in the middle of the road, there were only 5 or 6 zombies wandering around there. With the strength of 2 people, they could kill them with just a few swords. Those zombies are newly mutated. There's something wrong with this place. Xiao Jun's face was heavy and his eyes were fixed on that side, trying to see something. New mutation. Under Xiao Jun's guidance, Wan Qianya also gained some understanding of this doomsday. The new mutation means that they are all living people who were infected and then turned into zombies. Do they also want to touch the box and get infected? Xiao Jun nodded. Things are definitely not as simple as they seem, but no matter how hard he racked his brains, he could not figure out what was so strange at the beginning of the apocalypse. After observing for a while, Xiao Jun did not find any other heresy, but he was still shrouded in a trace of uneasiness. Forget it, let's go and bypass this place. The first important rule for surviving in the apocalypse is to be careful. The second important rule for surviving in the apocalypse is don't be curious. Anyone with curiosity becomes fertilizer for the zombies. Wan Qianya had no objection, but she felt a little sorry for missing a box. This was the first box she encountered in the afternoon, and maybe something good could be found in it. The uneasiness in his heart seemed to be getting heavier. Xiao Jun no longer hesitated and pulled Wan Qianya away. Although she was unwilling, Wan Qianya had no choice but to follow Xiao Jun to evacuate. Before leaving, she reluctantly looked back in the direction of the airdrop box. Brother Jun, be careful. Xiao Jun chopped back reflexively, but a black shadow flashed by and missed. Xia, are you okay? The speed of the black shadow just now was so fast that Wan Qianya was knocked down before she could react. No, nothing. There was an obvious claw mark on Wan Qianya's chest. If she hadn't been wearing a high-tech combat suit, this blow would have taken her life. Why did this damn thing appear at this time? Stay away and don't come over here. On Xiao Jun's left side, a zombie was looking at Xiao Jun. All his inner insecurity came from it. This is a second-level zombie, and its fingers have evolved into sharp claws. The second-level zombies are stronger, have simple intelligence, and are not affected by sunlight, so they are the same day or night. According to Xiao Jun's experience in his previous life, this thing should appear 1 month after the end of the world. Why did he encounter it now? Could it be because of the butterfly effect caused by his rebirth? But the opponent would not give him time to think about this problem. If the first attack failed, the second attack would come again. The second-level zombies are a bit stronger than the second-level mutants in terms of hard power. If Xiao Jun hadn't taken the advanced mutation potion, he might not have been able to withstand even the first attack. If you can't hide, you can only fight with all your strength. Gripping the steel knife tightly in his hand, Xiao Jun took the lead in launching an attack. He wanted to attract the zombies' attention so that Wan Qianya could run to a safe place. Xiao Jun was originally a retired soldier, and after 6 years of experience in the apocalypse, he had developed his own system of swordsmanship. He blocked the attack with his left hand and wielded 2 steel knives weighing more than 60 kilograms in his hands like a bullet. This beast is really strong. After 1 round of attacks, Xiao Jun twisted his shoulders and his hands were numb from the shock. If this continued, he might not be its match. Wan Qianya had already run to the end of the road and hid in a corner watching the situation here. Although she was very confident in Xiao Jun's strength, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous and was sweating for Xiao Jun. With that blow just now, she truly felt the breath of death. After another round of confrontation, Xiao Jun seemed to be at a disadvantage. He was suppressed and beaten by the zombie. He could only defend passively and had no chance to fight back at all. No, I have to go help him. Wan Qianya became even more anxious. She wanted to run away, but her heart wouldn't allow it. She clenched the dagger in her hand, as if this could give her a little sense of security. Wan Qianya crouched down and slowly approached the battlefield. This is a perfect opportunity. The zombie's weakness is the head, no matter what level they are. Xiao Jun also saw Wan Qianya's actions, but he no longer had the energy to pay attention to her. 5 meters. At this distance, Wan Qianya could reach behind the zombie in the next second with a full burst of strength. But she still chose not to attack, and moved closer. 3 meters. Wan Qianya suddenly exerted force with her legs, and the sound of wind alerted the zombies. With a sideways movement, the dagger pierced the zombie's shoulder and neck. Bang. Wan Qianya flew out again, but fortunately at the last moment, she twisted her body in an incredible posture, avoiding the fatal attack on her head and blocking the attack with her chest again. Die. The steel knife chopped hard on the back of the zombie's head. Xia. Xiao Jun carefully checked her whole body 2 or 3 times, and only felt relieved after confirming that there were no wounds. Cough. I'm fine, it's just, cough, my breasts are going to be deflated. You won't dislike me any more in the future, will you? Xiao Jun was a little amused and helpless. What was this girl thinking? Even if it became smaller, she could just rub it back. He took out a first-order mutant crystal and asked Wan Qianya to take it. This thing can not only be used to upgrade, but also to heal injuries and cure diseases. Next, it's time to harvest. A second-level zombie. I should have been the first one to kill a second-level zombie in the world, but it was a pity that there was no achievement or anything. Let Wan Qianya recover here. Xiao Jun ran over and killed all the zombies next to the airdrop box. The corpses and airdrop boxes are waiting for Wan Qianya to touch. This kind of thing has to be done by the goddess of luck herself. Touch the body first. This is probably the first corpse of a second-level zombie in the world. Second-order mutant crystal, it really exists. When he saw the light green mutant crystal in Wan Qianya's hand, Xiao Jun, who was always calm, couldn't help but shout out. The probability of producing a second-level mutant crystal is about 1 in 20. Even this can be felt out. It is confirmed that Wan Qianya is a cheater. Those first-level zombies didn't have any mutation crystals, probably because they had been infected not long ago. But this is no longer important. A second-level mutant crystal is worth 10. Next is the airdrop box. The afternoon is almost over, and this may be the only one this afternoon. Space ring. The first one is the space equipment. What kind of box is this? Xiao Jun began to look forward to it. Xiao Jun already had a ring and a jade pendant, so he asked Wan Qianya to bind the ring to herself. It would be much more convenient to keep some things with her in the future. This thing is a bit big. The second Wan Qianya was dragged out with both hands. The high-tech bathtub can accommodate 2 people bathing at the same time when placed. You don't need to add water to the bathtub. It will actively absorb water molecules from the air to store water. It can be filled up once every 24 hours and can be used twice after one storage. When seeing this thing, Xiao Jun didn't think it was a big deal, but Wan Qianya was about to jump up. For a woman, especially a young and beautiful woman like Wan Qianya, not being able to take a bath is a torture. Now that I have this bathtub, I can take a bath every day. You are so excited, just keep it and use it when you get back. Wan Qianya nodded like a chick pecking at rice and continued to reach into the box. Common mutation potion. When Xiao Jun saw this thing, his eyes narrowed. Top-level airdrop box, 100% yes, no doubt about it. Ordinary mutation mixture. After taking it, it can change genes and greatly improve the basic physical quality. Note, high-level elixirs will cover the effects of low-level elixirs. It turns out that this thing has limitations. Xiao Jun thought it could be used again. Even if the ordinary one is only improved by twice, it can still allow him to upgrade to a higher level. It seems that the bug that I could think of has been fixed long ago. You ate it. Wan Qianya was a little hesitant. Wouldn't it be a waste to eat such a good thing for herself? I've taken it before, and it doesn't work for me anymore. After hearing Xiao Jun's explanation, Wan Qianya happily took the mutation potion. It should be doubled, right? 2 minutes later, Wan Qianya opened her eyes and said somewhat unconfidently. Double, almost. Xiao Jun had a rough idea in his mind. He had the ordinary and advanced ones, and he didn't know if there was anything better. This method of improving the basic physical quality was like a cheat, which could ensure that he would always be invincible at the same level. Wan Qianya was fine and continued to touch the box. 3 good things appeared in succession at the beginning, and then 5 kettles were given in succession. This is too perfunctory. There is no change at all. Wan Qianya's heart was hurt and she almost didn't want to leave. She continued to reach out her hand only after Xiao Jun's persuasion. 9th. Puff. Xiao Jun couldn't help it and gave her another kettle. Was he trying to tell her that women are made of water? This is the last one. Hurry up and finish it. It will be dark soon. Wan Qianya reluctantly reached out her hand for the last time. High-tech tent. An ordinary tent, a favorite of soldiers in the field, with an interior space of 200 square meters. Good stuff. 3 months after the end of the world begins, mankind will experience another disaster, a global earthquake. By then, no matter how high the buildings are, they will all collapse and humans will be homeless. It was also after that incident that most of the zombies in the city were crushed to death. The survivors, under the leadership of several teams, cleansed the remaining zombies in the city and built the city of the future on the ruins. But because of the fear of another earthquake, the buildings in the city were not allowed to exceed 2 floors, and the house became a symbol of status. Most of the lower-class people could only have a very small space in a designated area, which could only accommodate a small bed. Xiao Jun lived in such a place in his previous life. Pack all your things and get ready to go back. Now is not the time to study. I will do it slowly when I get home in the evening. On the way back, Xiao Jun became more careful, fearing that he would encounter a second-level zombie again. Perhaps it was because of good luck or because there were so few level 2 zombies, but the two of them finally returned to the hotel safely before nightfall. On the way, they also met 2 other gangs. Xiao Jun discovered that after killing the zombies, they would also search the zombies' bodies. It seemed that they also knew the secret of the mutant crystal. If I had known this, in the previous life, this secret was not discovered by humans for the first time until 5 days later, and then it was spread. That period also caused a wave of zombie-killing craze. And now, only 3 days have passed, and 2 groups of people know this secret, so the matter can be considered semi-public. All of this reveals a bit of weirdness, not only this, but also the early appearance of the second-level zombies. All this indicates that the timeline of this world has been advanced, and the reason is most likely one's own rebirth. Back at the hotel, Wan Qianya was already happily getting the high-tech bathtub. After a while, she ran over excitedly and signaled Xiao Jun that everything had been prepared. A double bathtub, as the name suggests, requires 2 people to take a bath. Xiao Jun also put aside his worries. There was nothing to be afraid of. If the enemy comes, we will fight them. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. As long as I keep getting stronger, disaster will always be 1 step behind me. I kill zombies every day, and I killed quite a few people yesterday. My body is always dirty, so it is a great pleasure to take a nice hot bath. The bath lasted for more than an hour. During this time, Xiao Jun carefully checked Wan Qianya's breasts and found no signs of deflation. Both of them have become stronger, so taking more than an hour doesn't seem to be a big deal. If the tank is full and they can only take 2 baths at a time, it should not be impossible to take a few more hours. High-tech lighting has been placed in the room, so we no longer have to rely on the faint light of candles to grope in the dark. The 2 of them were lying on the bed, Wan Qianya lazily nestled in Xiao Jun's arms, reading the comic book in her hand with great interest. Xiao Jun lit a cigarette, and the smell of the smoke made Wan Qianya couldn't help but sniff. Tomorrow, the airdrop box will no longer be Xiao Jun's focus, he needs to become stronger. Only by reaching the 2nd level quickly can we avoid being put in danger like today. I now have 37 first-order mutation crystals and 1 second-order mutation crystal. If I focus on killing zombies, I should be able to get everything I need for the upgrade tomorrow. Also, it is best not to use the second-order mutant crystal. When it reaches the 3rd order, it can no longer rely on the first-order mutant crystal to upgrade. The more you can have, the better. At noon, Xiao Jun finally opened his eyes. I didn't plan on looking for a box today, so I didn't have to get up so early. So I let myself go a bit last night and truly experienced the happiness of the local tycoons. No wonder the rich people before the end of the world were particularly fond of yoga girls, as they unlocked a wide range of postures. After patting the butt of the person next to her, Wan Qianya stretched lazily, revealing her beautiful figure. I really want to live without clothes every day, but life has to go on. In just over 10 minutes, Xiao Jun had finished washing up and had canned meat for breakfast. Although rice balls are good, they will lose their taste in your mouth if you eat them for too long. In his previous life, Xiao Jun often only ate this 1 bite every 2 or 3 days, simply to fill his stomach and stay alive. This is also the reason why rice balls, spicy strips, and salt are so precious. Wan Qianya wore a pink sportswear today, which made her look very youthful and beautiful. She also put on a combat uniform on the outside, which added a bit of heroic spirit. Sitting next to Xiao Jun, he took out a bottle of yogurt and 2 whole wheat breads from the ring. Last night, Xiao Jun put a lot of things in her ring. First, he threw all the women's clothes to her, and the rest were all kinds of food. Today's main goal is the mutation crystal, and the airdrop box depends on fate. There is a method to killing zombies. You can't just sit in one place and kill them mindlessly. If there are more and more zombies, they will exhaust you to death. Strike a target and move to another place. This idea of the older generation is still very effective today. With the current strength of Xiao Jun and his 2 companions, they can quickly defeat less than 10 zombies, but if there are 20, it will be a bit difficult and take a long time. If you attract more zombies, it will not only be dangerous, but you won't be able to touch the corpses, so it's not worth it. Therefore, the best places to spawn monsters are places like schools, residential areas, and semi-enclosed squares. Xiao Jun was not familiar with the nearby communities and squares, and the same was true for Wanqianya, but Wanqianya knew a lot about the school. In addition to their College of Finance and Economics, there is also a normal university and a railway school nearby. A little further away is the university town of Star City, where there are even more universities. After 2 or 3 days of deployment, if no one cleans up the school, the number of zombies will definitely not be small, and the university is large enough for 2 people to kill them slowly. In the end, Xiao Jun decided to go to the nearest normal university. The normal university is larger in area, and most of the students are women. The probability of zombies being cleared out is very small, and the probability of encountering danger from humans will also be much smaller. I slaughtered people in the hall as usual. This time my luck was average and I collected 3 mutant crystals. Trying their best to avoid the zombies on the road, Xiao Jun and his companions quietly arrived at the gate of the normal university. "Brother Jun, are we going to charge in directly from the door?" After a few days of being influenced by her, Xiao Jun found that this girl was becoming more and more violent and didn't want to use her brain at all. This was not a good thing. Are they rushing in through the main gate because they are afraid that they won't be able to attract the army of zombies on the road? Observe the situation and find a place with fewer zombies to crawl into. Wanqianya nodded, not quite understanding. Anyway, she just had to do whatever Junge said. It was too tiring to use her brain. "Come on, this way." Through the gate, Xiao Jun had observed a good landing spot and immediately brought Wanqianya over. "I'll go up first, you can come in when I call you." Xiao Jun put the 2 steel knives into the space. They were not only heavy but also cumbersome to carry. With a short run, he easily climbed over the 3-meter outer wall. After observing the wall, he found only 5 zombies. "Wait 10 seconds and you'll come in." After giving Wanqianya a warning, Xiao Jun jumped down. 10 seconds later, Wanqianya also turned over and entered the campus. 5 zombies, and not a single mutation crystal. After entering the campus, the 2 relaxed a lot. Even if they made a lot of noise, it would not attract endless zombies to chase them, so they felt much more at ease. There were 3 more zombies in front. Xiao Jun gave a wink and Wanqianya stepped forward. With smooth movements, Wanqianya easily eliminated the zombies. With the help of the mutation potion, her combat effectiveness was also raised to a higher level. "Let's split up. You go on the left and I'll go on the right. Be careful and meet at the teaching building in front." The 2 men were both highly skilled and bold, and in order to pursue efficiency, they split their forces into 2 groups. Wanqianya had no objection. She just had to do whatever Xiao Jun said. Now she had already decided on Xiao Jun. The school had been quiet for several days, but today these 2 uninvited guests came and the campus instantly became lively. Xiao Jun pursued speed, and he swung his 2 steel knives vigorously, killing his way through without attracting any monsters. Wanqianya acted stealthily, quietly approaching with 2 daggers, ready to kill with 1 strike. 2 very different approaches, but the result is the same. Along the way, Xiao Jun counted and found that he had killed a total of 177 zombies, but he only harvested 9 mutant crystals. The first-order mutant crystal forced him to get the probability of a second-order mutant crystal. He could only hope that Wanqianya could get a bigger harvest. When they arrived at the place they had agreed on, Wanqianya was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Jun had nothing to do, so he cleaned up the 20 or so zombies here. A mutant crystal, a 1 in 20 probability is confirmed. He found a clean place to sit down, lit a cigarette leisurely and waited for Wanqianya. In fact, he could also kill Wanqianya along the same path she came from, but Xiao Jun did not do so. In the end times, if you want to grow quickly, you must go through countless battles. In the previous life, there were also those Krypton Gold warriors, the most famous of whom was the City Lord's younger brother. The City Lord also loved him very much. He had never let him participate in a battle since the end of the world. Later, he fed him with mutation crystals and turned him into a 5th-level mutant. After his strength skyrocketed, he became even more arrogant and domineering, and acted tyrannically in the future city. Once he fell in love with a little girl and raped her in the street. As a result, the girl's father was so angry that he killed him. And the little girl's father was just a 3rd-level mutant. For a person like that, it is useless. Even if he is upgraded to the 10th level, he will still be a waste. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Xiao Jun became a little impatient and prepared to go over to see what was going on. At this time, the voices of a group of people talking were heard at the end of the road. Xiao Jun narrowed his eyes and looked at Wan Qianya, who was walking towards him. Beside her, one on the left and one on the right, there were two girls who seemed to be very familiar with her. Behind the three of them, a dozen girls followed silently. Seeing Xiao Jun, Wan Qianya said something to the two people next to her, and then trotted over alone. "Brother Jun, these two are my roommates, and the ones behind them are friends they have met during this period." They. Looking at Xiao Jun's gloomy face, Wan Qianya's voice became lower and lower, and finally she dared not to speak any more. "Don't you know the current situation? Are you planning to support all these people?" When Xiao Jun got angry, Wan Qianya became even more panicked. She didn't intend to bring so many people with her. She just wanted to bring her two roommates out, but she didn't expect that more than a dozen people would come out at once. "No, I..." Wan Qianya was a little anxious and didn't know how to explain. She had already made up her mind that if Xiao Jun didn't want to, she wouldn't take anyone with her. Compared with Xiao Jun, the two roommates can only feel sorry. Xiao Jun heard Wan Qianya's thoughts clearly, and his expression relaxed. As long as she is not the kind of person who wants to help others when she sees them in need, that kind of kindness is not allowed to exist in this doomsday. If you only bring two roommates, that's still fine. In other words, if it was Xiao Jun, and he met his brothers at the end of the world, and he had the ability, he would probably turn around and leave. During the 6 years of the apocalypse, Xiao Jun had seen all kinds of things, even brothers turning against each other over food. He has no intention to harm anyone, but he must be on guard against others. It is only the early days of the apocalypse, and most of the human nature is still retained before the apocalypse. After 3 months, they will realize that this pitiful kindness can only bring disaster to themselves. "You can take your two roommates with you if you want, but I have to tell you in advance that if I get into danger because of them, I will leave immediately." Xiao Jun did not make it difficult for Wan Qianya. Even supporting these two people was a very easy task, but he had to give her a good warning to let her know the seriousness of the matter. Hearing Xiao Jun's words, Wan Qianya immediately became happy and shouted to the back. Yeah, Jingyin, come quickly." The two girls who were standing side by side with Wan Qianya walked over quickly. "This is the lifesaver I told you about, Xiao Jun. You can call him Brother Jun like I do." On the way here, Wan Qianya had already told them about her situation in general, and praised Xiao Jun to the skies. "Hello, Jun. My name is Jiang Yu, and I'm Qianya's roommate. Brother Jun, my name is Li Jingyin, and I'm Qianya's roommate." These two names sound so familiar. In the previous life's future city, in addition to the city lord's mansion, there were 3 other top forces. Among them was a team composed entirely of women, and their leader seemed to be called Jiang Yu. If it was just Jiang Yu's name, Xiao Jun wouldn't dare to confirm it, but there was also a Li Jingyin. Although Li Jingyin is not the leader, she is more famous than their leader Jiang Yu in Future City, and her fame is due to the piles of corpses. It goes without saying what the consequences will be for a team composed entirely of women. At the beginning, countless small teams coveted their beauty and attempted to recruit them, but the end result was that the women's army grew bigger and bigger, and those provocative teams all disappeared from the world. At that time, all those who dared to provoke were attacked by Li Jingyin. As long as she took action, no one would survive. She was nicknamed the Poisonous Beauty. If I were not there, Wan Qianya would have taken the initiative to come here to find her roommates after becoming strong, and eventually take all of them out. Although we don't know why Wan Qianya ended up being alone and Jiang Yu became the group leader, the success of the women's army is definitely related to Wan Qianya. These two people can be accepted. Xiao Jun does not have much ambition and has no interest in managing a team, but in order to survive in the end times, it is necessary to build a powerful force. These two people just happen to meet Xiao Jun's needs. After knowing their identities, Xiao Jun changed his original decision and planned to take away the remaining 10 to 20 people. Not surprisingly, these people are the veterans of the women's army. Now they are just ordinary college students, far less ruthless and scheming than in their previous lives. If Xiao Jun rescues them at this time, they will definitely be grateful to him. After Jiang Yu and Li Jingyin said their names, they still didn't get a response from Xiao Jun. They started to feel anxious and looked at their good friend Wan Qianya for help. Wan Qianya had no choice. She had just been scolded by Xiao Jun and now she didn't dare to speak. I can take you away, and even those behind you, and give you food, but... This shows that Xiao Jun did have requests, but at this point, neither of them cared about what his requests were. Being able to survive was good enough. At most I would sleep with him. I will only provide you with food for 1 week. You two will also be responsible for managing the people at the back. After 1 week, you will prove your worth to me. The two of you looked at each other, and finally nodded in agreement. Xiao Jun is not a saint. It is already very good that he can take them in for a week. It is impossible to expect him to support this group of people by himself. He cannot afford it. Xia, take them back to where they were. Wait until we clean up the campus, and then take them back with us. We just came out today, so we definitely can't end it like this. It will be a hassle to bring them back later. After a while, Wan Qianya came over alone and looked at Xiao Jun with an aggrieved look on her face. Okay, I won't scold you anymore. I'll get you some more mutant crystals today. I'll take that as your reward for causing me trouble. How could Wan Qianya hide her little thoughts from Xiao Jun? He heard everything in her mind clearly. In the subsequent battles, Wan Qianya was extremely fierce and fully demonstrated her true potential. Xiao Jun even became a spectator for a while, just cracking melon seeds and shouting 666 beside her. Looking at Wan Qianya's happy face, Xiao Jun knew that he had gained a lot. Sure enough, in this wave of killing 34 zombies, she found 6 first-order mutant crystals, which is about 4 or 5 times higher than Xiao Jun's probability. Brother Jun, including these 6, we now have 102 first-order mutant crystals. After more than 5 hours of fighting, most of the zombies at the normal university had been killed by them, and the number of mutant crystals finally exceeded 100, but there was not a single airdrop box to be found. Brother Jun, you upgrade, I'll watch over you. 100 mutant crystals can be upgraded to the 2nd level. Xiao Jun had already told Wan Qianya about this. If he wanted to bring those female students back to the hotel safely, he must upgrade it to the 2nd level. Xiao Jun is not pretentious. He thinks improving his own strength is the most important thing. He took out 100 mutant crystals without hesitation and put them together. They looked sparkling and very beautiful. Wan Qianya looked around vigilantly. Although the campus had been cleaned up, in the apocalypse, the most terrifying thing was not zombies, but people. 2nd level. How long did it take me to reach the 2nd level in my previous life? It seemed like 2 years. How long has it been now? Counting from the first day of the apocalypse, it's only been 10 days. Xiao Jun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is what the end of the world is like, survival of the fittest. The strong will only become stronger, while the weak are facing elimination every day. When he reaches the 2nd level, all attributes double again. Now, if Xiao Jun encounters a 2nd level zombie again, he will have nothing to fear. Go gather everyone. I'll wait for you at the school gate. Now that he is stronger, he has the confidence to speak. In Xiao Jun's eyes, the group of 1st level zombies outside no longer pose a threat. If it were not for his physical limitations, he could kill them all until the end of the game. While I waited at the door for a cigarette, a huge crowd of people came over. Why does it feel like there's a little more? Xiao Jun didn't count them at that time, but just by looking at the rough number, he could tell that there were more than at the beginning. Brother Jun, it's okay if there are a few more people, right? I don't know what kind of magic potion her 2 roommates had put into Wan Qianya, but she came up to beg for mercy again. Xiao Jun didn't care. It was only a week's time, and a few more people eating was nothing. As long as they could really create an iron-blooded female army in the future, the current investment would be worth it. If this army is really trained, it must be firmly controlled in our own hands. The first 7 days are very important. Come on, come on. For your sake, I won't let anyone else go back. I can still afford to support a few more people. But, how are you going to repay me? Wan Qianya was shy and glanced at the people behind her. When she thought they couldn't hear her, she stood on tiptoe and said something in Xiao Jun's ear. After saying this, Wan Qianya's face turned red, and Xiao Jun's body trembled, and he became energetic. The distance from the normal university to the hotel is not far, but the densely packed zombies along the way are also a big trouble. When Xiao Jun and his companion came over, they relied entirely on their skills to sneak over quietly. But now that there are more people, it is impossible to do this without alerting the zombies, so we can only kill them head-on. Fortunately, he has been upgraded to a second-level mutant, which is enough to crush the first-level zombies. I just hope we don't encounter second-level zombies, because even if I do, I definitely won't be able to protect them. Xia, protect them well. Follow me and remember to arrange for someone to touch the bodies. Even in this situation, Xiao Jun did not forget the mutant crystal, which was more important than human life. Everyone is following closely. If you lose it, no one will care. After saying that, Xiao Jun led the charge with 2 swords in hand. The girls behind him had never seen such a scene before, and they all looked at it with infatuated eyes. Is this man the savior? The way he swings the knife makes me feel safe. Ahem. Stop looking. Follow the arrangement just now and take turns to touch the body, just like I did at the beginning. Anyone who doesn't want to can just leave. Wan Qianya looked at the women in front of her with a bad expression, feeling a little regretful in her heart. Was she bringing upon herself a group of opponents? Perhaps they felt the murderous intent in Wan Qianya's eyes. The girls came to their senses and lowered their heads to ease the embarrassment. At this time, the Xiao army in front had already cleared a space. Wan Qianya stopped talking and handed the command to Jiang Yu. She was only responsible for cleaning up some of the escaped fish. Everyone should be quick and understand the situation. If you don't want to do it, you can go back. Some people are born to be team leaders. They know what means to use at what time and can accurately see the situation. In the end times, the power of a team is much greater than that of an individual, not to mention women who are already physically weak. If they don't unite, they will either become men's playthings or die. This is also the reason why Jiang Yu wants to bring these people with him. Even Xiao Jun, who was fighting in the front, turned around to look at Jiang Yu. This girl was very unique, but I didn't know whether she was a good person or a bad person. Putting these thoughts aside for the time being, Xiao Jun continued to lead the way in front, and the team of girls behind him, under the command of Jiang Yu, no longer had the initial panic, and everything became orderly. The distance from the school to the hotel was a full 2 kilometers, and Xiao Jun just walked across the place with 2 knives in his hands. On the way, we encountered several other human teams, but everyone avoided them tacitly. In the 10 days since the end of the world, outstanding people have adapted to the rules of survival. In a society without law, battles between humans are often more brutal. When Xiao Jun's arms were tired of chopping, he finally saw the door of the hotel. If he continued killing, Xiao Jun felt that he would be exhausted to death. I don't know how many times I swung it. 1 steel knife weighs 60 pounds, and 2 weigh 120 pounds. Even with 12 times my physical fitness, I have reached my limit. He overestimated himself. If the hotel was 100 meters further away, Xiao Jun might not have been able to hold on. The only lucky thing was that I didn't encounter any second-level zombies. There seemed to be a lot fewer zombies at the hotel entrance than when they came out in the morning. They might have been attracted away by someone. This was a good thing for Xiao Jun. Xia, take them in. After luring away a large number of zombies, the rest depends on themselves. Wan Qianya walked at the front of the team holding 2 daggers and was the first to enter the hotel lobby. The zombies inside had long been attracted by the noise and were rushing towards the door. Compared with Xiao Jun's bold and aggressive killing, Wan Qianya's killing is more like an art. There was no blood or flesh flying everywhere, only a precise and fatal blow. She's amazing. Many girls expressed their heartfelt admiration. We are both female students, why is there such a big gap? Brother Jun, there are 31 people in total. He leaned his body completely on the sofa. On his right side, Wan Qianya was massaging his arm, and in front of him, Jiang Yu was reporting the situation to him. With so many new people around and needing to feed them for a week, Xiao Jun suddenly felt that his supplies were far from enough. There are only 31 people here. If we really want to form a group, how much food would they need to consume every day? It really makes me think hard. Finding a place to live is also a problem. It's not that there are no rooms. Half of the doors on this floor have been broken open by Xiao Jun. It's just that it's not very safe to live in. If you want to talk about safety, there is also a high-tech tent which is 200 square meters in size. However, there is nothing in the tent, so I have to go out and get some mattresses and quilts tomorrow. You can arrange for them to find a room to rest tonight, and I will arrange the rest tomorrow. It's dark now, and we definitely can't go out at night. Although Xiao Jun is strong enough that even the zombies at night are no match for him, the most troublesome thing about fighting at night is vision. Zombies don't use eyes, and the darkness has no effect on them. But this is different for humans. If they can't see, their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Brother Jun, let them sleep in the guest room. Wan Qianya felt a little embarrassed because her request today was a bit too much. After all, they are roommates. In this apocalyptic world, they are even closer, and the three of them have endless things to talk about. In addition to the master bedroom, the presidential suite also has a guest room, but Xiao Jun doesn't use it normally. Not only do the rooms outside have no doors, but people have died in them. Okay, you decide. The person has been brought back, so Xiao Jun won't care about such a trivial matter. Perhaps because they are both dancers, Jiang Yu and Li Jingyin are both standard beauties, especially Jiang Yu, a typical Oriental classical beauty, who is simply a straight male killer. Seeing that Xiao Jun agreed, not only Wan Qianya, but also the other two were full of joy. No one liked the feeling of strangers coming in while they were sleeping. Wan Qianya had already taken out drinks and snacks to entertain her roommate who had been hungry for several days. As soon as they came in, they saw the supplies piled up in the living room and were extremely envious of Wan Qianya. For those who live in the same dormitory, their lives are like heaven and hell when the end of the world comes. Think about the two of us, one loaf of bread would take us 3 days to eat. And then look at Wan Qianya. Even before the end of the world, I wouldn't have had such a rich supply of snacks. Don't be in a hurry, eat slowly, and after you finish eating, I will take you to take a shower and change into new clothes. Xiao Jun noticed that Wan Qianya seemed to be showing off more. The competitive spirit between women will not disappear no matter how good the relationship is. He was so tired today that he didn't bother to care what these three people were doing. He just lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. I don't know how long it took, but a familiar hot body suddenly pounced on me. Their eyes met, and in the reflection of the candlelight, Wan Qianya's little face turned red and her eyes were charming. This little slut is really going too far. The two people in the room didn't fall asleep either. After many days, they finally took a hot bath and changed into clean clothes, which made them feel like they were dreaming. Then they heard some inappropriate noises in the living room. Both of them blushed. They were adults, and even if they had eaten pork, they had seen a pig run away. That night, two people were completely sleepless. The two perpetrators were sleeping in each other's arms on the big bed in the master bedroom, falling into a sweet dream. The next morning, looking at the two people with panda eyes in front of him, Xiao Jun was confused. Sleep well but can't fall asleep. How can you lead a team like this? But soon, he found out the reason. Xiao Jun's old face turned red, and he fled in a hurry under the pretext of washing up. The woman's mind was really dirty. At 8:30, the living room was already full of people, all of them young ladies except Xiao Jun. Wan Qianya stood obediently beside Xiao Jun, while Jiang Yu and Li Jingyin stood obediently opposite them with 29 other young ladies. 10 lunch boxes and 5 water bottles. This is the food I promised you for a week. Lunch boxes and water bottles have been placed on the table in front, and all the young ladies have already understood what these lunch boxes and water bottles mean. You all know the current situation. The end of the world has finally arrived. If you cannot demonstrate your own value, you will be abandoned. I don't care about the process. I want to see the results after a week. Xiao Jun was too lazy to say more, everything was revealed through actions. In the first 3 days, Wan Qianya will follow them and teach them some survival and combat skills in the apocalypse. Xiao Jun believed that since they were able to rise up without his help in the previous life, they would definitely not let him down in this life. Too much intervention is not good. Brother Jun, if we perform well, will there be any rewards? My sisters haven't taken a bath in many days. Jiang Yu suddenly said. The other girls all looked over expectantly. For many women, not taking a bath is more uncomfortable than not eating. I didn't have the conditions before. I was lucky enough to be alive. I didn't have time to think so much. But this morning, when everyone saw Jiang Yu and Li Jingyin suddenly look brand new, they were all envious. Not only can you take a bath, but you can also get all kinds of snacks, as long as you behave well. If you want others to work hard for you, it's not enough to just save their lives, you have to let them see hope. Xiao Jun hadn't thought of this before, but after Jiang Yu said this, he finally understood it. As expected of one of the leaders of the three major groups, he is a natural-born leader. With Xiao Jun's promise, everyone's original fear was alleviated a lot, and they were all full of energy. Xiao Jun had a total of 3 steel knives in his hand. This time he gave 2 to Jiang Yu and asked her to distribute them. As for the others, they had to find ways to get weapons themselves. As long as you want, anything can be used as a weapon. You may not find a knife outside, but there are plenty of wooden sticks and even iron sticks, which are more than enough to kill a first-level zombie. Watching the group of girls going down the stairs, Xiao Jun didn't know how many of them would survive in the end. After they all left, Xiao Jun set out on the road alone. In addition to looking for airdrop boxes, he also had to get more supplies back. The 21st floor of the hotel was already very quiet. Many people chose to go downstairs due to lack of food, but most of them became food for the zombies, and not many survived. Xiao Jun unexpectedly saw the boy again. He looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. Last time, he took away a bottle of water and a loaf of bread from Xiao Jun. The little boy looked at Xiao Jun eagerly, but in the end he didn't have the courage to step forward. Xiao Jun didn't pay much attention to it. There are so many poor people in the world, and no one would care about them if they have no value. Wasn't it the same in my previous life, living a miserable life? It's comfortable to follow the girls. I don't have to deal with the zombies in the hall myself. After roughly identifying the direction, Xiao Jun vaguely remembered that there was a large shopping mall over there and hoped to find what he needed there. This time when he went out, he left most of the things in his space at the hotel so that he could take more things with him. There are too few space equipments, and we need to get more. The pressure of feeding 32 mouths is huge. Xiao Jun now has no interest in first-level zombies, but if he encounters a second-level one, he would like to give it a try. But the second-level zombie encountered the day before yesterday seemed to be just an illusion, just like a bug in the game that was then immediately fixed. Xiao Jun also hopes so. A slower process is more suitable for the development of her women's team at this stage. 9 o'clock. The airdrop rain fell again. 5 minutes later, figures flashed in various places in the city, and even Xiao Jun saw several of them. Now all the surviving humans know that this airdrop box is their hope for survival. Xiao Jun also ran towards a good location for the airdrop box. No matter what, the airdrop box is always the top priority. Soon, Xiao Jun saw the airdrop box landed in a small square. After several days of zombie rain, there were dozens of zombies standing even in a small square. No more chatter, just do it. At this moment, 6 people suddenly appeared from another direction, and their purpose was very clear, it was to reach the airdrop box in the square. There was no reason for someone else to snatch away something he had already set his eyes on. Xiao Jun simply quickened his pace and arrived in front of the airdrop box a dozen seconds later. All the zombies along the way had fallen to the ground. While the 6 people were cleaning up the zombies, they were also paying attention to what was happening on Xiao Jun's side. Seeing this scene, all 6 of them widened their eyes in disbelief. The lunch box and the water bottle, the white light disappeared, it was just a lowest-level airdrop box. When the 6 people finally arrived in front of the airdrop box, they saw that the white light had disappeared and the things had been taken away by Xiao Jun. "Brother, you are so good at fighting, why don't you join us? It doesn't matter if things are gone, we still have people." Even in their camp, only 1 or 2 people can perform with such skills. Seeing that he is alone, it would be a pity not to win him over. After collecting his things, Xiao Jun shook his head and prepared to leave. "Brothers, in the face of this human disaster, we should unite. In our survivor team, we have gathered more than 1,000 survivors, and the number is doubling every day. With your skills, as long as you join us, you will no longer have to worry about food and shelter. Xiao Jun stopped and became interested in the survivor team. If I remember correctly, the future city in the previous life was originally a team of survivors. Later, it grew bigger and established the future city. The leader of the survivor team established the city lord's mansion and he became the city lord. Seeing Xiao Jun stop, the person who spoke hurriedly stepped forward a few steps. In the survivor camp, everything depends on contribution. If you can bring back a master like this, it will be a much greater contribution than finding a low-level airdrop box. At least you can get a lunchbox and a water bottle. Brother, the leader of our camp is called Chen Gang, and he is said to be a second-level mutant. Joining our team, your safety is absolutely guaranteed. Chen Gang, it was indeed him, the Lord of Future City and also the best master in Future City. I became a second-level mutant yesterday because of my experience in my previous life. This Chen Gang also became a second-level mutant so quickly. He is really amazing. Xiao Jun showed an interested expression on his face, but was a little hesitant. As if noting Xiao Jun's hesitation, the other party spoke again. Brother, is there any difficulty? Just join our survivor team, and your business will become our business. As long as you join and let me collect the reward, the rest is none of my business. My goodness, this guy must have been involved in pyramid schemes before. He just killed people but didn't care about burying them. Not really, it's just that I have some friends and family that I need to discuss with. Why don't you tell me the address of your team and I'll go there myself after I've discussed it? The current Xiao Jun would definitely not go. He has the strength to be self-sufficient, so why should he be restricted by others? The man was in a dilemma. It was not that the team address was a secret that could not be revealed, but if Xiao Jun went there on his own, the reward might not be his. The man wanted to say something else, but Xiao Jun just insisted on going back to discuss it. The man had no choice. He couldn't force the sale, and he was no match for the other party anyway. Brother Xiao, when you go to our group, remember to report your brother's name. In the end, the two men exchanged their names. When they left, the man named Wang Ding kept reminding Xiao Jun that the reward must not be lost like this. I didn't expect the survivor team's base to be in a middle school. This is a good choice. Xiao Jun thought thoughtfully, wondering if he also needed to move to another place. Middle schools are generally not as big as universities, but they also have dormitory buildings, so there is no problem with accommodation. Moreover, it's not like a hotel. One day the door might be surrounded by zombies and you wouldn't be able to get out. As long as the gate at the entrance of the campus is closed, no one from outside can come in except the zombies that drop in every day. As long as they clear out the zombies on campus when they get up every morning, no new zombies will appear throughout the day. This is simply a way to circle monsters and gain experience. The safety performance is also high. There may be some unexpected surprises, and the airdrop box may fall directly at home. If we had more people, we could probably find a school. Now there are only about 30 of us, so we'd better set up tents in the hotel. After separating from the other party, Xiao Jun continued to look for new airdrop boxes, hoping to get more space equipment. What we lack most now is space equipment. We cannot take away all the supplies in the city. When the fourth catastrophic earthquake comes, everything here will be buried under the ruins, and it will be much more difficult to find them. In the previous life, when the future city was first built, countless people were digging in the ruins every day, hoping to find the storage warehouse of that supermarket. Even if it was just a small convenience store, they could make a fortune. Maybe Xiao Jun's luck was on his side today. Not long after he walked away, he saw another airdrop box, two of them placed side by side. In the distance, there was also a foreman team working hard to clear out the zombies and move towards the airdrop box. Xiao Jun didn't rush forward this time because he saw a familiar guy, a second-level zombie. It is difficult for people who don't know much to tell the difference between the levels of zombies, but for an old hand like Xiao Jun, he can easily tell the difference even without looking at its claws. The next second, the second-level zombie moved, targeting the four people. When they thought it was just an attack by an ordinary zombie, they were doomed. The sharp claws of the second-level zombies easily cut through their wooden weapons, turning them into their own kind in their terrified expressions. Xiao Jun sighed. It was his turn to take the stage. It may be because there are very few second-level zombies. Where there are second-level zombies, there will be much fewer first-level zombies. After having 4 more little brothers, the zombie didn't react when it saw that there were still humans daring to come out. But with its low IQ, it was difficult to understand the reason, so it pounced on Xiao Jun with its teeth bared. With a vertical chop, the steel knife collided with the claws, making a loud noise. I really don't know how this zombie's claws grew. It can actually fight against such high-tech steel knives. With Xiao Jun's attack just now, even the alloy steel was split in pieces, but the opponent's claws were intact. Xiao Jun did not give the zombies a chance to breathe. He held the knife in both hands and chopped down again and again. Second-stage zombies are not like first-stage zombies. First-level zombies don't know how to dodge or defend, they just keep pouncing, making them very easy to kill. The second-level zombie already had a little intelligence and knew it was wrong to use its head to block the knife, so it used its claws to block as many knives as Xiao Jun chopped. Xiao Jun also became stubborn and refused to change his tactics, wanting to test the strength of this second-level zombie. After slashing for more than 30 times, there was a crisp sound and the claws broke. For the last blow, the second-level zombie habitually stretched out his hands to block in front of him. The steel knife cut through it without any hindrance, splitting it in half, just like cutting tofu. Xiao Jun was panting and leaning on the knife. This zombie's hands were really hard. He couldn't do such stupid things in the future. It was too tiring. After resting for a few minutes, Xiao Jun began to harvest his spoils. Of course, there is no second-order mutant crystal. With his luck, it would be a problem if there was one. There are 2 airdrop boxes over there. This is the first time Xiao Jun has seen 2 airdrop boxes so close to each other. He rubbed his hands vigorously and opened the first airdrop box, which contained a steel knife and a lunch box. It was very quick and easy. It's good to have weapons, but now there are more people and we are in great need of them. It would be best to have both a steel knife and a dagger so that you have choices. Xiao Jun opened the second airdrop box while thinking about it. He no longer had any hope for his luck. It was still the same lunchbox, which hadn't changed for thousands of years. Xiao Jun took it and stuffed it into the space without even looking at it. Then came its old partner, the kettle, which looked very familiar. After touching him, Xiao Jun turned around and prepared to leave, still thinking about what had just happened. That's not right, there's also white light. This is an advanced airdrop box. The body that was turning around stopped, and out of the corner of his eye he saw a faint white light that made him turn around again. He rubbed his hands vigorously again, as if this would bring him good luck. The third item is a dagger. The fourth new thing is a high-tech toilet. The toilets that ordinary people use when traveling are easy to use and can automatically decompose excrement. It's an interesting thing, because the apocalypse hasn't been long, and Xiao Jun lives in a high floor, so his toilet can still be used. The ones on the lower floors are probably already stinking. With this, you can go to the toilet with peace of mind and save water. The fifth item. Xiao Jun looked at the little thing in his hand with a strange expression. It seemed that the end of the world was a little unruly. Ultra-thin and rich fragrance, giving you the ultimate experience. Note, contains 10,000 pieces. It is high-tech indeed, just like a space ring. Just a light touch and it feels like I have drawn a line. It is really super thin. From now on, I don't have to pull out the knife in a hurry when the situation is most intense. Although the advanced airdrop box did not contain any space equipment, Xiao Jun was very satisfied with the 2 new items as they were both useful. After touching the airdrop box, Xiao Jun changed his strategy. He discovered a problem. The last time he killed a second-level zombie, it was also next to an airdrop box on the road, and in the end, he found a top-quality airdrop box. This time, although it is not a top-quality airdrop box, it is also a high-level one. According to this line of thinking, does it mean that places where there are second-level zombies are high-quality airdrop boxes? Because he only encountered 2, Xiao Jun couldn't be sure. He would know if he could encounter a few more. With this idea in mind, Xiao Jun stopped looking for those yards and started paying attention to the airdrop boxes on the road. There are many zombies on the road, so most people don't dare to go to the airdrop box even if they find it. In the past, Xiao Jun would not go out of his way to look for airdrop boxes on the street, as it was a thankless task. But now he changed his mindset and soon found another airdrop box. Xiao Jun lurked nearby and observed carefully for 2 minutes, but did not see any second-level zombies. After thinking about it, Xiao Jun decided to give up. There are 100 or 200 zombies surrounding an airdrop box. Even if you can defeat them, you will be exhausted and the gain will not outweigh the loss. One thing you must remember in the end times is to preserve your strength at all times, because you don't know what danger you will encounter in the next second. The danger may come from strange creatures or from humans. After wandering around for a while, Xiao Jun found the second airdrop box. This time, before he could observe it carefully, a second-level zombie had already discovered him. "Hey, I'm waiting for you." Hold the steel knife across the chest in the left hand and drag the ground with the steel knife in the right hand, so as to respond to all changes with the unchanging one. The zombies came with great force and died quickly and decisively. One knife blocks its attack, and another knife kills it. A second-level zombie, nothing more than that. Xiao Jun put away his knife with satisfaction, bent down, and walked forward to touch the air. It seems that I have to wait for one Qianya to come to get the second-level mutant crystal. There are 7 or 8 first-level zombies next to the airdrop box. Judging from their clothes, they all want to point at the humans who were involved in the airdrop box and eventually fell into their hands. You are so miserable. It's hard to live. I didn't expect that you would become a zombie after death. I have already avenged you. I will be a good person and help you to transcend. Xiao Jun muttered something to himself, but he showed no mercy and killed them all with his sword. Airdrop box, here I come. Xiao Jun looked at the airdrop box in front of him with excitement. If his reasoning was correct, then this was at least a high-level airdrop box. The first 2 items are nothing new, just a lunchbox and a kettle. The white light remained, and as expected, Xiao Jun's guess was correct. Steel knife, very good. Ring, oh my, I finally waited for you, space plus 500. Then, lunchbox. You are just teasing me here. Xiao Jun cursed, but found that the white light still did not disappear. The best airdrop box. I finally got rid of the non-French. Xiao Jun's hands began to tremble, and then he took out 3 lunch boxes in succession. He still remembered the last time the top-quality airdrop box laughed at Wan Qianya, but he didn't expect the retribution to come so quickly. The 9th item is the talent potion. After using it, there is a certain probability that supernatural talents will appear. Xiao Jun knew about his supernatural talent. Some people who are blessed by heaven will suddenly awaken a special talent when they are promoted to the 3rd-level mutant. Chen Gang, the mayor of Future City, has awakened the fire-type supernatural power. Xiao Jun was also a 3rd-level mutant in his previous life, but he did not awaken any supernatural talents. With this potion, he can also awaken. He forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart. He had to find a safe place for this thing. There is one last thing. With this talent potion, Xiao Jun no longer had any interest in the 10th item, and it didn't matter what it was. Did I step on dog shit today? An emerald green bracelet appeared in Xiao Jun's hand, which was actually another piece of space equipment. Still a bracelet, space plus 5,000. Shopping mall. Xiao Jun did not kill all the zombies wandering around the mall, but quietly went to the basement. There is indeed a storage warehouse here. The door of the warehouse was closed and it seemed that no one had been there yet. At this stage, the survivors are more focused on searching supermarkets. Moreover, only a very small number of people have space equipment, and most of them use it to store water and food, and will not waste it on other things. After opening the warehouse door, under the illumination of a strong flashlight, a warehouse full of supplies appeared in front of Xiao Jun. For bedding, I'll first collect 50 sets, and then for the soft Simmons mattresses, I'll also collect 50 pieces. If there was no 5,000 kilogram space bracelet, Xiao Jun would have to think twice before putting it away. 50 sets of bedding weigh 100 kilograms, and 50 Simmons mattresses weigh 1,000 kilograms. Then there were 50 sets of cotton quilts, weighing a total of 200 kilograms. It's good to have large space equipment. Xiao Jun did not blindly collect other things. The big brands before the end of the world are worthless now. Sexy lingerie. You can save some of this. I'll buy 100 sets first. They're not heavy anyway. Speed shoes. This is great. Before the apocalypse, I often heard people brag about how they managed to survive. Xiao Jun also wanted to give it a try. Then let's get 100 pairs and let Wanqianya try them on. There were also some clothes and shoes from other big brands, and Xiao Jun also collected some symbolically. It would be a good choice to reward them to the young ladies who performed well. Cosmetics and skin care products are also fine, take them. In the end, a total of 4,000 kilograms of goods were collected in this mall, most of which were prepared for the young ladies in the group. That's about it. I observed the surrounding environment. There were zombies guarding there, and it was dark and safe here. Xiao Jun decided to take the talent potion here. I walked a little further inside and chose a slightly more comfortable place. There were clothes piled here, so it was softer to sit on. He took out the talent potion from the space. It was a tube of lavender liquid that emitted an alluring scent in the dark warehouse. Sitting cross-legged, Xiao Jun downed the entire bottle of mixture in one gulp. The liquid had no special taste and quickly slid down my throat. After more than 10 seconds, Xiao Jun's brain suddenly felt hot, as if something special was about to come out. This feeling lasted for 5 or 6 minutes. It wasn't painful but very uncomfortable, like there was an itch somewhere but you couldn't scratch it. Then, it was gone. Is this the end? Xiao Jun was a little confused. Xiao Jun suddenly remembered the words of the talent potion, there is a certain probability. Damn it, this probability couldn't be the penguin law, plus my luck is essentially that of an African, so supernatural talents are destined to have nothing to do with me. Xiao Jun was very annoyed. He had no supernatural talent. Even if he had an advantage now, in the later stages, the difference between having supernatural talent and not having it would be like heaven and earth. But there was nothing he could do, so Xiao Jun sighed and stood up. But suddenly he felt dizzy and fell down again. This time, he passed out immediately. Why hasn't Brother Jun come back yet? It's almost dark. In the room, Wanqianya walked back and forth anxiously, looking outside from time to time. Brother Jun is so strong, he will be fine. Jiang Yu was counting today's gains, while Li Jingyin followed behind Wanqianya to comfort her. No, I'm going out to find him. It was getting dark and Wanqianya couldn't stay any longer. No. Jiang Yu, who was sorting out the data, raised her head. In their dormitory, Li Jingyin is the craziest, Wanqianya is the most cold, and Jiang Yu is the most gentle and quiet. But the strange thing is that when there is something important happening in the dormitory, Jiang Yu usually has the final say, and the others just listen obediently. So, even though Wanqianya is the strongest now, she still subconsciously looked at Jiang Yu and did not refute. It will be dark in half an hour at most, and you don't know where he is. If you go out rashly, you may not be able to come back. With your strength, if you still wander outside after dark, you will be dead for sure. Jiang Yu had already stood up and walked towards Wanqianya with her long white legs. You just have to believe that he's okay. There was one more thing Jiang Yu didn't say. If something happened to Wanqianya, she would have no guarantee. Xiao Jun is fine, and Wanqianya is her biggest support now. If something happens to Xiao Jun, Wanqianya will be her only support. In the end times, with dozens of beautiful young girls and a large amount of supplies, if you don't have enough strength, you will probably be eaten up without leaving anything behind. Wanqianya also understood this truth and collapsed weakly on the sofa. It was completely dark, and the zombies outside began to become active again. Occasionally, screams can be heard from afar. Those are the dying cries of humans who didn't have time to return to their accommodation. Wanqianya couldn't sleep that night. Jiang Yu also suffered from insomnia that night. If Xiao Jun died, it would have a huge impact on their female army. Xiao Jun slept very comfortably, but when he woke up, he felt a slight pain in the back of his head, as if he had bumped into something when he fainted. Xiao Jun felt relieved only after he took out 2 or 3 high-powered flashlights, turned them on and shone them around. We were still in the storage warehouse of the shopping mall, and it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After shaking his dizzy head, Xiao Jun suddenly froze. Then he closed his eyes, as if he was realizing something. 10 seconds later, Xiao Jun opened his eyes again and looked towards a corner of the warehouse. Under the illumination of a strong flashlight, it was as bright as day there. The next second, Xiao Jun suddenly disappeared, and in the corner where he had just looked, Xiao Jun appeared out of nowhere. Teleportation, this is Xiao Jun's special ability. You can instantly move to the area within your sight range. This can be used 3 times a day. This piece of information suddenly appeared in my mind, as if I had known it all along. Instant teleportation, this is too powerful. If someone fights with me, I can suddenly appear behind him and kill him however I want. It can only be used 3 times a day, which is a little less, but if used well, once is enough. If you are the enemy of the whole world, then just ignore what I said. Xiao Jun put away all the flashlights, leaving only one in his hand, and prepared to go back. I gained so much from today's trip. When the warehouse door was pushed open, a creaking sound was heard, which was particularly harsh in the dark night. Immediately, Xiao Jun heard a familiar noise. This is the sound of zombies running. Damn, what's going on? Is it already night? Xiao Jun thought of this possibility. Only at night would this sound alarm the zombies upstairs. Xiao Jun immediately stopped what he was doing and could not make any sound, otherwise it would attract more zombies. The zombies whose sounds were just heard were getting closer and closer. A strong light shot out. There were only 3 of them. Fortunately, that was enough. Afraid that the sound of fighting would attract other zombies, Xiao Jun decisively used his second teleportation of the day. With one knife, the heads and bodies of the 3 first-level zombies were separated. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xiao Jun returned to the warehouse without closing the door. As long as he didn't make any noise, no zombies would come here. After finding a comfortable corner, Xiao Jun lay down with peace of mind. Now, he could only wait until daytime before leaving. I don't know how Wan Qianya and the others are doing. Xiao Jun didn't dare to sleep deeply that night. What if a zombie got lost and walked in while he was sleeping soundly? He might become an innocent ghost. The same thing happened to Wan Qianya in the hotel. She tossed and turned in the big bed and couldn't fall asleep. She had become accustomed to having Xiao Jun by her side, which made her feel safe in this doomsday. In winter, it gets dark early and gets light late. It was not until after 7 o'clock that Xiao Jun walked out of the warehouse. If you want to ask how Xiao Jun knew it was a little after 7 o'clock, there were quite a few new mobile phones in the mall warehouse, and he just opened one and knew the time. Killing all the zombies on the first floor of the mall not only avenged myself for last night's fear, but also earned me a few first-level mutant crystals, a huge profit. There are more and more zombies on the road. Today is the 6th day that the zombies have appeared. The day after tomorrow, there will be no zombie rain in the middle of the night. Similarly, the airdrop rain will stop. In the previous life, after the zombie rain stopped, humans were pleasantly surprised. They thought that as long as their numbers did not increase, they would be killed all one day. But then they found that the airdrop rain had stopped, and they began to panic again. This was the hope for human survival. But half a month later, 1 month after the apocalypse, zombie rain and airdrop boxes appeared in the sky again. The next day, the survivors discovered a large number of second-level zombies. After that, this situation occurred a total of 6 times, and after each time, higher-level zombies would appear. Before Xiao Jun died in his previous life, the highest level of zombies he discovered had reached level 8, while the strongest known in Future City was only level 7. Fortunately, the 8th level zombie was a certain distance away from the Future City, and for some reason, it was just guarding its own territory. In the previous life, before Xiao Jun died, this 8th level zombie had never come to the Future City. These are still a little far away from Xiao Jun now, and he just wants to get back to the hotel as soon as possible. I haven't come home all night. I hope Wan Qianya is okay. As for the other female students, they are not so important to Xiao Jun at the moment. He can find other ones if he loses them. It is not a big problem. When Xiao Jun rushed back to the hotel, Wan Qianya was sitting on the sofa in a daze. She hadn't slept well the previous night, and her eyes were a little red. She didn't even look up when she heard the door open, and she thought it was Jiang Yu or Li Jingyin. What's wrong? You look listless. A familiar voice appeared in her ears, and Wan Qianya raised her head in surprise. Xiao Jun, he is back. Tears of grievance flowed down like a broken string. Wan Qianya threw herself into Xiao Jun's arms and said with a sob, "Why, didn't you come back, all night?" Xiao Jun gently patted her back with his left hand and hugged her tightly with his right hand. "We encountered some minor problems, but they have been resolved. Xiao Jun will not tell anyone about his supernatural talent for the time being, not even Wan Qianya." The noise outside also alarmed Jiang Yu and Li Jingyin in the room. When they opened the door, they saw Wan Qianya lying in Xiao Jun's arms and crying. After living together in the dormitory for more than 2 years, this was the first time they saw Wan Qianya cry. She used to be a famous ice beauty in the school. However, they were also happy that Xiao Jun came back. In the end times, there was a strong enough man, and this man seemed to have good character. Jiang Yu is not a little girl. She used to like reading apocalyptic novels. Although they are a bit exaggerated, she feels that when the apocalypse really comes, human nature will only become more exaggerated. From the very beginning, when Xiao Jun looked at her and Li Jingyin, there had never been any strange desire in his eyes. Even when he brought more than 30 young ladies with him, he did not make any unnecessary movements. It is not ruled out that Xiao Jun will behave improperly in the future, but Jiang Yu believes that by that time, she will have a certain ability to resist. Jiang Yu lowered her head and thought, then looked up at Xiao Jun, and coincidentally, Xiao Jun also looked over here. The two looked at each other in midair. Xiao Jun smiled meaningfully, then looked down at Wan Qianya in his arms. What does that smile mean? I acted very normal. I must be overthinking it. He was just smiling normally. But she didn't notice the faint smile on Xiao Jun's lips when he lowered his head. After crying in Xiao Jun's arms for a while, Wan Qianya finally remembered that there were 2 other people in the room. Under the teasing gazes of her 2 best friends, Wan Qianya's pretty face turned red, and she quickly wiped away her tears and left Xiao Jun's arms. Do you still have the energy to go out with them today? Have. For a first-level mutant, not sleeping for 1 night would not have a big impact. Besides, Wan Qianya did sleep, she just didn't sleep well. Then you continue to go out with them today. Remember, give priority to the airdrop boxes. The day after tomorrow, the source of airdrop boxes will be temporarily lost, so we must hurry up and find more in the next 2 days. Xiao Jun had already seen what would happen next, a large number of survivors searching the city for airdrop boxes. Without replenishment of zombies, no matter how many there are, they cannot stop the humans in Star City. It is only a matter of time before they are all killed. Then I'll take them out first. Here are the data I collected yesterday. Jiang Yu walked up and put a notebook on the table. Well, go ahead. Knowing that Xiao Jun was fine, Wan Qianya returned to her original demeanor, looking like a cold and aloof goddess. She only became an obedient little girl in front of Xiao Jun. Haha, Jiang Yu has her own ideas. Moreover, Xiao Jun discovered one thing. Except for the first time they met when Wan Qianya asked them to call her brother Jun, she seemed to have never called him that again. However, Li Jingyin called him that in a very affectionate manner. He shook his head to get rid of these thoughts. It would be good if Jiang Yu didn't behave strangely. If she had any active thoughts in her heart, he would be ruthless. After flipping through the notebook, I found that they found a total of 6 airdrop boxes yesterday, harvested 74 first-level mutant crystals, and no one was injured. There is strength in numbers, there is really nothing wrong with that. These are just a group of ordinary humans, and they are women. When you think about it, that team of survivors would have to find so many airdrop boxes every day. No wonder they were able to build the city of the future in the later stages. The first-level mutant crystal was placed in Wan Qianya's space equipment without a doubt. If they had known that they had so many yesterday, they should have let Wan Qianya upgrade it to the 2nd level before leaving. I still have 41 of them here, and I killed quite a few zombies yesterday. Thinking that they had just gone out, Xiao Jun immediately got up and chased after them. At this time, they were clearing zombies in the hall. Wan Qianya did not take any action, but helped them to scout the area from the side. She would go forward if there was any danger. I don't know how Jiang Yu trained them. They were a group of weak women the day before yesterday, but in just 1 day, they were able to fight zombies without fear. Although the coordination is still a little unfamiliar, the effect is very good. Xia. Seeing that the battle was coming to an end, Xiao Jun waved to Wan Qianya. Brother Jun, why did you come down? The other girls also looked over. Many of them showed admiration when they saw Xiao Jun, but their eyes dimmed when they saw Wan Qianya. There are 41 mutation crystals here. You can get out after you upgrade. Wan Qianya was not pretentious. Although the 74 mutant crystals were obtained by everyone together, she did not think that everyone's consent was needed. As long as Xiao Jun agreed, it would be enough. Starting today, the mutation crystals you have obtained can be upgraded directly. Jiang, you will decide who goes first and who goes later based on your contributions. Xiao Jun's words excited all the young ladies present. Isn't the reason why Wan Qianya is so powerful because she is a first-level mutant? Now that I have the opportunity, can't I be so powerful too? Jiang Yu, here are 2 steel knives and a dagger. Please distribute them. He called Jiang Yu again, and Xiao Jun took out the weapon he had touched yesterday and handed it to her. From now on, you can distribute and use the weapons you obtain as you wish, but all the data must be recorded. Do you understand? Jiang Yu nodded. Xiao Jun's willingness to do this showed his trust in her, and it also indirectly increased everyone's chances of survival. Jiang Yu was filled with gratitude. After everything was explained, Wan Qianya had just finished upgrading and became a second-level mutant who had taken a mutation potion. Now, Xiao Jun was relieved about her safety. Come on. After encouraging everyone, Xiao Jun turned and went upstairs. He didn't sleep well last night, so he went to catch up on some sleep first. It's on the 21st floor and there's no elevator, so it's quite troublesome to climb up and down. When going upstairs, Xiao Jun also saw some people going downstairs, probably going to look for the airdrop box. Both sides are extremely cautious. In this end times, the trust between people is almost zero. Back on the 21st floor, Xiao Jun unexpectedly saw the boy again. His clothes were tattered and stained with blood. This time, the boy did not hesitate and ran up immediately after seeing Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun stopped and clenched the steel knife in his hand, wanting to see what the boy wanted to do. When he was 3 meters away from Xiao Jun, the boy stopped, knelt on his knees and kowtowed several times. Xiao Jun remained unmoved and still looked at him coldly with the steel knife in his hand. As long as he showed any intention, Xiao Jun would take action immediately. I didn't attack him when he rushed over because I didn't hear anything in his heart that was unfavorable to me. Xiao Jun now understood this skill. He could only hear other people's thoughts when they were directed at him. What's the point of just bowing? The cold words made the boy stop kowtowing. My mother is dying. I will do anything as long as you can save her. In the past, the boy would not dare to ask Xiao Jun for help, even though he knew he could save his mother. But the day before yesterday, he saw Xiao Jun bringing back a large group of girls, and he saw hope again. He would do anything to save his mother. In the past few days, he also went out to kill zombies, and was lucky enough to come across an airdrop box, but it was robbed by someone else. They were numerous and powerful, and I was alone, so my only hope was shattered. Yesterday morning, his mother suddenly fell ill. As she had not eaten for a long time and had no resistance, she became seriously ill. At this time, he could only think of Xiao Jun. He came here yesterday, but unfortunately he didn't find Xiao Jun. He has been waiting here this morning. This is his last hope. Save his mother. Xiao Jun had no intention of being a good person. If it was a few days ago, he might have considered it, but now, he had so many members in the group, and he was not short of people, but supplies. He slowly raised the steel knife in his hand. This boy just blocked his way back to the room. If he didn't retreat, he couldn't blame himself. Please, as long as you can save my mother, I, Guiyu, will work like a slave to repay you. Seeing Xiao Jun's actions, the boy was shaking all over, but he still knelt there stubbornly and did not move. This was his only hope to save his mother. Even though he had seen Xiao Jun kill people, he knew that Xiao Jun dared to kill him. What's more, living like this is more painful than dying. Guiyu. This name sounds familiar. Xiao Jun put down the knife in his hand. He knew this person. He was the #1 general under Chen Gang in the previous life. He was extremely powerful. Guiyu made an indispensable contribution to the fact that Future City could still stand firm against many zombie attacks. He has put down the knife. There is hope. Mom, wait a minute. Your son will be able to save you soon. Xiao Jun squinted his eyes and looked at the boy in front of him. The world is so big, it is not impossible that they just have the same name. He was wondering whether it was worth investing. Few people discussed Guiyu in his previous life. All they heard was that he had no relatives, had a bad temper and was bloodthirsty. Some people say that his only relative died after the end of the world without anyone's help, so his temperament changed drastically. This is very similar to Guiyu. If he wasn't there, he would ask others for help, but the end result would be that no one would save his mother and she would be doomed to die. Take me to see your mother. These words sounded like heavenly music to Guiyu's ears, and he quickly got up and led the way. In the room at the end, Xiao Jun was on edge. He did not rule out the possibility that this was just a conspiracy and that a group of people were lying in ambush inside, waiting for him to go in and hack him to death. After all, he had plenty of food, and everyone on this floor knew it. The reason why Xiao Jun dared to follow was because of his supernatural talent. Today he had a chance to teleport, which could ensure that he could escape safely. When he opened the door, there was no ambush as Xiao Jun had imagined. Instead, there was a woman lying quietly on the bed, coughing weakly from time to time. Illness is just a small matter, the main problem is hunger. Have you ever been out killing zombies? Standing at the head of the bed, Xiao Jun suddenly asked. Guiyu nodded. Did you get the mutant crystal? Guiyu pulled out a handful of mutant crystals from his pocket. There were 7 in total. It seemed that he had killed quite a few people. An ordinary person, alone, could kill so many zombies. Xiao Jun was somewhat convinced that he was the Guiyu from his previous life. He took out a kettle from the space and handed it to him, then took out a lunchbox. Feed your mother a mutant crystal first, and then give her a rice ball after a while. Guiyu hurriedly did as he was told. He didn't think Xiao Jun had any reason to harm him. In addition to upgrading, mutant crystals can also restore physical strength and treat common diseases, which is better than taking medicine. I'll give you the water and lunchbox. You can't survive here. I'll show you a way. Go there. Xiao Jun doesn't want to be the city lord, so the future city still has to be built by Chen Gang. But he also didn't want to have a threat of explosion above his head at any time, so he needed someone who had a say in the future city to help him, and Guiyu was the best candidate. Seeing that his mother's complexion had improved, Guiyu quickly knelt down and kowtowed several times. Xiao Jun accepted the gift calmly. First, go out and kill zombies by yourself, collect 10 mutation crystals, upgrade yourself to a first-level mutant, and then take your mother to Boya Middle School, where there is a team of survivors. You go and join there. As long as you can keep improving your strength, you will be able to take good care of your mother. Maybe I will need your help in the future. A lunchbox and a kettle. If it was real, he would make a lot of money. Even if he was not that Guiyu, Xiao Jun felt that he could do something. Moreover, he is very affectionate. In this situation, he is willing to save his mother even if he might die. If you save this kind of person once, he will definitely remember it forever. Brother, I will remember your life-saving grace. If one day you need me, I will serve you like a slave and I will never regret it. As he said this, Guiyu kowtowed 3 more times. His mother had woken up and was sitting on the bed watching the scene with gratitude in her eyes. Take this knife and live well. We will meet again sooner or later. The bone-cutting knife that Xiao Jun collected before the end of the world had not been used for a long time, so giving it to Guiyu was a perfect opportunity to put it to good use. With this knife, he will definitely be able to upgrade to a first-level mutant quickly, and have enough ability to take his mother to the survivor team. The rest is up to him. After returning to his room, Xiao Jun had a good sleep first. Having such conditions, he certainly could not treat himself badly. The first thing I did after waking up was to cook some self-heating rice. The rice balls tasted good and were filling, but the portion was too small. At the end of the day, there was no taste in my mouth at all. How delicious it is to eat the hot beef rice. The high-tech tent was placed in the living room, and Xiao Jun had never been inside it. From the outside, the tent looks like an ordinary one-person tent, but it is a completely different world once you get inside. It has a space of 200 square meters, which saves a lot of space. Take out the mattresses and bedding in your space and let them divide them themselves when the time comes. The main problem is the toilet and washing. It would be great if this could be solved in the tent. Xiao Jun also has a high-tech toilet, but it is still too little. There is also a bathtub. One bathtub is not enough for more than 30 people. Sanitary napkins are also a big consumable. For women, it seems a bit troublesome. There are only 32 women here, but in the previous life, there were 5,000 or 6,000 women in the female army. That would have been a lot of trouble. Ultimately, it's because we have too few resources. Thinking of this, Xiao Jun no longer had the heart to sleep, and went out with a knife in hand. With a life-saving skill to back him up, Xiao Jun fought very wildly today. Other survivors could often be seen on the streets. All of them passed each other in a hurry, and no one wanted to cause trouble. Kill zombies to earn mutant crystals. At this stage, you should let your sisters become first-level mutants so that you can find more airdrop boxes. I walked to the door of a supermarket close to the street. This supermarket had no back door. As long as I stayed here, I wouldn't have to worry about enemies appearing behind me. Then Xiao Jun started to make a huge noise. The zombies during the day just had decreased hearing, they were not deaf. Under Xiao Jun's high-profile attraction, a large number of zombies on the street ran towards this side. There were some other survivors on this street. When they saw this situation, they ran away frantically, cursing the madman in their hearts. Xiao Jun stood with his sword in hand, guarding the entrance of the supermarket. These were all resources. The massacre lasted for more than an hour. Occasionally, survivors appeared but they were immediately avoided. At this stage, basically no one could afford to provoke such a large-scale zombie army. Xiao Jun seemed like a tireless killing machine, repeating the chopping action over and over. With one slash, 4 or 5 zombies were often killed at the same time. In Xiao Jun's eyes now, this weakened first-level zombie was like a 70-year-old grandmother in slow motion, and could not touch him at all. More than an hour later, Xiao Jun was panting and leaning on his knife. In front of him were densely packed zombie corpses. All the zombies on this street were killed by Xiao Jun alone. The next task was the even more troublesome one of finding mutant crystals, which was even more difficult for Xiao Jun than killing zombies. Fortunately, the mutant crystals are very hard and shiny, so they are relatively easy to find. With one slash of the knife, rows of zombie corpses were decomposed again, and many mutant crystals fell out. It's great to be strong. Who would dare to believe this way of collecting mutant crystals? I guess there are not many people in the whole Star City who can do it. It took more than an hour to kill the zombies, but it took a full 3 hours to collect the mutation crystals. 241 mutation crystals were Xiao Jun's final harvest. There might be some that slipped through the net, but Xiao Jun really didn't want to search again. Even if he had a big heart, rummaging through a pile of shattered corpses would be a very disgusting thing. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiao Jun recovered his strength. Such a massacre was enough for one time. He could not bear more. Next, he would go to find an airdrop box guarded by second-level zombies. With the increase of survivors, airdrop boxes are becoming increasingly difficult to find. During the day, first-level zombies no longer pose much of a threat to humans. But the second-level zombies are still the nightmare of most people, and you can't escape if you encounter them. Instead of wasting time looking for airdrop boxes in every yard, it is better to look for second-level zombies directly on the street. The production of high-level airdrop boxes is what Xiao Jun urgently wants. But before leaving, I have to clean up the supermarket storage warehouse first. It was obvious that someone had been to this supermarket, as the warehouse doors were all open. Xiao Jun didn't care, as he knew that even if someone had been there, they wouldn't have been able to move much stuff away. Self-heating rice and self-heating pot. As soon as he entered the door, Xiao Jun saw what he wanted. This thing is much better than bread and cake. It tastes good and is filling. Xiao Jun never thought too much about things like lao gan ma and hot sauce and just bought them all. Salt, seasonings, and water, these need to be put away. Even though salt seems to be useless nowadays, after all, you don't need it to cook or fry dishes. 3 months later, an earthquake will occur, and then the future city will be built. Salt will come in handy then. If you store more now, it will be wealth. Besides, who says salt is no longer needed? When you leave the city, you will find that in addition to zombies, there are also large-scale mutated beasts. When the time comes, I'll kill a few wild boars or something and cook them until they smell delicious. Sanitary napkins. I took them all. In case the team expands in the future, it's better to be prepared. By the time Xiao Jun came out of the supermarket, his space was already filled with another 4,000 kilograms of stuff. If it weren't for the bracelet, it wouldn't be enough. It would be nice if I could get a few of those 100,000 kilogram backpacks. It was not yet dark, but Xiao Jun had already started dreaming. It's 2:30, which is not too late. I can still go out and look for second-level zombies and grab some high-level airdrop boxes. Along the way, there were shadowy figures, and Xiao Jun also saw 2 airdrop boxes, but they had already been discovered and were being drawn for prizes. Xiao Jun just looked at it from a distance, and when he saw it was a low-level airdrop box, he turned around and left, wasting time. After wandering around for a long time, Xiao Jun did not find any second-level zombies, so he had to return home in disappointment. Today's harvest is not bad. I don't know what the situation is over there. Let's see if everyone can be upgraded. If all members can reach the first level, then my life will be easier in the future. I can just lie at home and wait for them to work. After turning a corner, Xiao Jun came face to face with a zombie, only 1 meter apart. At this distance, the zombie could attack Xiao Jun with just a stretch of his hand. And this zombie did exactly that. A second-level zombie. At this speed, Xiao Jun had no time to stop it. The next second, the zombie's claws pierced through Xiao Jun's head without any obstruction, but no cruel scene occurred. Then, Xiao Jun dispersed lightly and disappeared. Teleport. At the critical moment, Xiao Jun used his last teleportation of the day to get behind the zombie. With one slash of the knife, the second-level zombie was split into 2. After picking up the light green mutant crystal from the zombie's head, Xiao Jun breathed a sigh of relief. I almost scared him to death just now. If he keeps thinking about things when he can't walk, something bad may happen. There must be an airdrop box next to a second-level zombie, and it must start with an advanced airdrop box. This is the rule summarized by Xiao Jun. After killing the second-level zombie, he quickly looked around and found that there was an airdrop box lying quietly not far away, with a dozen zombies next to it. After sending them to the afterlife, Xiao Jun quickly touched the box. It was getting late and the sky was gradually darkening. He didn't want to spend the night outside again. The big bed and wanqianya in the hotel would make him more comfortable. A common 3-piece set, a kettle, a lunchbox, and a steel knife. Fourth, a high-tech toilet. Just when I was lacking one, here comes one. It's like a pillow when I feel sleepy. Fifth, high-tech lamps. This is also good. You can put it inside the tent. Otherwise it will be dark inside and it will be inconvenient to go to the toilet. After packing up all his things, Xiao Jun hurried back to the hotel. All the girls have returned, but judging by their expressions, the atmosphere is a bit heavy. Brother Jun, Xiaoye is dead. Xiao Jun didn't know who Xiaoye was, and he had already expected someone to die. This is the end of the world, not a prosperous time. Countless people die every day, and Xiao Jun has long been accustomed to it. But for this group of girls, they thought that they could live well after being rescued by Xiao Jun, even if they had to fight zombies. Call everyone here. 5 minutes later. Xiao Jun sat on the sofa, wanqianya stood obediently behind him, and all the girls came to the living room. First of all, you have to understand that this is the end of the world. In the apocalypse, countless people die every day, and we are all fighting for survival. In the future, perhaps more people will die, even me. Everyone remained silent. After all, the sudden death of sisters who had fought side by side together was a shadow that could definitely not be resolved with just a few words. Xiaoye died today, will I be the one to die tomorrow? Brother Jun is so powerful, he will definitely not die. But if it wasn't for Qianya today, I would have died. Everyone was thinking, but only he could hear what was related to Xiao Jun. After 2 minutes of silence, Xiao Jun was able to understand their emotions through their inner thoughts. Xiaoya's death makes them sad, but more so panic-stricken. They are afraid that they will become zombies like Xiaoya and be killed by their companions. Jiang Yu, tell me what you gained today. Jiang Yu didn't know why she was suddenly asked to say this, but since Xiao Jun had spoken, she could only open her notebook. Today, a total of 7 airdrop boxes were found, including 1 advanced airdrop box. We got 7 lunch boxes, 6 water bottles, 2 steel knives, a dagger, and a high-tech bath. A high-tech bathtub, just like a bathtub, but this one can accommodate 10 people at the same time. The problem of bathing for female members was thus solved. In addition to the production from the airdrop boxes, we also harvested 92 mutation crystals, which have been distributed according to performance. Therefore, we now have 9 first-level mutants. No wonder they could find so many airdrop boxes. 9 first-level mutants are considered a very powerful force nowadays. Xiao Jun took out 210 mutant crystals from the space, took off a space ring from his hand, and handed them to Jiang Yu together. After tonight, upgrade everyone to ensure everyone's safety. Everyone who was originally silent looked at Xiao Jun in disbelief. Ever since Xiao Jun rescued them, he not only did not ask for anything in return from them, but he has also been providing help. Including Wan Qianya, there are 32 people in total. They got 74 mutant crystals yesterday, and one of them died today, so they got 92 mutant crystals. But now, Xiao Jun directly took out 210 of them and gave them to them, just to allow them to upgrade and avoid casualties again. At this moment, almost all girls have the idea of devoting themselves, even if it means being a mistress. Jiang Yu, the ring is for you. Having space equipment can save you a lot of trouble. Jiang Yu was a little hesitant. Although 210 mutant crystals were a lot, she could still understand that. But she could tell with her toes how scarce space equipment was. And they were just going to give it to her like that. Hurry up and take it. You can't let me be your warehouse every day. Seeing her good sister in a daze, Wan Qianya hurried over, took the ring from Xiao Jun and put it into Jiang Yu's hand. Why is he so special to me? Even if I am Qianya's roommate, don't I still have Li Jingyin? Xiao Jun didn't explain. She couldn't ask directly anyway, so she just let her think whatever she wanted. I can't tell her that I came from the future and I know you are the boss and Li Jingyin is just a thug. Don't be too happy yet. I'll show you where you're going to live from now on. After saying that, Xiao Jun stood up and took the lead to enter the tent in the corner of the living room. There was a flash of white light, and Xiao Jun disappeared. Everyone found it magical. Line up and go in one by one. Jiang Yu had been in there with Wan Qianya before, so she naturally knew what the situation was and quickly made arrangements. After Xiao Jun came in, he immediately turned on the high-tech lamp. This thing is really easy to use and the brightness can be adjusted. The 200 square meter space is still illuminated by it. When everyone entered the tent, they were all stunned. When they saw the stacked mattresses and 4-piece sets, everyone became excited. Finally, I don't have to sleep in a room that smells of blood and has no door. Mattresses, quilts, and 4-piece sets, distribute and place them among yourselves. And the bath you got today, there's also a toilet here. Xiao Jun took out the high-tech toilet he had just obtained. These are all yours, how you arrange them is up to you. Now, no one could hold back anymore and shouted, "Long live Brother Jun." Several bold girls even ran over and gave him a kiss. This made Wan Qianya very angry, and she quickly protected Xiao Jun and did not allow anyone to approach. Besides, immediately afterwards, a large number of women's clothes and shoes, all new, spilled out of Xiao Jun's space. Well, a pair of attack speed shoes fell out, and Xiao Jun quickly put it back. This is not for them. How can you fight in high heels? Jiang Yu, there are some sanitary napkins here. Whether it's clothes or sanitary napkins, you are responsible for keeping and distributing them. Half of Xiao Jun's space was cleared out, and these past 2 days he had been almost exclusively preparing these things for this group of girls. At this time, let alone the girls, even Jiang Yu, who was always calm, became a little excited and wanted to push Wan Qianya aside to hug Xiao Jun and give him a kiss. The others became even crazier and rushed forward again regardless of Wan Qianya's attempts to stop them. 10 minutes later, Xiao Jun's clothes were torn. He finally broke free from the group of girls and escaped from the tent in a panic. After taking a comfortable bath in the bathtub, changing into new clothes, lighting a cigarette, Xiao Jun sat leisurely on the sofa. You still have to drink happy water to get excited. Xiao Jun was not fond of drinking and there was no alcohol stored in his space. However, in the previous life, the price of liquor was very high. Now that I have enough space, I can store a batch. As for cigarettes, their prices are also rising continuously, so it seems I have to get some. In the past, there was not enough space, so I didn't dare to think too much about these things. What was important was to stay alive. Once all the female members are upgraded, they will be able to open more airdrop boxes and have more space equipment. We can't just focus on what's currently useful, we have to consider the long term. As Xiao Jun was thinking, the tent lit up and Jiang Yu walked out. She was the only one there, Wan Qianya was still inside. Brother Jun, all the sisters have been upgraded. A smile appeared on Xiao Jun's lips, and she changed her words. Everyone has been upgraded, which is a very happy thing. At this stage, this combat capability is not even worse than that of some large teams. In the tent, the girls were chattering non-stop, mostly discussing Xiao Jun. The mattresses had all been laid out by them, and in the bathtub in the corner, 10 young ladies were bathing. Others looked at him with envy. But there is no need to rush. There are 20 bathing spots every day, and it will be their turn soon. After taking a shower, I can change into clean new clothes that fit my size. This was unimaginable a few days ago. At that time, I didn't know how many days I could live. All of this is thanks to Qianya. If it weren't for her, how could Yunga take us in? Yeah, it's a pity there's no wine, otherwise I would definitely toast Qianya a few glasses. A group of people praised Wan Qianya and forgot the sadness of Xiaoya's death. The dead are dead, and the living must continue. Wan Qianya was surrounded like a star, and even someone as aloof as her felt a little embarrassed. If I had known earlier that those surrounding her were all college students of similar age, all of them were once little princesses, this feeling would have been so great. Xia, how did you take down Jun? Tell me. Gossip is women's instinct. When a group of women sit together, what else can they do except gossip? After all, there is no way to compare now. You can't compete to see who stinks. Someone started it, and the others followed suit. Even the person who was taking a shower in the corner looked over. Now, the topic of their conversation has always been Xiao Jun. When they were sleeping in other rooms a few days ago, they could not stop talking about Xiao Jun. At the same time, everyone has one thing in common, which is envy of Wan Qianya. Some people even secretly compare themselves with Wan Qianya in their hearts, thinking that they are not bad either, and maybe they can be favored by Xiao Jun too. Especially today, after taking a shower and putting on new clothes, many people regained their confidence. Regarding Xiao Jun's topic, Wan Qianya just smiled but did not comment. It was clear what was in her mind. You keep saying Jun go all the time, and you girls are embarrassed. You are all little foxes. You can't hide anything from anyone. After everyone played around for a while, Wan Qianya got up and left. The tent was theirs, and she slept in the big room. After being repeatedly warned not to leave the tent in the middle of the night, Wan Qianya returned to the living room. In the living room, Xiao Jun was still smoking on the sofa, and Jiang Yu was saying something beside him. When Jiang Yu saw Wan Qianya coming out, she stopped talking and continued only after Xiao Jun's signal. Our overall strength has been greatly improved, but our combat experience is still a little insufficient. So, I think that at present, in addition to finding airdrop boxes, combat is also very important. There are also mutant crystals. This kind of thing is too magical. We need to collect more of them. Maybe it will become hard currency in the future. Also, according to what Brother Jun said, the first-order mutant crystals are only valuable now. In the future, there will be second-order, third-order, and even higher ones. So we should collect more now and use them to exchange for what we need with others. Use information that others don't know to trade these current treasures for more long-term resources. Xiao Jun just briefly mentioned that the first-order mutant crystal is very precious now, but he didn't expect Jiang Yu to immediately come up with a lot of ideas. It's hard to believe that this girl is actually a dance student. Are you sure she's not studying financial management? Of course, Xiao Jun certainly didn't know that a girl with a quiet appearance and the image of a goddess would actually like to read apocalyptic novels. Although those are just the author's imagination, many of them are really applicable. This team is handed over to you. Everything will be done according to your instructions. Tell me what you want and I will get it done. If you have the right people, you can grow to scale, but not too big. Finally, the premise of all this is that only 30% of your daily harvest belongs to you and you distribute it to everyone. The rest must be confiscated. Jiang Yu had no objection to this. Not to mention that he saved everyone's lives, he took out the 210 mutant crystals today without hesitation. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't moved. As the overall team strength improves, more resources can be gained. In this apocalypse where many people are still ordinary people, 31st order mutants are an extremely powerful force. By the way, June, we still have to lend Qianya for a while. Now that our strength has increased greatly, with the addition of Qianya, we can also try the second-level zombies. Xiao Jun naturally had no objection to this proposal. Qianya was also present. She had no objection and was willing to do anything that could help Xiao Jun. After finishing the discussion, Jiang Yu returned to the tent. Although the bed in the guest room was more comfortable, the noise in the middle of the night was too embarrassing. As Jiang Yu entered the tent, Qianya immediately sat on Xiao Jun's lap, put her arms around his neck, and looked at him with her big watery eyes. Xiao Jun didn't go into the room either. Since they were all in the tent anyway, he turned over and took the initiative to press Qianya under him. Brother Jun. I saw what you brought back. Xiao Jun's tiger body shook, and a bunch of things fell out of the space instantly. Balenciaga and Vanu are a perfect match, the classic will last forever. From now on, when I go out and brag, I can also say that awesome thing. The next morning, Xiao Jun walked out of the room refreshed and cooked a bowl of hot pot. Paired with a can of meat and soda, this life is comfortable. At 8 o'clock, the girls got up on time and walked out of the tent. Brother Jun, where's Qianya? Jiang Yu looked around and found that Xiao Jun was the only one there, then she started to ask. She's not feeling well today. I'll go with you. You make the arrangements and I'll follow your instructions. Fortunately, I was smart and went to sleep in the tent last night, otherwise, I would have been killed by the noise of the two of them. Looking at the other young ladies, each of them was looking at him with amusement, and many of them were leaning their heads out to see what was going on in the room. Xiao Jun's face became even more embarrassed. He quickly ate the rest in a few bites, wiped his mouth and stood up. It's getting late, let's go. When they heard that they were about to set off, the young ladies also shifted their attention. Today is their first day after the upgrade, and each of them is full of ambitions. Especially after learning last night that 30% of the harvest would be directly distributed to everyone, our enthusiasm increased even more. As the housekeeper, Jiang Yu had all kinds of things stuffed in her space ring. Only a small bit of it was exposed yesterday, but it was enough to drive them crazy in the apocalypse. Dior, Estée Lauder, and a variety of high-end cosmetics and skin care products. Many of the things they were reluctant to buy before the end of the world can now be exchanged for by making contributions. So, today everyone is full of energy and eager to give a good performance. Now Xiao Jun is still following the team in person, which undoubtedly further motivates them. Without Qianya by her side, maybe Jun Ge would have taken a fancy to her. Then I can have as many of these as I want. Xiao Jun had no idea what these young ladies were thinking. He just felt that they seemed very excited. Perhaps it was a sequelae of the upgrade. Set off. Finally, at Jiang Yu's command, the women's army will reappear in a brand new look. In the hall, two young ladies who had become first-level mutants yesterday took the initiative to take charge. In 2 minutes, all the zombies in the hall were eliminated. After leaving the hotel, the 30 young ladies were divided into 3 groups under the command of Jiang Yu. 2 groups directly started the crushing mode with the spearhead formation, and the remaining group was responsible for collecting mutant crystals. The 3 groups rotate every 20 minutes, fully ensuring everyone's physical needs. Xiao Jun followed the team leisurely. As long as no second-level zombies appeared, he would not take action. The feeling of pushing forward all the way made the young ladies feel proud and happy. What's going on? Why are these women so fierce? Am I seeing things? Is this a massacre? Who is the guy in the middle? He is surrounded by so many beautiful ladies, and he doesn't even have to do anything. This is so fucking cool. Although he didn't see anyone talking, Xiao Jun still heard various discussions, all of which were voices of envy. Xiao Jun also had enough fun and was considering whether he should go with them more often in the future. Brother Jun, a second-level zombie. A scream brought Xiao Jun back to reality. In front of him, a second-level zombie was approaching. You're looking for death. How dare you interrupt my intention? Xiao Jun was very angry and the consequences were serious. Get out of the way. With a loud shout, all the young ladies scattered. Xiao Jun jumped up, holding the steel knife high, without dodging or evading. A blade of light flashed across the sky, causing many onlookers to blink involuntarily. Oh my god, what a fast knife. The onlookers finally couldn't help but speak out. So fierce and strong, I like it so much. Many women looked at Xiao Jun with shining eyes. In the end times, only by following a man like this can they feel safe. The young ladies under Zhao's army all held their heads high and said, "See. This is our Jun Go, our man. There must be airdrop boxes where there are second-level zombies." This was something Xiao Jun had guessed a long time ago. Sure enough, not far away, an airdrop box stood in the middle of the road. Jiang Yu immediately ordered his men to kill them, not wanting to let the onlookers take advantage. The people around were also very sensible. No one dared to touch the tiger's whiskers at this time, and they all moved away. The female army easily reached the airdrop box and surrounded it. Brother Jun, there are mutant crystals. A young lady who had just touched the corpse ran over excitedly, holding an emerald green mutant crystal in her hand. Not bad, not bad. A good start. Ask Jiang Yu to keep a record of it for you. Ask her for a reward tonight. The young lady looked at Xiao Jun excitedly and then turned to look at Jiang Yu. I see. Look at you. You just want that limited edition Dior lipstick. I'll give it to you tonight. Jiang Yu looked at the young lady's expectant eyes and said helplessly. Lipstick. What the hell is that? Can you eat it or drink it? A man who has been single for 30 years has fully demonstrated the good tradition of asking questions when you don't understand something. You have no sense at all. Are you blind? Look at those young ladies. Most of them are wearing new clothes. It's obvious that they just took a shower recently. Do you think people like them will lack food? A young lady next to her said disdainfully. Yeah, I also want to join them. With their strength, how could they be short of food? I also want to take a shower, and I also want lipstick. I haven't put on makeup for a long time. These words expressed the inner thoughts of many young ladies, and many of them looked at Xiao Jun and his friends with envy. Jiang Yu naturally heard it too. Because they had just cleared out all the zombies in this area, many survivors nearby also gathered together, both men and women. Our team is recruiting people. Anyone who is willing can join, but there are requirements. You must be a female college student and come here to register with your student ID. Jiang Yu had discussed this request with Xiao Jun. Now is the end of the world, it is impossible to recruit a group of old foxes or those who just want to eat and wait for death, so it is best to recruit young people who have strong fighting power. But there was another problem. There were already so many young ladies in the group. If a few men were recruited, it would easily cause confusion, so the men were directly excluded. Xiao Jun had no objection. He knew that in the previous life, Jiang Yu led a female team, and their fighting ability was no worse than that of men. After repeated discussions, Jiang Yu finally decided to recruit only female college students who were already enrolled. This type of people have not yet entered society, their minds are relatively simple, and they are easier to manage. Moreover, my team is not yet suitable for large-scale recruitment, and resources are the biggest problem. After Jiang Yu called out 3 or 4 times in a row, 4 young ladies finally came out together. The 4 people's faces were all dirty and their appearances could not be seen. Two of them handed over their tattered student ID cards, and they could barely be identified as them. It's hard for them to still keep their student ID cards in this end times. The four of us live in the same dormitory. They no longer have their student IDs, but they have their ID cards. Is that okay? The leading lady looked at Jiang Yu worriedly, fearing that she would refuse. Can Jiang Yu took their ID cards. They were all 21 years old, so they should be sophomores or juniors. Li Qianwan, right. You and your 3 roommates come in. Just follow us to collect mutant crystals today. Yunyun, take these 4 people over. A little girl named Yunyun jumped out from the team, greeted the 4 newcomers with a smile, and then led them into the middle of the team. Xiao Jun also knew a girl named Yunyun. She had a baby face and, well, she was quite eye-catching. Plus, she liked to wear her hair in 2 ponytails, and when she walked up and down, which was very cute. This doesn't mean I'm getting off topic. The main reason Xiao Jun knew her was because she was now Jiang Yu's deputy. Jiang Yu had mentioned that she was a very attentive girl. As for Li Jingyin, she has already become the strongest female warrior in the group except for one Qianya with a steel knife. Instead of letting her be in charge, it would be better to let her chop a few zombies. After collecting 4 young ladies, no one else came forward. There seemed to be quite a few people gathered here, but there were actually only about 20 of them. More people were hurriedly looking for airdrop boxes. Brother Jun, it's almost 9 o'clock. Let's just wait a while. After collecting the people, Jiang Yu asked Xiao Jun for instructions again. Why are you asking me? You are the commander now, and I am just a thug. Just make the arrangements. Xiao Jun has unconditional trust in Jiang Yu's abilities. The airdrop box in the middle of the road was also touched by the young lady. It was indeed a high-end airdrop box, which produced 2 lunch boxes, a water bottle, a dagger, and a high-tech lamp. At 9 o'clock, airdrops began to rain from the sky again. Perhaps because this was the last airdrop rain in recent times, the duration was doubled to 10 minutes. Countless airdrop boxes fell all over the city, and the crowds that were originally surrounding them disappeared instantly. After observing carefully for a while, Jiang Yu immediately chose a direction, and the women's army set sail again. Following Jiang Yu's instructions, the team moved quickly in one direction like a zombie harvester, and all the zombies they encountered were killed. They encountered 2 second-level zombies along the way, both of which were easily dealt with by Xiao Jun, and they obtained 2 high-level airdrop boxes. Unlike the other young lady's thoughts, Xiao Jun discovered something unusual: there were more second-level zombies. Combined with the increase in the number of airdrop boxes this morning, Xiao Jun suspected that something must have gone wrong with last night's zombie rain. The number of second-level zombies should have increased significantly, which may be another disaster for human survivors. At this stage, there should not be many people who can kill the second-level zombies. This is an opportunity for this group of people, but a fatal threat to most people. Fortunately, Xiao Jun followed us out today. If it was one Qianya, the team would definitely suffer losses if they encountered second-level zombies continuously. No need to look for airdrop boxes specifically, just kill them like this. There are more second-level zombies, so there must be more high-level airdrop boxes as well. Let's just go big. After telling Jiang Yu, Xiao Jun also began to look around. He doesn't need to deal with the first-level zombies, he just needs to concentrate on observing where the second-level ones are. According to Xiao Jun's words, Jiang Yu also made corresponding adjustments. The team no longer went to places like small roads, but killed their way through the main road with dignity. As it turned out, Xiao Jun's guess was correct. Within an hour, they encountered 3 more second-level zombies. So many high-level airdrop boxes also gave a lot of good things, which was much more cost-effective than low-level airdrop boxes. After finding a place to take a short break, Xiao Jun generously took out more than 30 hot pots. A few minutes later, the aroma of hot pot filled the air. It smells so good. Many young ladies are drooling. They eat rice balls every day and their mouths are dry. Now that we have hot pot, who still wants to eat rice balls? The 4 new girls were each given a hot pot and they ate it ravenously. Why didn't I know before that this thing smells so good? Not far from where they were resting, there was also a group of people resting. Although Xiao Jun saw it, he did not take it to heart. He thought that everyone should keep to themselves. If there was any real trouble, he could just kill them all. Brother, look over there, there are so many pretty girls. Why are you yelling? I'm not blind. You can tell me what I want you to say. They were a group of idle street urchins, but the coming of the end of the world gave them a chance to show their talents. With their ferociousness, they quickly obtained the first airdrop box and luckily found a steel knife. After that, everything went smoothly for the few of them. Robbery was a common occurrence, and they even harassed lone girls quite a few times. Skinny monkey, you have to understand the situation clearly. Can we afford to offend those women? With your sharp face and drooling face, they might chop you to pieces later. They are all people who have not read much and have been living in society. When they see beautiful women, they become horny and don't care about anything else. Fortunately, there is still someone with a clear mind in the team. This guy is called Qin Qingli. He is the second in the team and a college student. I heard he has pretty good grades. Later, when he was in college, his girlfriend slept in the same bed with someone else. In a rage, he beat both of them to death in the dormitory. After that, he fled to Xinjiang. He was also a ruthless person. This kind of murderer would have been caught in no time, and the judgment of the law would have been waiting for him, but he did not expect that the end of the world would come. Relying on his ruthlessness, he gained a foothold among this group of thugs and became the second in command. Now he is also a first-level mutant. Second brother, then tell me, with so many girls, don't you want to sleep? And don't you want to eat the hot pot? As long as we can kill them, we will have everything. They are just a group of women. Even though they look fierce when killing zombies, Skinny Monkey still doesn't take them seriously. Women are meant to be used. Idiot. Chen Qingli cursed. If you miss, go alone. Don't even think about dragging your brothers along. But I have a way that might yield great results. More than a dozen people in the team all looked over, even the boss. Who wouldn't want to hold a soft girl in his arms while eating hot pot? Who wouldn't be tempted when Qin Qingli said there was a way? First, we need to spread their news and exaggerate it a little. Tell the survivors that this group of people has plenty of food and are all female college students. Everyone would understand if the news was released, but why did we have to emphasize that it was a female college student? Skinny Monkey didn't understand, so he asked directly. College students, especially women, can easily give people the illusion that they are kind-hearted. When more people come, conflicts will definitely arise. We just need to sit back and reap the benefits. Xiao Jun didn't expect that less than 100 meters away from him, a group of people were already thinking about annexing him. After eating and drinking, it's time to work again. It was still the same strategy as in the morning, and the ladies maintained plenty of motivation. While the 4 new young ladies were resting, Jiang Yu had already helped them upgrade successfully. Of course, this was not free, so she would put it on the account first and pay it back slowly in time. It was Xiao Jun who killed another level 2 zombie. The young ladies skillfully surrounded the airdrop box and kept watch on all sides, but Jiang Yu came to Xiao Jun. Brother Jun, something is wrong. It seems that more and more people are following us. Xiao Jun also frowned. Since the afternoon, someone had been following his team, but because there were not many people and they were just following behind, Xiao Jun didn't care. But now, there are probably hundreds of people following behind. How about I go and ask? It's an unsettling feeling to be fighting in the front while a group of people are watching from behind. If they suddenly launch a sneak attack during the battle, everyone will be finished. Well, be careful, I'm watching. Xiao Jun nodded, but his brows did not relax. Instead, he lit a cigarette. As the thick smell of smoke was inhaled into his mouth, Xiao Jun's frown also relaxed. No matter what they want to do, warn them once, and then kill them directly. Soon, Jiang Yu came back, her delicate little face wrinkled, a different kind of cuteness. Brother Jun, I don't know where these people heard that we have a lot of food here, and they want to ask us for food. What? Xiao Jun even suspected that he had heard it wrong. This is the end of the world, and you want me to give them food? Are these people dreaming? At this time, the crowd behind had become noisy, perhaps because Xiao Jun and his men had not moved for a long time, or perhaps because they felt that there were enough people. Girls, we are all Chinese compatriots. Can you bear to watch my elder sister starve to death? Yes, yes, please have pity on my child. He is only 8 years old. His father was eaten by zombies while looking for food. We have not eaten for 3 days. The young ladies in Zhao's army were just a group of college students looking forward to the future not long ago. They had never seen such a scene. Many young ladies showed sympathy on their faces. The group of people in front of them looked so pitiful. Xiao Jun walked to the front with a heavy face, and Jiang Yu followed closely behind him. Seeing the only male in the other team coming over, everyone couldn't help but take a few steps back. They have been following for a while and have seen Xiao Jun take action many times. This man can even kill a second-level zombie with one sword. Who told you that? My team has food. Everyone present was silent, and no one wanted to be the first to speak out. Whoever tells me, the food belongs to him. After saying that, Xiao Jun took out a steamer and a bottle of Coke from the space. Still no one spoke. Now Xiao Jun understood that these people were not as miserable as they said. They did not even look down on this little food. What they wanted was more. Hey, little brother, we didn't hear anyone say that. We followed you all the way and saw that you got a lot of food. A voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. Someone took the lead and everyone immediately became lively again. Yes, yes, you are so powerful, you must have no shortage of food, so help us. Little brother, when one side is in trouble, all sides will come to our aid. We are all compatriots, shouldn't you take the initiative to help us? Xiao Jun did not get angry but laughed instead, looking at the group of people in front of him with a sneer. Then tell me, how much should I give you? Xiao Jun asked. Everyone looked at each other. Of course it would be best to give them all to us, but that's not the right way to say it. Little brother, give each of you a lunchbox and a water bottle. Everyone has difficulties. We can help you next time. It was the same voice again. This time, Xiao Jun finally caught the person who was speaking from the crowd. He doesn't look very old and has tattoos on his body. This person seems a little familiar. Xiao Jun wondered silently in his heart when he had met her before. The crowd was already boiling with excitement again. Yes, yes. A lunchbox and a water bottle. This shouldn't be difficult for little brother. Of course. With such strong strength, it would be easy for him to kill some zombies and find some supply boxes. Jiang Yu followed behind Xiao Jun with a worried look on her face. With so many things, not to mention that they didn't have them, even if they did, it would be impossible for them to give them away. But there are already hundreds of people present now. If a conflict occurs, it will definitely be disadvantageous to our side. She can force these sisters to kill zombies, otherwise they will die. But killing someone? Jiang Yu didn't even dare to think about it. Looking around, many young ladies have come to their senses. None of them are really stupid. If they can't see that these people are robbing, then they will not be able to get into university. But they were even more nervous, and they could hardly hold the weapons tightly. Their minds were full of thoughts about what they would do if a conflict broke out. You can't just kill people. Looking at the performance of these young ladies, the onlookers felt more confident of victory. Sure enough, young college students are easy to bully, especially female college students. Once they get the food this time, they can come back next time after they finish eating. I came at the right time this time. Maybe I can develop this relationship in the future. I can let them find food and I can just follow them and ask for it. I am familiar with this routine. The college students in my company used to do the same thing. Xiao Jun sneered as he took in everyone's expressions, and even heard the thoughts of many people clearly. They are all a bunch of blood-sucking demons in human skin. Unfortunately, they met Xiao Jun, who just made the suggestion. I think it was you. Then I'll start with you. As he spoke, Xiao Jun motioned for Jiang Yu to take out a lunchbox and a kettle and place them in front of him. The young man didn't expect Xiao Jun to compromise so quickly. He walked out of the crowd excitedly and walked towards Jiang Yu with a lewd smile on his face, his eyes fixed on Jiang Yu's straight legs. Even though Jiang Yu was wearing sportswear, she felt extremely sick at this moment. The young man walked up to her and stretched out his hand, still speaking. The little brother is indeed a good person, and the girl is really pretty, but the lunchbox is too tasteless. It would be better if they gave him some soda and hot pot. Don't worry, you won't have to worry about food anymore. Xiao Jun's cold voice sounded, and the young man subconsciously asked, why? The next second, he couldn't ask any more, and he would never worry about food again. Ah! A series of screams rang out. He killed someone. He killed someone. The screams came not only from the survivors who were surrounding them, but also from the young ladies in his own team. A living life was ended right in front of them. It was really too horrifying for them. Xiao Jun took out a piece of clothing from the space at random and began to wipe the blood off the steel knife carefully. Even worse is Jiang Yu. Because the man was closest to her, blood spurted directly onto her clothes. Now she has pulled out a large roll of paper and is wiping it frantically. If there weren't so many people around watching, she would definitely change her clothes. This damn Xiao Jun, why did he wait until he was so close to attack? Couldn't he have done it earlier? Ugh, I'm going to vomit. Xiao Jun looked at Jiang Yu in surprise. Li Jingyin was beside her, busily wiping her. It's over, it's over. The germophobia monster has been stained with blood. She might want to kill someone. Pray for Jun. Xiao Jun couldn't help twitching at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Yu has mysophobia. He killed people, our compatriots. Let's punish him together. This is a demon. Not only did he not give us food, he was unwilling to help his fellow countrymen, but he actually did this to us. The noise in front attracted Xiao Jun's attention back. He paused while wiping the knife. The crowd suddenly became quiet, and many people took several steps back, fearing that this killer would come up and kill them too. With so many of us, are we afraid of him? Is there still justice in this world? A figure flashed, and Xiao Jun burst out with all his strength in an instant. He arrived in just a dozen meters in a flash. The crowd retreated frantically, leaving only the person who had just spoken. Xiao Jun's knife was already on his neck. This man was wearing glasses and looked gentle, but unexpectedly he was actually a troublemaker. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. A group of people told me to come and fan the flames so that you can fight. They also gave me a rice ball. When the cold knife was placed on his neck, the man with glasses couldn't hold it anymore and almost fell to his knees. Oh! A group of people. Describe them. Xiao Jun looked at the men with glasses in front of him with a smile, and the knife in his hand became heavier. Thump. The men with glasses knelt down immediately. The man you just killed was also one of that group. Xiao Jun's hands relaxed slightly and he slowly raised the knife. Facing the threat of death, the man with glasses' lower body became wet and a foul smell came out. Go away. The man was kicked away, and the rest of the crowd no longer dared to think of resisting. Everyone has heard that someone is instigating this and wants to take advantage of the situation. Everyone nodded frantically. Xiao Jun's fist was strong now, and it was right no matter whether it made sense or not. Jiang Yu, go home. I will kill anyone who tries to stop you. They had already returned to the hotel. Jiang Yu had basically been paddling the entire time and had not yet recovered from being splashed with blood. The team was now under the command of Xiao Jun. As soon as she entered the room, Jiang Yu seemed to suddenly wake up and looked at Xiao Jun. Brother Jun, I remember now. That person was from the team that was resting not far from us during the lunch break. That group of people. Xiao Jun also remembered that he did not take them seriously at that time, but he did not expect that they would play a trick on him behind his back. Keep this account in mind for now. Since we are all in Star City, we will settle it sooner or later. Let's put this aside for now. We are still short of staff and need to recruit more people. Xiao Jun didn't want such things to happen again in the future. If he wanted to prevent it, he had to be strong enough. If today there were 100 first-level mutant girls holding steel knives, would that group of people still dare to come? 30 may sound like a lot, but for a team, it is still far from enough. Whether from a physiological or psychological perspective, women are generally a vulnerable group. If you want to create an army of women that will not be bullied, you need more people. Jiang Yu also agrees with this view. Now they have enough strength, and it is not difficult to find food. Moreover, today they have opened a high-tech tent, so even 100 people can easily live in it. Of course, she didn't know that there would be no more airdrop boxes tomorrow. When the survivors discovered this problem, the fierce competition had just begun. Recruiting people. Also, don't just look for airdrop boxes anymore. As long as there are space equipment, use them all to store daily necessities. We have to go to all the major supermarkets and shopping malls. The general storage warehouses are in the basement. We need more supplies. Remember, food is the main thing. You should also prepare more water and some equipment for outdoor survival. Jiang Yu didn't know why he had to get these things. To survive in the wild. Wasn't Jun going to stay in the hotel? Xiao Jun didn't explain too much to her. The early appearance of the second-level zombies has always been a hurdle in Xiao Jun's mind. He doesn't know whether other things will appear earlier, but it is better to be prepared early. Recruiting personnel is also to prepare for this matter. There will be more zombies outside the city than inside. If you want to live outside the city, you must first clear the land. In his estimation, 500 people would be about the right number. Before going out, he had to visit the survivor team. After tomorrow, humans will find that the number of zombies is no longer increasing, and the team of survivors will expand at an extremely fast speed, sweeping across most of the Star City, forming a territory, and establishing order. Xiao Jun did not plan to join now because there was still an earthquake that had not occurred and the city was not safe. In the previous life, the earthquake reduced the number of survivors by half, and many first-level mutants died, not to mention ordinary people. At 12 o'clock that evening, Xiao Jun stood at the window, the cigarette in his hand burning slowly. The sky was normal again, the cracks that had lasted for a week did not reappear, and the annoying zombies were gone. Everything seemed to have returned to the right track and continued to operate according to the world that Xiao Jun knew. Brother Jun, is this the change you were talking about? Beside Xiao Jun, Jiang Yu and Wan Qianya stood on his left and right. Wan Qianya asked in surprise. Jiang Yu also opened her eyes wide and looked out the window, but there was no trace of zombies in the sky. At this time, both of them had a big question mark in their hearts. How did Yunga know? Could he predict the future? Xiao Jun did not explain. This kind of thing cannot be explained clearly, so it is better to keep it mysterious. From today on, there will be no more zombies and airdrop boxes. A big fight is coming. Closing the curtains, Xiao Jun sighed and said, "The end of the world has just begun. Fighting zombies only requires courage, but fighting humans is the real test. If these girls still maintain their inappropriate kindness as they do today and are unable to take action against humans, then a bloody lesson is bound to await them." Xiao Jun will not interfere, he believes that Jiang Yu can handle it. Jiang Yu sighed softly and looked at Xiao Jun with a complicated expression. Could this man be the protagonist in the legend? Did he travel through time or was he reborn? Xiao Jun cursed in his heart, he would never have thought that there are still women who like to read apocalyptic novels these days. Is this the reason for her rise in the apocalypse? Did I do so badly in my previous life because I never read apocalyptic novels? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you haven't seen it. You have been reborn, so you are the protagonist after all. It seems that the male protagonists in apocalyptic novels usually have a harem. Junge wouldn't want to do the same, otherwise why would he have a harem of women? But, am I the younger one? Even Qianya used to listen to me, so I am the boss anyway. Xiao Jun was speechless. Did I create the women's army? I asked you to recruit people, but you only recruited women. Now you blame me. Besides, why did it become such a big deal? It seems like I didn't do anything to her. It's getting late. You should rest. You have to go out and recruit people tomorrow. Xiao Jun ordered her to leave, and if he let this girl continue thinking, no one knew what she would think. Jiang Yu returned to the tent with a heavy heart, and Xiao Jun and Wan Qianya also returned to the room. Brother Jun, let's go. Early the next morning, Wan Qianya left the hotel with Jiang Yu. Last night, Jiang Yu got a large wooden board and wrote the recruitment requirements for the women's army on it. Today she planned to have someone hold it up throughout the process. At the same time, Jiang Yu also made a private decision in her heart that in addition to these requirements, she also had to look good. Aren't all the protagonists' harem girls beautiful? That's what the book says. Only Xiao Jun didn't hear this, otherwise he would have liked her from the bottom of his heart. This girl is so conscious, she must make it big. It is obviously Jiang Yu's female army, but now it is about to degenerate into Xiao Jun's harem, but Xiao Jun, the protagonist, is still unaware of it. It was already 9:15 when Xiao Jun went out. By now, all the survivors in the city should know that no new airdrop boxes had landed. They also don't know whether there will be more airdrop boxes in the future. At present, the airdrop boxes in the city are the last ones. If one is opened, there will be one less. In an instant, the whole city was in an uproar, and countless people came out of their hiding places to look for the remaining airdrop boxes. At the same time, countless people entered various supermarkets and shopping malls. A few days ago, no one wanted to risk entering the mall. Not everyone was like Xiao Jun, who could easily kill a group of zombies. Moreover, they don't have space equipment, so how much can they get even if they go in? Anyway, there are airdrop boxes, and you can find one to last for a month. But that's no longer possible. Without any replenishment of the airdrop boxes, food will once again become extremely scarce. Under such circumstances, the difficulty of Jiang Yu and her team in finding airdrop boxes and supplies increased greatly, but recruiting people was very smooth, and they recruited 100 people on the first day. Xiao Jun's female college student team officially expanded to 100, becoming one of the largest teams in Xinjiang. Moreover, his team is full of beautiful women. We now have a total of 300 members, including Yu Jun, a total of 301 people. Among them, there are 282 first-level mutants and 19 second-level mutants. In terms of supplies, we have 4 high-tech tents, 2 of which are 200 square meters, and 2 of which are 1,000 square meters. This is more than enough for living. 56 lunch boxes, 77 water bottles, 13 steel knives, 6 daggers, 3 sets of combat uniforms, 3,742 first-level mutation crystals left, and 82 second-level mutation crystals. In addition to one set each for Xiao Jun and Wan Qianya, another set was found later, which Xiao Jun gave to Jiang Yu. The madness during this period also allowed them to harvest a large amount of mutant crystals, 30% of which were allocated for their use. Jiang Yu would distribute them based on everyone's performance, so now the team has 19 second-level mutants. There are 3 high-tech toilets, 2 bathtubs, 2 showers, and 11 high-tech lamps. There are 11 pieces of space equipment in total, including 2 bracelets, 2 jade pendants, and 7 rings, with a total storage space of 15,500 kilograms. In addition to the items in the airdrop boxes, we also have 3,000 kilograms of mineral water, 1,000 kilograms of various beverages, 2,000 kilograms of salt, 2,000 kilograms of various canned foods, 2,000 kilograms of self-heating rice, 1,000 kilograms of self-heating hot pot, 500 kilograms of snacks such as potato chips and spicy strips, and 500 high-intensity flashlights. In addition, we found a large hospital the day before yesterday. Considering that, I took a lot of glucose, as well as some common cold medicines, anti-inflammatory drugs, and antipyretic drugs. I can't use mutant crystals for every minor illness. Ever since the number of zombies and airdrop boxes has stopped increasing, the humans in Star City have gone completely crazy, and all kinds of supplies are being snatched up. Even without space equipment, there is no way to stop the large numbers of people. It was already great that Jiang Yu could find so many supplies, and the space was almost full. In addition to these things, the remaining space will be used to store bedding, paper towels, sanitary napkins for young ladies and other trivial items. That's not enough. Give each team member a luggage bag filled with supplies. Also, we need to recruit more team members until we have 500 people. 5 days had passed since the end of the airdrop boxes. After waiting for 2 more days, when most of the airdrop boxes had been snatched away, Xiao Jun prepared to go to the survivors' team. He heard that the situation there had developed rapidly, and they had even cleared a safe zone in an area. The number of team members had exceeded 10,000. There, he mainly wanted to exchange equipment. He wanted to equip all 500 young ladies with high-tech weapons. All the residents on the 21st floor of the hotel were cleared out by Xiao Jun and given some food compensation. Xiao Jun is not a person without bottom line. As for those who dared to ask for too much, they have already turned into zombies downstairs. After these few days of madness, even the powerful women's army suffered attacks from some fellow humans, and even 2 young ladies died. After this incident, the female army changed completely. They understood that if they didn't kill the enemy would eat them up and not even a bone would be left. Don't talk about humans uniting in the apocalypse. First make sure we can survive, then we can talk about unity. Sister Yu, there are more people coming to us from outside, and among them is a pair of twins who are very beautiful. With Jiang Yu's publicity in the past few days, the women's army has also gained a certain reputation in Xinjiang, and people come to join from time to time. We all already know Jiang Yu's standard female members: women, good-looking women, young women, educated women, and female college students. These 3 things are indispensable. Many people often discuss this in private, and this must be the request of the team leader. The regiment commander is Xiao Jun. Except for the 30 young ladies who came in at the beginning, all those who came in later were called group leaders, and only those 30 were called Brother Jun. Jiang Yu did not explain this. Whichman doesn't like beautiful women, and Xiao Jun is certainly no exception. What's more, these girls who talk a lot are all in love. If Xiao Jun is willing, they can strip themselves naked and throw them into Xiao Jun's mouth tonight. Fortunately, Wan Qianya is here to support them, so these women are not too bold. Twin sisters. Xiao Jun's mind flashed. In the previous life, there was a pair of twin sisters in the future city who were very famous. They seemed to be from Jiang Yu's women's army. The sisters are not famous for their strength and status, but for their beauty. In terms of appearance alone, there are still some better-looking ones in future city, but the advantage is that there are 2 of them. At that time, the twins were the dream of all men in future city, and Xiao Jun was no exception. There's no point in saying so much, let's go and meet him first. Before Jiang Yu expressed her opinion, Xiao Jun spoke. Let's go, someone is here to seek refuge, let's go and take a look. The young ladies next to him looked at Xiao Jun with playful smiles on their faces. Sure enough, I couldn't sit still when I heard about the beautiful twins. Could it be that our sisters are not attractive enough? Xiao Jun had already taken a step forward with his left foot, but he almost lost his balance when he heard the voices of these young ladies. I don't even need to think about it, can you compare with the twin sisters? Not only are they twins, they are also the 3rd of the top 10 beauties in future city, although they were selected together. Even Jiang Yu, with her status as the leader of the women's army, only managed to rank 6th. As for Wan Qianya, she was not on the list at all. In his previous life, Xiao Jun didn't even know that she was a woman. He ignored the voices of these young ladies and walked out with confidence. I just went to see the beauties, so what? In a few months, every powerful man will have dozens of concubines. Xiao Jun had already left the door, and Jiang Yu hurriedly followed. Wan Qianya is not here now. She is leading a team to fight zombies outside. Jiang Yu has to keep an eye on her. When we arrived at the hotel entrance, 2 identical young ladies were standing there, with several female members of the group watching them. Seeing Xiao Jun coming out in person, he hurriedly called out, "Hello, Captain." When they got closer, even Jiang Yu couldn't help but exclaimed, "What beautiful 2 women." Although they were not wearing any makeup and were dirty at this moment, their beauty could not be concealed at all. If she dresses up a little, she will be even more beautiful. She is worthy of being one of the top 3 beauties in future city. I don't know who the first and second people in the row are, and how they can surpass these twins. Hello, Captain. My name is Jingru, and this is my sister, Jingyi. The 2 had heard a long time ago that the most famous female army commander in this star city was a man. They were quite curious when they came, and now they finally saw the real person. He doesn't fit the image of the legendary devil who kills people without mercy at all. He is obviously a handsome guy. Xiao Jun's appearance was not ugly, on the contrary, he was quite handsome. When he had just been discharged from the army, young ladies would often ask him for his contact information when he walked on the streets of Star City. The current Xiao Jun not only has the good looks of his previous life, but also has the confidence and temperament of a strong man, which makes him very attractive to little girls. Otherwise, you might think that these young ladies in the group are just greedy for money. That's because Xiao Jun not only has resources and strength, but he is also handsome. Welcome, both of you. I am the deputy group leader, Jiang Yu. Want to get close to Xiao Jun right away? I'll feed you zombies tomorrow. Xiao Jun looked at Jiang Yu with a frown on his face. This little girl was too vicious. On the sofa in the hotel. Xiao Jun sat leisurely on the sofa, with the twin sisters sitting opposite him. Just now, Jiang Yu and Li Jingyin also took a group of people out to clean up the place. With so many people, they can be divided into several groups and take turns to go out. More than 300 mutants cannot be underestimated by anyone in the entire Star City. The twin sisters had just taken a bath and changed into clean new clothes. The faint fragrance from their bodies kept drilling into Xiao Jun's nose, making his heart itchy. Xiao Jun saw Jiang Yu spraying perfume the day before yesterday. This girl must not have reported to him truthfully. All the women's cosmetics and perfumes were handled by Jiang Yu herself. No one knew how much she had hidden. The twin sisters are freshmen at Xingqing Women's University and are only 19 years old this year. I heard from a girl from a girls' university in the group that these two sisters became the campus beauties in the first month after they arrived at the school. To be able to stand out from a crowd of women, you can imagine how amazing their looks are. There were a lot of snacks on the table, including potato chips, spicy strips, and cola, all of which Xiao Jun had just taken out. Seeing the twin sisters looking at the snacks on the table with anticipation, Xiao Jun waved his hand and let them eat as much as they wanted. Thank you, Captain. I don't know if it was the older sister or the younger sister, but she said something excitedly and immediately opened a bottle of Coke. The other person was a little hesitant, but couldn't resist the temptation of food and finally took action. Xiao Jun found out that although they were twins, one was lively and generous while the other was much shy. As soon as Wan Qianya entered the door, she saw this scene. Xiao Jun was lying comfortably on the sofa. Two stunning beauties were massaging him, asking from time to time, "Is the strength appropriate?" Bang! The sound of something heavy falling to the ground. Xiao Jun raised his head and saw the angry Wan Qianya. The twin sisters were even more frightened and stood aside obediently. Snort. Wan Qianya snorted coldly, ignored Xiao Jun, and went straight into the room. Click. The door was locked. It's okay, you guys go out. Looking at the bewildered twin sisters, Xiao Jun waved his hand and let them leave. Before leaving, the lively one even took away the Coke he had not finished. Xiao Jun didn't care. It was originally for them to drink. He wouldn't be reduced to drinking her saliva from the Coke. If he wanted to drink it, he would drink it directly from his mouth. I knocked on the door gently a few times, but there was no movement from inside. Xiao Jun increased his strength and kept knocking tirelessly. After a while, the door finally opened. Wan Qianya stood at the door with red eyes, just staring at him. One of the top 10 masters is crying. This is definitely a spectacle that has never happened before. Why, you won't let me in? Wan Qianya made way but still said nothing. Aren't they just twins? Aren't they just prettier? As expected, all men are the same. You can't trust them. Wan Qianya didn't speak and Xiao Jun didn't speak either. Anyway, he could hear what was in people's hearts, so he just sat here and listened. You came in but didn't say anything. What on earth do you want to do? Do you want me to take the initiative? It's obviously you who did something wrong. Xiao Jun still sat on the bed without saying a word. Wan Qianya stood at the head of the bed and the two looked at each other. Even if it is the end of the world now, even if you are very capable, I am your first woman. It is unforgivable to fool around with other women without my consent. Xiao Jun was already laughing in his heart. This girl, does that mean he can fool around with other women as long as she agrees? Why is he still silent? What does he mean? Did I go too far? That shouldn't be the case. I went out these days and heard that the leaders of the bigger groups were surrounded by several women. Maybe I am asking too much. Xiao Jun really didn't know that before the establishment of the future city, he had been living alone. After entering the future city, he realized that those capable men had countless women. It's still early now. It's been less than 20 days since the end of the world. Has its true nature already been revealed? Why is he still silent? I will forgive him as long as he apologizes to me. Wan Qianya was a little anxious. Something was wrong with the situation. Is he angry? Does he think I made him lose face in front of the twins? Is he going to abandon me? Should I apologize? I have to say that women are indeed the most amazing creatures. No matter what comes into their minds, they can make up a big drama for you in minutes. You must be tired from going out. Don't stand all the time. Come and sit down. Ask Wan Qianya to apologize to him. Xiao Jun didn't have such a weird hobby, so it was fine. It's the end of the world now, and it's definitely impossible to be a bootlicker like before the end of the world. But after all, she is my first woman, so I must give her some face. Wan Qianya was about to hesitate, but Xiao Jun pulled her directly into his arms. I was a little tired just now, and they happened to be here, so I asked them to give me a massage. Without much explanation, Wan Qianya really went down this ladder. If you're tired, let me give you a massage. I won't go out tomorrow. Anyway, there are many powerful sisters in the group now, and one more person is enough for me. Her red eyes, coupled with her aggrieved look and pitiful appearance, made Xiao Jun couldn't help but kiss her on the face. Humph, I'm going to wash my face. Wan Qianya ran out of the room as if escaping from Xiao Jun's arms. In the bathroom, Wan Qianya looked at herself in the mirror. She has always been very confident about her appearance. As one of the campus beauties of the School of Finance and Economics and a student of the dance department, her figure and appearance are impeccable. But even Wan Qianya felt her eyes light up when she saw the two twin sisters just now. No, if this goes on, Xiao Jun might be fascinated by others. What should I do if he gets tired of me? I have to think of a solution. Twin sisters, right? I don't believe it. I'll call Yaya over to warm the bed at night and see who can beat who. Wan Qianya is a smart person. From the moment she realized that this was the end of the world, she knew that a man like Xiao Jun would never be short of women around him in the future, and she had already prepared herself mentally. But she didn't expect that this day would come so suddenly and so soon. I must defend my position. If Jiang Yu is not enough, then I will add Li Jingyin. I just don't believe it. The three sisters in my dormitory can't beat her, a twin. Xiao Jun never expected that just a massage from the twin sisters would have such a big impact on Wan Qianya. He was already thinking about how to trick Jiang Yu into his bed. If Xiao Jun had known earlier, he might have done it earlier. Brother Jun, there is big news. Jiang Yu's hurried voice came from outside the door. What's wrong? Xiao Jun walked out of the door in confusion. Didn't Jiang Yu just go out for a short while? Why did she come back so soon? The survivor team said they want to build a new city called Future City. The three words, Future City, made Xiao Jun's heart tremble. It's early again. In the previous life, the survivor team announced the establishment of the Future City a month after the second airdrop ended, but now, it has been a full month ahead of schedule. This was actually within Xiao Jun's expectations. In this life, everything seems to be speeding up. Why is that? Is it really because of the butterfly effect caused by my rebirth? But if you think about it carefully, there seems to be nothing wrong with establishing the future city now. In the previous life, it was delayed until a month later because everyone's overall strength was relatively weak. In this life, even if Xiao Jun was excluded, the upgrades of other people were much faster. The secret of the mutant crystal seemed to have been discovered in less than a day and then spread quickly. If it weren't for the appearance of the second-level zombies, the number of survivors in the city might have been more than double that of the previous life. Any other news? Xiao Jun asked. He needed to know more information to judge the current situation. I heard that the Survivors Guild has cleared out zombies from most of the area in the past 5 days and established a safe defense line. Now they are calling on all survivors to move in. It's so fast. Xiao Jun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There are only 8 districts in Star City. In 5 days, they have cleared the zombies in most of the districts. This efficiency is indeed very high. And along with that, there are huge gains. Don't underestimate the thousands of mutant crystals in your hands. Compared with them, they are probably not even a fraction of theirs. In addition to the production of mutant crystals and airdrop boxes, all supermarkets, shopping malls, and other places in that area must have been emptied by the survivor team. These supplies are more valuable than real gold and silver in the end times. Brother Jun, are we going? Many people are heading there now. Jiang Yu would not make a decision on such an important matter. She was already convinced that Xiao Jun was either reincarnated or had traveled through time. In any case, he was the protagonist, and it would definitely be right to follow him in the general direction. Go tomorrow, and set out at daybreak. Xiao Jun made the decision. The area where the survivor team is located is right next to their own area. The distance is not very far and can be reached in half a day. There is no need to worry about the risk of darkness coming. Now, it is estimated that all the survivors in the city will find a way to go there. I need to go there to learn more information and buy more equipment. Soon, Xiao Jun's decision reached the ears of every young lady. We will set off at 7 o'clock tomorrow and our destination is the current future city. Brother Jun, are we going to join future city? Wan Qianya also calmed down and came to Xiao Jun. Now was not the time to make a fuss. Any decision Xiao Jun made would affect their future. No, what's the difference between joining future city and joining the survivor team? I don't want to be controlled by others every day. Joining the future city is impossible. Not to mention that there is still an earthquake that has not come. Even if it comes, he will not join the current future city. He will officially move in only after a month or two, when future city has developed again after the earthquake and becomes a real residence for all survivors. Move in as a group, rather than joining. Nothing happened that night, and even the matter between Xiao Jun and the twin sisters was temporarily forgotten. Early the next morning, more than 300 young ladies stood at the entrance of the hotel in high spirits, waiting for Jiang Yu's instructions. Brother Jun, we have almost 100 second-level mutation crystals now. Do you want to try to upgrade you? There were only 4 people in the hotel room, Xiao Jun, Jiang Yu, Wan Qianya, and the confused Li Jingyin. We are about to go to the future city, where there are many people and it is someone else's territory. Only if we are strong enough can we ensure maximum safety. As the team's strength increases, the second-level zombies are no longer a threat, but instead become a popular target. Yesterday, the entire team harvested 13 second-order mutant crystals, only 5 away from 100. However, there are fewer and fewer second-level zombies, and it is becoming increasingly difficult to obtain second-level mutation crystals. I heard that the survivor team has already offered 80 first-order mutant crystals in exchange for 1 second-order mutant crystal. And 80 first-level mutant crystals are enough for you to buy a large amount of food and water in the future city. Upgrade, not just me, you guys too. The upgrade from the second stage to the third stage can still be done with the first stage mutation crystal, but the ratio is 1 to 10. They are so eager to collect the second-level mutant crystals, so there is only one possibility, that they already have a third-level mutant. To upgrade from level 3 to level 4, the first-level mutation crystals are basically ineffective, and 1,000 second-level mutation crystals are required. But now, there are no third-level zombies in this world. Logically speaking, even the second-level zombies should not appear now. Most people are still at the level of ordinary people, and only a very few people have the probability of reaching the second level. But now everything is messed up. The strength of humans has improved by leaps and bounds, but the zombies have not been updated, and now the zombies are not strong enough for humans to bully. Nearly 4,000 mutant crystals were placed in front of the 4 people, shining brightly and blindingly. Only then did Li Jingyin realize that she was going to be upgraded. Sure enough, it's great to have 2 good roommates. You don't have to do anything and just wait for the benefits to be distributed. Xiao Jun took out another 30 second-order mutant crystals from the space, which together were enough for the 4 of them to upgrade. Sure enough, Jun Ji is still the best to me. When it comes to improving our strength, he first thinks of me and my roommates. Twin sisters. Nothing to be afraid of. Wan Qianya took 1,000 mutant crystals and sat aside, feeling very happy. Brother Jun is so nice to me. Wan Qianya is his girlfriend and Jiang Yu is the team leader. What should I do? Should I give myself to him? Li Jingyin held the mutant crystal stupidly, wondering how she could do justice to these things. Xiao Jun's face was full of black lines. What the hell was this? If you were not the #1 killer of the women's army in your previous life, I would not have upgraded you even if you were Wan Qianya's mother. On the contrary, Jiang Yu didn't think about anything. Wasn't it natural that she would get one of the 4 promotion spots? The 4 of them stopped talking and all repeated the same action, stuffing the mutant crystal into their mouths. Fortunately, this thing does not need to be chewed, it melts in your mouth, which saves a lot of trouble. Otherwise, if you chew 1,000 of them, your cheeks will be dislocated. Half an hour later, Xiao Jun and his 3 companions walked downstairs refreshed. Leader, are you going to fight 3 people alone before leaving? Do you have such good energy? Wow, your circle is so chaotic, 4 people are fighting, I want to join in too. Xiao Jun staggered. Has his image become like this now? His reputation has been ruined. Jiang Yu didn't think much about it, she couldn't hear other people's voices, she looked at Xiao Jun in surprise, would his legs still be weak after the upgrade? But when she looked at the female team members in front of her again, seeing the raging gossip fire revealed in their eyes, and many of them showing an expression of, as expected, Jiang Yu reacted instantly. It's over. I can't wash myself clean even if I jump into the Yellow River. It's all Xiao Jun's fault. Why did his legs suddenly become weak? Set off. Following Jiang Yu's impassioned orders, Xiao Jun and his harem group advanced towards the future city. Female team members were clearing the roadblocks all around. Xiao Jun, Wan Qianya, and Jiang Yu were walking in the middle of the team. The violent Li Jingyin had already rushed to the front. You two should familiarize yourself with your special abilities as soon as possible. This is a killer move. That's right, just now, 4 people were promoted to the 3rd level together. Except for Xiao Jun, the other 3 people all obtained supernatural talents. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. I still don't quite understand what this phantom is. If he attacks to remove the cloaking state, can he still determine whether I'm attacking? If I kiss you after I'm cloaked, does it count? Xiao Jun was speechless. You're using this amazing supernatural talent to kiss me secretly. Are you kidding me, miss? You'll be one of the top 10 masters of Future City in the future, or even the #1 killer in Future City. Is this it? What a pity, it can only be used once a day, and each time it only lasts for 5 minutes. However, it can still triple the speed when hiding. Wan Qianya sighed. If that doesn't count, then can I turn invisible and do it with you? You can't see me, and it's 3 times faster. Isn't that exciting? Xiao Jun thought about it carefully and decided, well, it should be very exciting. Bah! What are you thinking? With such amazing supernatural talents, it is no wonder that Wan Qianya could become one of the top 10 masters in her previous life. Many people even don't know whether she is a man or a woman. Increasing the speed 3 times in stealth mode, what a concept. This is 3 times the speed of her current speed, which is enough to catch up with teleportation. With this supernatural talent, if Wan Qianya wanted to kill someone, the person would be dead by the time others saw her. This was tailor-made for her to become the queen of the killer world. Thinking of this, Xiao Jun looked at Jiang Yu again. In her previous life, Jiang Yu, apart from being the leader of the women's army and ranking 6th among the top 10 beauties in Future City, had no known military achievements. Therefore, in everyone's perception, Jiang Yu should be the kind of general who is good at making plans, but his own strength is not that outstanding. But now, Xiao Jun could only sigh that this woman was really good at hiding. Jiang Yu has a special talent, an armor-piercing blade. Simply put, it is indestructible. If Wan Qianya is the killer behind the scenes, then Jiang Yu is the killing machine in the front. The supernatural power is activated, ignoring any defense within 10 minutes, and can be used once a day. This skill can last for 10 minutes. Even if it can only be used once a day, it is simply a bug. When she activated her special powers, the high-tech combat suit she was wearing looked like just paper. During these 10 minutes, Xiao Jun believed that anyone who came into contact with him would die. In short, he was invincible. Compared to these 2 people, Li Jingyin's supernatural talent is much more ordinary, just a tenacity. One of the abilities looks like a spear and a shield to Jiang Yu, but in fact one is in the sky and the other is underground. Among all the awakened supernatural talents, there are several more common ones. Tenacity is one of them. After it is activated, her defense will be greatly improved. Even the claws of a second-level zombie cannot scratch her skin. It can be used 3 times a day, each time for 10 minutes. In addition to toughness, there is also elemental power. Chen Gang, the Lord of Future City, has fire-related abilities. He can release flames from his hands, which has enormous destructive power. Fire-related abilities are considered to be relatively offensive abilities, and there are also some auxiliary types, such as water-related abilities. Its only function is to condense water molecules in the air into edible water. This will also be the main source of drinking water in the future. A water-related mutant can meet the water needs of 2,000 people in a day. There are also people with light-related abilities, whose abilities can relieve fatigue and restore physical strength. In the future, many top young ladies in the service industry will be people with light abilities. Their prices are also much higher than those of ordinary girls. If you are prettier, the prices will be sky high. Don't expose your supernatural talents casually, even to your subordinates. Unless it is a very critical moment, you can't use it casually. Xiao Jun repeatedly warned the two, especially Jiang Yu. Her supernatural talent, if used suddenly without others knowing, can definitely have a decisive effect and can even lead to victory in a small-scale battle. As for Wan Qianya, Xiao Jun planned to let her continue doing what she did in her previous life. As one of the top 10 masters and the #1 killer in Future City, there would be absolutely no problem for Wan Qianya. After giving instructions to the two people, Xiao Jun was also thinking about another problem. Only when one reaches the 3rd level of mutant will one know whether one's supernatural talent will be awakened. It seems that he has to hurry up and get everyone up to speed. The number of zombies in the city will decrease dramatically before the second airdrop occurs. Just like now, Xiao Jun and his companions were not killing zombies along the way as imagined. Instead, the zombies in many places had been cleared out. Knowing that the number of zombies will not increase, all humans have confidence and are determined to drive the zombies out of the city and rebuild a civilized system. But they don't know that there will be a second and third time. It seems that the zombies are endless and can never be eliminated. Even the Future City in the previous life had experienced several zombie airdrop attacks, each one stronger than the last, with heavy losses in each round. This also caused the housing prices in Future City to rise steadily. Later on, low-level mutants could not afford to live in houses at all. However, Xiao Jun was not worried. After the second wave of zombie airdrops was over, he planned to take his team out of the city. There were many more zombies outside the city than inside, and no one would rush to grab the airdrop boxes. At this stage, no one is thinking of leaving the city. "Captain, Sister Yu, we are almost at Future City." A young lady in front ran over to report the situation. There were fewer and fewer zombies around, and they saw many humans on the road with the same purpose as them, all heading for the Future City. Everyone should not let their guard down. Jiang Yu's order was quickly passed down, and then she and Xiao Jun came to the front of the team. "Brother Jun." "Captain." "Sister Yu." Different names are heard from time to time. Xiao Jun squinted his eyes and looked ahead, knowing that he would have to stay here for a while. There were people coming and going on the roads on both sides. If you didn't look at their clothes, it would seem like we had entered the end of the world. The arrival of Xiao Jun and his team attracted a lot of attention. Recently, this team composed entirely of young ladies has become famous and many people know about it. Especially Xiao Jun, who was walking in the front, was extremely enviable. Being surrounded by so many beautiful young ladies, anyone would be confused. After walking a few kilometers further, the Future City appeared before our eyes. Although it has only been a few days, the construction of the Future City has begun to take shape. Many roads have been blocked by them, leaving only 2 avenues for entry. At the entrance to the city, there are special people responsible for registering the information of all people entering the city. If there are still relatives alive, they can also be found here, but it costs money. Seeing Xiao Jun and his men coming, the others made way for them. In these days of the apocalypse, everyone has become accustomed to the law of the jungle, and those who are not used to it have become zombies. Whoever is the leader, come over and register. Xiao Jun came here to exchange resources, not to cause trouble, so he naturally had to abide by the rules of Future City. He brought Jiang Yu and Wan Qianya with him. "Captain, please register." Even the gatekeepers were very discerning. They knew that such a large-scale team entering the city could not be treated the same way as individuals. Even though he now represents the future city, he cannot be too arrogant. If you tell him that someone who can form such a large team in the apocalypse doesn't have some lives on his hands, he won't believe it. He wrote the 2 words Xiao Jun on the notebook. When it came to the name of the regiment at the back, Xiao Jun hesitated. He had never thought about this. Seeing that Xiao Jun was a little hesitant, Jiang Yu took the pen and directly wrote the 5 big words, Xiao Jun's harem group. Well, Jiang Yu had already written it, and Xiao Jun was too lazy to revise it. As the guards stared in amazement, he left with more than 300 young ladies. Soon, the name, Xiao Jun Harem Group, spread throughout the future city. There are free maps available at the entrance. At this time, Xiao Jun, Jiang Yu, and others are each holding a map and looking at it. Brother Jun, where are we going first? There are not many places marked on the map, such as the trading market, certificate processing hall, recruitment market, and the city lord's mansion. The certificate processing hall, find a place to stay. Walking towards the certificate application hall, I saw many people wielding hoes to build the city of the future, many of whom were mutants. A young lady went up to ask around and found out that many people were recruited from Future City. Not only were they provided with food, but they were also given a first-level mutant crystal per day. That was why so many people were scrambling to do the job. After becoming a mutant, his physical fitness has greatly improved and the construction speed has also increased a lot. No wonder the Future City has developed so fast. When he arrived at the certificate application hall, a young lady who was familiar with the place told Xiao Jun that this should have been the government affairs center of Xingcheng. The young ladies were left outside in the square by Xiao Jun, and he only took Jiang Yu and Wan Qianya in. There weren't many people in the certificate application hall, it was even quite deserted. The businesses here have been marked on the map. To set up a team, you must apply for a group establishment certificate here. You also need to apply for a certificate here to purchase territory or a house. Within the entire territory of Future City, everything belongs to Future City. Even if this house was your residence before the end of the world, you have to buy it from Future City now. This incident caused quite a stir, and later Future City took a step back. If you can prove that this was your house before the end of the world, then you only need to pay a part of the protection fee to get your house back. Sir, what business do you want to handle? A sweet-looking young lady came up to him. She had a sharp eye and knew that a man who could bring 2 extremely beautiful women along must be very powerful. What about the group building certificate? Xiao Jun went straight to the point. That depends on the size of your team. If it's less than 100 people, you only need to pay 10 mutation crystals. If it's between 100 and 500, it's 30, and if it's between 500 and 1,000, it's 50. It is not allowed to establish groups with more than 1,000 people for the time being. The Future City has just been established, and a group of 1,000 people will definitely not be allowed. What if something goes wrong? A group of 500 people. A lot of zombies were killed on the way here, and now Xiao Jun has 174 first-level mutant crystals in his hand. After throwing out 30 mutant crystals, the young lady's smile widened. She even straightened her chest to reveal more of her already limited clothes. If there weren't 2 stunning beauties beside Xiao Jun, she would have definitely caught up with him. Sir, please come here to register your information and the name of the group, and the certificate will be prepared for you immediately. Xiao Jun did not go, but asked Jiang Yu to go. He did not want to write the 5 big words, Xiao Jun's harem, himself. After a few minutes, Jiang Yu came over with a jade plaque. This thing can't be fake. Playing with the jade in his hand, Xiao Jun asked casually. Don't worry, Captain Xiao. This has the seal of our Future City. No one dares to forge it. Xiao Jun could not deny this. Take me to see the territory. The smile on the young lady's face was about to overflow, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Xiao Jun was as if she wanted to eat him. With the certificate for establishing a group of 500 people, she can get a commission of 2 mutant crystals. If she buys a territory, she will be rich today. I brought Xiao Jun to the place where we were going to buy the territory. There was no one here and several staff members were almost asleep on the table. Something's happening. Hurry up and get out the map of the territory. Hearing the young lady's voice, a clerk who was sleeping was awakened and took out the map in a daze. The young lady didn't care about him and quickly gave it to Xiao Jun. "Captain, look, these are the territorial areas divided by Future City. If you purchase any piece of land, you will become the owner of that piece of land. Whether you build a house or do something else, Future City will not interfere." Xiao Jun nodded and looked at the map seriously. The largest territory covers an area of 100,000 square meters, and the price is also staggering, 10,000 mutant crystals. 1 mutant crystal is equal to 10 square meters. The price is not expensive. After all, it is still the early stage. Many people cannot even afford 10 mutant crystals, let alone 10,000. Skipping these territories, Xiao Jun went straight to the edge, where there was also a territory division. The area is 20,000 square meters, and the price is only 500 first-order mutant crystals. "Why is this so cheap?" Xiao Jun asked, pointing at the territory. "Captain, this is already the suburbs. If we go any further we will be out of the city. There are many more zombies outside the city than inside. Although we have cleared 10 kilometers of the future city and built a thicker wall, it is still a bit scary at night." After listening to the young lady's introduction, Xiao Jun's eyes lit up. This was simply tailor-made for him. "That's what I want." The young lady wanted to say something, but Xiao Jun had already made up his mind and naturally would not be moved by her. "I don't have that many first-order mutation crystals anymore. How do you exchange for second-order mutation crystals here?" Although Xiao Jun was reluctant to use the second-order mutant crystal, he only wanted to develop at the moment and did not want to go against the future city, so the money had to be paid. Upon hearing about the second-order mutant crystal, the young lady, who was originally a little regretful, immediately became excited. The exchange rate offered by Future City is 1 to 80, but for every exchange she makes she will be given a commission of 5 first-order mutant crystals. No wonder she is so excited. "Captain, if it's a second-level mutant crystal, you only need to pay 6. 6 second-order mutant crystals are equal to 480 first-order mutant crystals, but this is not a problem. There is room for bargaining in the pricing of the territory. This territory can be sold as long as there are more than 450 crystals. If she uses second-order mutant crystals to pay the bill and this deal is successful, she can get commissions of dozens of first-order mutant crystals. That would make her really rich." The future city had been built for 2 or 3 days, but she had not made any profit yet. Unexpectedly, a local richman came as soon as it opened. The staff member who was in charge of handling the territory suddenly woke up from his drowsiness, and as if afraid that Xiao Jun would go back on his word, he quickly processed the procedures for him. In just 3 minutes, Xiao Jun got his territory certificate. "Let's go to the territory." After leaving the certificate processing hall, Xiao Jun led more than 300 young ladies and headed straight to his own territory. But before they had walked far, a group of people appeared on the opposite side, apparently heading to the certificate application hall. Although the road is not narrow, it is definitely not possible for hundreds of people to pass through at the same time. Neither side had any intention of backing down, and they were about to collide, when Xiao Jun suddenly stopped. The other party laughed loudly, a bunch of women. They really thought they were so tough, if they didn't stop, they would just bump into him and even take advantage of him. But then they couldn't laugh anymore. At Jiang Yu's signal, the young lady in the first row instantly drew out her steel knife, ready to start fighting if there was any disagreement. When the two sides were only 10 meters apart, the other party also stopped. The people around had already run away, fearing that they would get into trouble. A burly man came out holding 2 steel knives and looked at Xiao Jun with unfriendly eyes. "A bunch of women, they also want me to give way. If this gets out, how can I survive in Future City in the future?" Xiao Jun also narrowed his eyes. If he wanted to gain a foothold in the end times, the first thing he had to do was not to be timid. If you show weakness once, everyone will think you are easy to bully. Especially his situation is very special, as all his subordinates are beautiful young ladies. "Brother Jun, look at those people, aren't they the ones who rested next to us last time?" Jiang Yu leaned close to Xiao Jun's ear and pointed in a direction. Xiao Jun looked in the direction where her finger pointed and found that it did look familiar. Last time, he was tricked by someone. If he hadn't happened to be with the team that day, who knows what the consequences would have been. Xiao Jun had always remembered this, but Star City was so big and there were so many zombies that trying to find someone with just a little memory was like looking for a needle in a haystack, so he gave up the idea temporarily. Unexpectedly, he met him here. Leave those people to me, and I'll make way. Xiao Jun also walked forward a few steps with two steel knives in his hands, pointing the knives in the direction of those people. Haha, brother, I'm afraid you are joking. You have to give way to me on this road, whether you want to or not. You still want me, the lone wolf, to hand over my brothers to you. Who do you think you are? This pretty boy must be a fool. He should just give way to others. Why does he want me to give way to others? How can he be crazy? But those girls of his are pretty good. Why not take advantage of this opportunity to take all those girls with him? Xiao Jun smiled. The next second, Wan Qianya moved. The sturdy man raised his steel knife and tried to block it reflexively, but unfortunately it missed. Now, can we talk? As soon as Xiao Jun finished speaking, Wan Qianya appeared beside the burly man, with the dagger in her hand against his neck. With a little force, he would go to see the king of hell. The sturdy man couldn't imagine why this woman was so fast. Even if she took the initiative in the sneak attack, he was also a third-level mutant. There is also a gap in strength among mutants of the same level, let alone someone like Wan Qianya who has taken the mutation potion. Even without using her superpowers, Wan Qianya's speed was far faster than his. He would have little hope of withstanding Wan Qianya's attack in his lifetime. Brother, this is Future City. Didn't you read the rules when you entered the city? You are not allowed to kill your compatriots. Lone Wolf said stubbornly. Xiao Jun smiled strangely, and a certificate appeared in his hand. Then did you know that teams that own territories are not bound by this rule? This was told to him by the young lady at the certificate processing center. Do you really think that the money you paid to form a group is just for a certificate? This is an identity certificate. In this apocalypse, killing a few people is just a matter of strength. As long as you are strong enough, Future City will not do such a thing to defend injustice. Even in the previous life, when Future City had been built for 6 years, deaths in the city were common, and the people from the 3 major groups were still domineering in the city. If someone like Xiao Jun was killed by the 3 major groups, there would be no one to collect his body. Do you still expect Future City to avenge you? You are overthinking. Lone Wolf also knew that even if Xiao Jun really killed him, Future City would at most just give Xiao Jun a token of its respect and a warning. Those people targeted me once before. I have a strong sense of revenge. I will hand them over and step aside. Today's matter will be over. Xiao Jun had already walked up to Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf didn't know him, but he knew Lone Wolf. This sturdy man was the leader of the Lone Wolf Regiment, one of the 3 major groups in the previous life. Bring the person here, I don't understand what you are saying, hurry up. The Lone Wolf roared. He didn't want to lose his life here. If he failed today, he could get it back next time, but if he lost his life, it would be gone for real. Jiang Yu came out with a few young ladies and pointed out all the people. My dear ladies, we have never even met each other, how could we have offended you? The faces of the few people who were pointed out changed and they began to cry out that they were innocent. Kneel down. Jiang Yu showed no mercy and made them all kneel down with a steel knife. How did she know that we were the ones who instigated the last incident? After the failure, we quickly moved away from that area, and several of our brothers died. Xiao Jun had already looked over here, staring at these people intently. What the hell is that man's look? How can he be sure that we did it? Fortunately, my eldest and second brothers have not been caught. They will definitely avenge me. There are still 2 people who haven't been caught. They are their eldest and second eldest. That definitely won't work. Since they are all here, we must eradicate them completely. Xiao Jun walked over slowly, and the people kneeling down looked at Xiao Jun begging for mercy, but what was waiting for them was a steel knife. A huge head rolled down, its eyes wide open, its face full of disbelief. The remaining few people jumped up and tried to escape. The young ladies next to them each attacked one person at a time and were quite decisive, which made the Lone Wolf group stunned. This man is a lunatic, and so are these women. Are they all murderous without blinking an eye? Crazy people, all of them are crazy, does Future City really not care? Kill my brother, I remember this, sooner or later, I will kill you and make these little bitches live a life worse than death. Found it. Xiao Jun muttered to himself, turned around and chopped at another person with his knife, but he used the back of the knife. What are you doing? We've already killed the people you wanted. Do you really think we're easy to bully? At worst, we'll just have to fight. The lone wolf on the other side has already roared, and many people have drawn their weapons and are confronting Xiao Jun. As long as he makes any move again, they cannot just sit there and wait to die. Tell me where the second brother is. I won't kill you if you tell me. Xiao Jun squatted down and looked at the boss who was knocked to the ground. Ha 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 ha, there's no such thing as a second in command. Are you trying to weaken our lone wolf group with such a lame excuse? If you have the guts, just kill all of us in the lone wolf group. Xiao Jun sighed, it seemed that he would not be able to find the last person today. If we continue searching, we will reach the bottom line of the lone wolf group, unless we are willing to go to war with them. It's not worth it, so I'll just forget it. After sending this boss to the afterlife, Xiao Jun glanced around again. Everyone was looking at him with anger. As long as Xiao Jun made any more moves, the battle would begin. It's nothing, just one person. Now I can control them at will, and I won't be afraid of them in the future either. Under the leadership of Xiao Jun, the crowd came to their territory in a mighty manner. Future City is quite conscientious. The territory has been separated by wooden railings and there are special people guarding it. No one is allowed to enter until the territory is sold. Xiao Jun took out his ID, and the guard immediately completed the handover with him after confirming it. This damn place has few people around, and he never wants to come here again. Before the end of the world, this place was considered a suburban area of Star City. There are no tall buildings in this area, but rather many earthen houses in the countryside, which exactly meets Xiao Jun's requirements. He now doesn't know when the next wave of earthquakes will come. In case he doesn't have time to leave the city, he can minimize the losses in this territory. In the center of the territory is the home of a wealthy man before the end of the world. A tall wall encloses an area of 2,000 square meters, with 3 villas built inside. The roads inside are all paved asphalt roads, and from some faint marks you can still see traces of former greening. Clean up, we'll live here. With 300 young ladies working together, it was easy to clean several houses. In just 20 minutes, all 3 villas were cleaned. Xiao Jun went straight to the villa in the middle, which had a garden and a swimming pool, but it could no longer be used. There are rooms on the first floor and a total of 4 rooms on the second floor, including a master bedroom, 2 guest rooms and a study. Xiao Jun naturally moved into the master bedroom, and Jiang Yu was left to arrange the rest. A new set of bedding had been put on the big bed, and Xiao Jun lay down comfortably and took a nap for a while. When I woke up again, 2 hours had passed and I was a little hungry. When I opened the door, the entire second floor was quiet. There was no one in sight and I didn't know what they were doing. I took out a chocolate bar from the space and put it in my mouth, and the sound of the little sister laughing came from downstairs. Xiao Jun went downstairs and found that there were quite a few young ladies on the first floor, including the twin sisters. Hello, Captain. The neat and clear sound makes people feel relaxed and happy. Captain, sister, you told us to stay here and listen to your arrangements. As soon as I heard it, I knew it was the twin sister Jingru, while the younger sister Jingyi was much more shy. What about you? Xiao Jun looked at another familiar person, Jiang Yu's assistant, a little lowly with big breasts. There are only 4 rooms upstairs. It's impossible for 7 or 8 people to live here. Brother Jun, these 4 are the bodyguards selected by Sister Yu to protect the safety of your residence. They live on the first floor. Xiao Jun nodded. He naturally had no objection to Jiang Yu's arrangement. He was not good at management anyway, so he just handed it over to Jiang Yu. It's obvious that the 4 bodyguards were carefully selected. Regardless of their abilities, at least their looks are all above 8 points, which makes them pleasing to the eye. Yun continued. Sisters Jingru and Jingyi don't have to participate in the battle anymore. Sister Yu is afraid that you will be too tired, so she arranged for them to serve you. Just a shoulder massage. I almost didn't believe what Yun said. Such beautiful girls, and twins at that, don't you have any idea what they are for? Xiao Jun is thick-skinned and not shy at all. Besides, he is a normal man. Isn't it normal for him to want to sleep with beautiful women? He took out a box of chocolate bars from the space and handed them to the twin sisters. The 8 people in the room each held one in their mouths. The room on the first floor is for the 4 of you to live in. No one else can enter here except those allowed by Jiang Yu and me. Yes, Captain. The 4 bodyguard ladies took their things and went to clean up the room. Yun, take me out to see how it's going. Xiao Jun led the twin sisters, with Yun leading the way in front while introducing to him the plan to transform the territory. Sister, you said that we should build more houses so that we can rent them out and earn rent. This is allowed in future city. We are planning to develop a commercial street here, and we will also sell our surplus supplies here. We'll have to wait until we can grow our own food. Self-produced. Sure, but not right now. When the airdrop box falls for the second time, it will contain various high-tech crop seeds with a high yield and mature quickly, which can be said to have solved many life problems. In the evening, Xiao Jun finally saw Jiang Yu again. After a busy day, she sat down on the sofa on the second floor and waved to the twin sisters. The 2 who were giving Xiao Jun a massage hurriedly ran behind Jiang Yu. I will continue to recruit people tomorrow, and by the way, I will also recruit some temporary workers. The salary will be a little lower than that of future city, but they will provide food and accommodation every day, and 1 mutation crystal every 2 days. Also, select some trustworthy ladies. Starting tomorrow, the collection of supplies cannot stop. Team 1 will continue to search the city, focusing on supplies in shopping malls and supermarkets. I will lead Team 1 to go outside the city. This was something Xiao Jun had thought of a long time ago. He was going to start exploring outside the city now. Moreover, outside the city was an undeveloped area with countless mutant crystals and airdrop boxes waiting. Then I want to go with you. Wan Qianya, who had just gone upstairs, heard Xiao Jun's arrangements, and hurried over and sat next to Xiao Jun. Okay, then you follow me outside the city, and Jingyin will lead the team inside the city. Xiao Jun naturally hugged Wan Qianya, not caring about the looks of others around. Fortunately, everyone has gotten used to it and just pretends not to see it. Li Jingyin came back with Wan Qianya. She just nodded to Xiao Jun's arrangement. As long as she was not asked to carry out construction in the territory, recruiting people was not allowed. Just fighting was fine. Go recruit people tomorrow. Just recruit 500 people. But the requirements can be relaxed this time. Anyone under 25 years old is fine. It's better to have some skills, such as cooking. Those with families are not welcome. Jiang Yu had to go to Xiao Jun in person to recruit people before she felt at ease. Leave 100 young ladies in the territory for Yun, and kill any of the temporary workers who cause trouble. The little lowly with big breasts also nodded. Killing people was no stranger to them now. Anyway, everyone lived under the same roof, so Xiao Jun could hear clearly what these people were thinking and felt relieved. This is the first day that the twin sisters and Yun are enjoying their life as group leaders, and they are having a blast. Several people gathered together, with high-tech lights above their heads and a variety of snacks on the table. That's just the beginning. I no longer have to live in a tent with hundreds of people. Although the space inside is spacious, there are always some girls who snore and grind their teeth at night, which is still quite uncomfortable. There is also a shower and toilet, which is simply the biggest blessing. There was a high-tech bathhouse on the second floor. There were only 7 of them in total, so they no longer had to queue up to take a bath, that is, if the group leader came along. Even the 4 bodyguards downstairs were assigned a bathtub and could take a bath every day. But obviously, they were overthinking it. Xiao Jun had his own bathtub and would not take a bath with them. It's not that Xiao Jun doesn't want to, it's just that now is not the time to enjoy. After leaving the territory and heading north, you will see a bridge about 10 kilometers away. The zombies on the bridge have been cleared out, and the bridgehead has been blocked by huge rocks by the future city to prevent zombies from coming over. This time, Xiao Jun brought 100 young ladies with him, most of whom were among the 100 young ladies recruited at the beginning. They are not only strong, but also have more rich combat experience. Brother Jun, what should we do next? Those who can call Jun brother are the 30 people who came in with Jiang Yu, and now they are the core of the team. Climb over and don't move these rocks. The rocks were not very high, and it was easy for them to climb over them with their skills, but the zombies were not very intelligent and would not think of climbing over them. After this bridge, there is a national highway. There are also some farmhouses around the national highway. I don't know if there are any survivors. A young lady who was familiar with the area also followed Xiao Jun. Without the city, there can be no survivors. Xiao Jun remembered that in the future city of his previous life, although people died every day, there were also people coming to seek refuge every day. They were all survivors from counties and towns, and some from other cities, but I had never heard of any survivors living in the countryside. He couldn't even survive the rain in the first level, let alone the zombies that came later. After climbing over the boulder, the view in front of me suddenly widened, and at a glance, there were zombies everywhere. Take it slow and don't stray too far from the bridge. The 100 young ladies were divided into 2 teams of 50 people each, and took turns to go forward. The number of zombies will not increase now. Killing one means one less. We must take this time to develop quickly and find a suitable temporary place to stay. We have to hold out for at least a week. Wan Qianya was eager to try what was happening on the side. Xiao Jun smiled and waved his hand, telling her to just be careful. The first-level zombies are no match for these female soldiers. As long as they have enough physical strength, no matter how many of them come, they will just be a waste of money. What's more, it's different here than in the city. No one will compete with you for monsters. All of them are yours. Brother Jun, a second-level zombie appeared here. Brother Jun, 3 second-level zombies appeared here at once. It was fine for the first hour, but after an hour, problems started to arise. There is no difference between day and night for level 2 zombies, the sunlight has no effect on them. On the vast plain, no one knows how many second-level zombies were attracted by the sound here. Where's Wan Qianya? Ask her to come over. Also, all the second-level mutants in the group, assemble. There were countless zombies roaring in their ears. Even these battle-hardened young ladies were a little panicked until they heard Xiao Jun's voice and calmed down. After a while, Wan Qianya ran back covered in blood. There were 11 young ladies standing in front of Xiao Jun, all of them were second-level mutants. Wan Qianya, you are in charge of these 11 people. You must not let the second-level zombies get close. Including Wan Qianya, there are a total of 12 people, and each of them has suitable high-tech weapons in their hands. As for those first-level mutant ladies, they use a variety of weapons. They are okay against first-level zombies, but if second-level zombies rush in, they are definitely finished. After Wan Qianya left with the 11 second-level young ladies, Xiao Jun also came to the front. After an hour of slaughter, more than half of the zombies in this area had been killed, and the only thing left was the corpses of zombies. This was the first time for the young ladies to fight in this way, and many of them had become numb from killing. Careful! Wan Qianya exclaimed. While she was entangled by 2 second-level zombies, another second-level zombie bypassed her and pounced on her. Although Wan Qianya saw it, it was too late. Fortunately, there were 2 other second-level ladies who successfully stopped this second-level zombie, and the 2 sides immediately started fighting. This is not a solution. There are too many level 2 zombies around here. With a stretch of his hand, the steel knife in the space ring appeared in Xiao Jun's hand. He decided to take the initiative and kill the second-level zombie. With a flash, Xiao Jun left the main force and entered the zombie group alone. With his speed, these weakened first-level zombies had no way of catching sight of him. Even if a zombie occasionally bumped into him, they would be knocked away by the huge impact force. Xiao Jun was wearing high-tech combat uniform, so he was not afraid as long as his head was not caught. Found a second-level zombie. Rush forward, 1 cut, done. It's that simple and neat. When the third level fought against the second level, Xiao Jun, who had taken an advanced mutation potion, completely crushed the opponent. Xiao Jun's strength now exceeds that of his previous life. In his previous life, he could easily deal with second-level zombies, let alone his current self. Because of the brief stop brought by killing the second-level zombie, the surrounding first-level zombies also surrounded them. Xiao Jun gripped the knife tightly in his hand, and with himself as the center, he made a 360-degree sweep, killing all the zombies that touched him, and clearing a large gap. Xiao Jun ran to other places without looking back. He still couldn't believe how many second-level zombies could pop out from such a small place. Following the direction from which the zombies came, Xiao Jun continued to go deeper. After entering the third level, with the high-tech combat suit, he was completely fearless of being surrounded by the first-level zombies. What's more, he has the supernatural talent of teleportation, so he is not afraid at all. The further he went in, the more Xiao Jun instinctively felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be too many level 2 zombies along the way. After walking just 200 meters, this was the 6th second-level zombie he had killed. Even if no one had ever cleaned this place, it shouldn't be like this. With doubts, Xiao Jun walked another 50 meters. A black shadow suddenly appeared behind him and approached him at an extremely fast speed. With the soft fragrance in his arms, Xiao Jun swept away the nearby zombies with a powerful knife, and a trace of helplessness flashed across his face. "Why are you here?" "You ran further and further away, and almost all the second-level zombies were killed, so I followed you." Even though there were zombies all around, Wan Qianya felt extremely safe in Xiao Jun's arms. Now that everyone is here, Xiao Jun can't send her back. With Wan Qianya's strength, she will not only not hold him back, but can even provide a lot of help. "Then follow me closely. There are so many level 2 zombies in such a small area. I feel something is wrong." Xiao Jun had one more thing to say. He always felt that this situation was somewhat familiar, as it was somewhat similar to the zombie siege he experienced in his previous life. In the previous life, after the third-level zombies appeared, Future City experienced its first zombie siege. That time when the zombies attacked the city, although the zombies were not of high level, the humans were unprepared and were caught off guard. In that battle, Future City suffered heavy losses, and the number of survivors was reduced by half. Xiao Jun was worried that this was also a prelude to the zombie siege. If it was true, his territory would be the first to be hit, so he had to figure it out today. With Wan Qianya's help, Xiao Jun's advance became faster. Wan Qianya was like a ghost in the dark night. She suddenly appeared next to a second-level zombie, and then gently cut off its head with the dagger in her hand. "Brother Jun, it seems like there's a level 2 zombie every few meters. This is just one direction. There shouldn't be other directions as well." Xiao Jun's uneasiness became even more serious. He could basically confirm that there was at least one third-level zombie here. The third-level zombies can already see, and their intelligence is comparable to that of some ordinary animals. They will instinctively seek invasion and seize territory. This is also one of the reasons why zombies attack the city. Be careful, there may be third-level zombies here. Ah. Wan Qianya became more alert. She never had any doubt about Xiao Jun's words. If they were to fight a one-on-one with a third-level zombie, neither Xiao Jun nor Wan Qianya would be afraid. In his previous life, Xiao Jun could kill a third-level zombie in a one-on-one fight. But the situation is different now. There are zombies everywhere and there is not much space for the two to move. If they are attacked by the third-level zombies, the consequences will be serious. "Brother Jun, why don't we go back?" After hearing about the third-level zombies, Wan Qianya began to back off. It's not that she didn't believe in Xiao Jun's strength, but she was afraid. Xiao Jun nodded. It was indeed too dangerous now. Since the situation had been confirmed, Xiao Jun didn't want to take any risks. At worst, he could just give up the territory and move to another place. But just as Xiao Jun turned around, Wan Qianya's pupils suddenly dilated. Xiao Jun also felt the movement behind him, but it was too late. At the critical moment, Xiao Jun was just about to initiate instant movement, but the next second, Wan Qianya's figure suddenly disappeared and instantly appeared behind Xiao Jun at almost the speed of displacement. Xiao Jun turned around hurriedly and saw a third-level zombie raising its claws high and grabbing towards Wan Qianya fiercely. Although she was wearing high-tech combat uniform, Wan Qianya was still knocked away by the claw and fell into a group of zombies in the distance, and was then surrounded by a large number of zombies. Xiao Jun swung the steel knife in his hand fiercely, forcing back the third-level zombie, and immediately turned around and ran towards the direction where Wan Qianya landed. Along the way, all the zombies blocking the way were chopped in half by Xiao Jun. Xia. When Xiao Jun picked up Wan Qianya, she was already dying. Although she was wearing high-tech combat clothing, her body was still injured by the powerful impact. After falling, she was surrounded and bitten by a large number of zombies, and there were several scratches on her face. "Brother Jun, kill me, I don't want to become a zombie." Being held in Xiao Jun's arms, Wan Qianya was moving around wildly. She didn't want to turn into a zombie, she would rather be killed by Xiao Jun. "Stupid woman, don't move. I will save you. No one can touch my woman, not even zombies." After holding down the restless Wan Qianya, Xiao Jun took out a small medicine bottle from the space. The green unknown liquid inside made people feel a little panic. Xiao Jun couldn't care less about all these things and could only pray that the antidote would work. "Open your mouth." Dozens of seconds had passed, and some traces of zombies had appeared on Wan Qianya's body. If it weren't for her physique as a third-level mutant, she would have turned into a zombie by now. The antidote was fed into Wan Qianya's mouth, and Xiao Jun didn't know how long it would take for it to take effect. Another second-level mutant crystal was fed to Wan Qianya. Her injuries were also very serious and she might die if not treated in time. The area cleared by Xiao Jun was now filled with zombies again, but the third-level zombie stayed not far away and watched quietly. The knife attack from Xiao Jun just now gave it a great sense of crisis, so it did not rush forward. Xiao Jun took out a few pieces of clothes from the space and tied Wan Qianya tightly behind him. After doing all this, the group of zombies was already in front of him. Xiao Jun's eyes were only fixed on the third-level zombie, which was the culprit. Perhaps they sensed the murderous intent in Xiao Jun's eyes, even the zombies with low intelligence instinctively took a few steps back. "Is it useful?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Jun's figure slowly disappeared. The instincts of a third-level zombie were already very strong. Even though Xiao Jun attacked so suddenly, it still managed to avoid his vital parts. "We must act quickly and decisively." Now Xiao Jun not only has a person on his back, which seriously affects his movements, but there are also countless zombies around him who are eyeing him covetously. If the battle is not resolved quickly, both he and Wan Qianya will be destined to stay here. Xiao Jun stuffed a second-level mutant crystal into his mouth to restore his physical strength. Xiao Jun didn't give the third-level zombie a chance to breathe, and slashed it with one knife after another. As the saying goes, one effort can bring down 10. When your speed and strength reach a certain level, skills are no longer necessary. Every move is the simplest move, and it is also the most deadly killing technique. When Xiao Jun swung his sword for the 10th time, the zombie finally couldn't hold it anymore. As the first level 3 zombie in the world, it can't run away or be beaten. It's really unfair to be like this. It's better to die with dignity. Xiao Jun quickly touched it with his hand, and a blue mutated crystal appeared in his hand. He didn't have time to take a closer look, and just threw it into the space. Wan Qianya, who was on her back, had fallen into a coma, whether because of the antidote or because she was too seriously injured. The death of the third-level zombie did not affect the other zombies, and those that should rush over still rushed over here. At this moment, facing the zombie army is actually more dangerous than facing the third-level zombies, because he also has to take care of Wan Qianya on his back. Xiao Jun looked around and saw a farmhouse not far away, but it had been occupied by zombies. Xiao Jun carried Wan Qianya on his back and rushed forward. When he arrived in front of the house, he swung his steel knife and started chopping. This was the only solution Xiao Jun could think of in the short term. The steel knife was too short, which was fine for a short while, but he certainly wouldn't be able to take care of so many things for a long time, so he needed a weapon that was long enough, not to kill the zombies, but just to keep the zombies away. With a few strong blows, the shaky wooden pillar at the door of the house fell to the ground with a loud bang. After putting the steel knife into the space, Xiao Jun held the wooden pillar horizontally with both hands. Whether he could return safely depended on how long he could hold on. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Jun gathered his strength, aimed at the direction of the future city, and moved twice in a row. The two of them moved forward hundreds of meters in an instant, but they were still at least 500 meters away from where his team members were. There was no other way, so Xiao Jun started to charge forward with his head covered. 50 meters, Xiao Jun's hands were already sore. 100 meters away, Xiao Jun was sweating all over, and the zombies around him were constantly being knocked away. 150 meters, veins popped up on Xiao Jun's face, and his face was hideous. After 200 meters, Xiao Jun felt like he was really going to fail. After 300 meters, Xiao Jun had reached the limit of his physical strength. His consciousness was already a little fuzzy. His only thought was to charge. After running for an unknown amount of time, Xiao Jun's vision began to blur. He seemed to hear human voices, as if they were the young ladies from his team. Xiao Jun finally couldn't hold on any longer, and with the thick wooden pillar still in his hands, he fell straight to the ground. Fortunately, she fell forward. If she had fallen backward, Wan Qianya might not have been killed by the zombies, but would have been crushed to death by Xiao Jun. Not far away, several figures had left the team and were running towards this side quickly. I shouldn't die. This was Xiao Jun's last consciousness before he fell into a coma. I'm not dead. Xiao Jun slowly opened his eyes. He felt that this sentence seemed a little familiar. I tried hard to identify the surroundings and it seemed like I was in my own room. Xiao Jun wanted to sit up, only to find that his hands were covered with bandages and it hurt when he exerted the slightest force. There was a sudden noise outside the door and Xiao Jun looked over alertly. The door opened and a strange woman walked in. The woman looked to be around 25 or 26 years old, and exuded a mature aura, but her face seemed a little tired, as if she hadn't rested for a long time. There doesn't seem to be a woman like this in my team. With her appearance and temperament, it would be unforgettable once you see her. Captain, you're awake. When the woman saw Xiao Jun on the bed, she hurried over. Captain, you can't move. You have strained many muscles and ligaments. You need to lie down well. Who are you? Xiao Jun gave up the idea of sitting up because it was too painful. Captain, my name is Jiang Wei. I'm new here. I was a doctor before the end of the world, so Captain Jiang, you arranged for me to be here. Jiang Wei paused and continued. Captain, it's time to take your temperature. As she spoke, she took out a thermometer and carefully inserted it into Xiao Jun's armpit. Facing Xiao Jun's gaze, Jiang Wei blushed. She had repeated this action many times in the past few days, but this time Xiao Jun was awake and stared at her the whole time. Jiang Wei's hands were a little cold, and when they touched Xiao Jun's body, she felt something strange. The two of them fell silent for a moment, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. If Xiao Jun had not been unable to move, Jiang Wei might have already run away. After a while, Jiang Wei finally reacted. Jiang Yu repeatedly reminded them to tell them in time when the leader woke up. Captain, I have something else to do. I'll be out for a while. After saying something to Xiao Jun, Jiang Wei left in a hurry. After a while, the sound of chirping came from outside the door. The door was pushed open again, and Wan Qianya rushed in first, followed by the twin sisters. Brother Jun. Wan Qianya's eyes were red, and it seemed that she had cried a lot during this period. I'm glad you're okay. How long have I been unconscious? This is what Xiao Jun wanted to ask just now, but the atmosphere was a little strange and he didn't ask it for a while. 2 days. The twin sister replied. Sister Qianya woke up a day earlier than you. 2 days is a bit long. How long will it take me to recover? These words were said while looking at Jiang Wei, who was at the back. Dr. Jiang hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth. Captain, it takes 100 days for a broken bone to heal. Yours is more serious. Even if your body is very good at recovering, it will take at least 2 months. Xiao Jun can't wait 2 months. After lying in bed for 2 months, I guess everything is gone. Xiao Jun moved his fingers with difficulty and took out the 3rd-level mutant crystal from the space. It seems that this is the only thing I can eat. No one knows the exact working principle of the mutant crystal, but in addition to being able to upgrade people, its recovery and healing abilities are also very strong. I heard that the 7th-level mutant crystal can already regenerate severed limbs. But I just heard that in the previous life, Future City probably couldn't find many 7th-level mutant crystals. Seeing a dark blue mutant crystal appear in Xiao Jun's hand, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Even Wan Qianya forgot to cry. This thing was so beautiful. What are you looking at? Put this in my mouth. I can't move. Xiao Jun looked at the group of women with displeasure. When he saw the shiny and pretty ones, he forgot about himself. Wan Qianya hurriedly took the mutant crystal from Xiao Jun's hand and put it into Xiao Jun's mouth with some reluctance. Yes, I want it. There will be plenty of these things in the future, and there will be better ones later. When the mutant crystal entered his mouth, Xiao Jun felt a warm current rising throughout his body, especially his limbs, which felt itchy and very comfortable. Water. Wan Qianya quickly took out a kettle and poured water into Xiao Jun's mouth. Auntie, you are going to kill me, please change to a smaller cup. Xiao Jun was helpless after being choked by the water. In the end, Wan Qianya stepped aside and was replaced by her twin sister. He took out a disposable cup, filled it with water, gently supported Xiao Jun's head with his arm, asked him to lift it up a little, and then slowly put the water into his mouth. After drinking 2 glasses of water in succession, Xiao Jun regained some strength. With the treatment of the third-order mutant crystal, he was able to move slowly. This time, Xiao Jun didn't let them take care of him anymore and took out a lunchbox from the space. After eating a rice ball, my body recovered a little. After eating another one, the hunger finally disappeared. The treatment of the third-order mutant crystal was also coming to an end, and the warm heat flow disappeared. Xiao Jun got out of bed and moved around a little. He should be able to walk normally, but he definitely couldn't fight. He took out another second-level mutant crystal and put it in his mouth. He felt the same thing, but the heat flow was much smaller and lasted only a few seconds. Forget it, it's too luxurious. Xiao Jun gave up. It was good enough that he could recover to this extent. He could take care of the rest slowly. Jiang Wei was surprised from beginning to end. She didn't know that mutant crystal had this effect before she came to Xiao Jun's team. Captain, you still need to let me check your body. With a professional attitude, she felt that it was necessary to check again. Xiao Jun didn't want to go through so much trouble, but when he saw the looks of the other girls, he obediently lay back on the bed. Jiang Wei walked forward with a red face. Although she was a little shy, she still maintained her professional qualities. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Wei finally stopped fiddling. She was sure that Xiao Jun seemed to have really recovered. Is it possible that at the end of the world, even doctors will be unemployed? Jiang Wei was at a loss. When she joined Xiao Jun's team the day before yesterday, Jiang Yu's face was full of joy, saying that there was finally a doctor in the team. But now it seems that doctors are not of much use. Can the problem be solved with just a mutant crystal? Dr. Jiang, mutant crystals can heal injuries, but they can't cure diseases. After hearing Jiang Wei's thoughts, Xiao Jun felt it necessary to say something. I'm not sick, I'm injured. If it's a more serious illness, the mutant crystals won't be able to cure it. Jiang Wei had just denied herself, but was immediately affirmed by Xiao Jun, and she was a little stunned for a moment. Our team will definitely expand, and we need more professionals like Dr. Jiang. Welcome. As he spoke, Xiao Jun stretched out his right hand. Jiang Wei was stunned for a moment and also stretched out her right hand. It is still cool, but not icy. It feels as warm as jade when you hold it. It is obviously contradictory, but there is no sense of incongruity. Thanks. Jiang Wei said in a low voice. The team has now recruited 500 people, including 4 third-level mutants, 147 second-level mutants, and 349 first-level mutants. Xiao Jun was sitting on a recliner, while Wan Qianya was reporting on the team's situation next to him. It seems that I have gained a lot during this period of time. 147 second-level mutants, how many mutation crystals are needed? Moreover, without Xiao Jun's permission, only 30% at most can be used on the young ladies. In other words, I now have tens of thousands of mutation crystals. Yes, the area outside the city is indeed a good place. Not only are there many zombies, but there are also many airdrop boxes. Basically, no one has developed it. It's not that no one has thought about going out of the city, but they cannot form a team with sufficient strength, and rushing out of the city rashly would just be a waste of time. The largest team in Future City is Future City itself. It is now busy cleaning up the city and expanding its influence to attract more survivors. Therefore, for Xiao Jun's team, outside the city is the best place to develop. The harvest outside the city is huge, and the harvest inside the city is also not small. A lot of various supplies are stored. Xiao Jun didn't want to hear the exact amount now. Since Wan Qianya said a lot, it must be enough for his team to use for a long time. Even though it is so easy to find supplies now, after a year or two, the disadvantages of lack of productivity will emerge and the supplies in the city will eventually be drained out. No electricity, this is the biggest trouble in the end times. Push harder, we don't have much time. Xiao Jun sighed. The third-level zombies appeared quietly. If I hadn't discovered them and killed them, I might be facing an endless zombie siege. By then, no matter how good you are at fighting, it will be useless. A large number of ants can kill an elephant. What's more, zombies are not ants. You will be finished if they can just break your skin. Teams leaving the city must be more careful. If a large number of second-level zombies appear in a small area, come back and tell me immediately. Xiao Jun was afraid that since there was the first third-level zombie, there was a possibility that a second one would appear. He didn't want to be caught off guard. Okay. Jiang, you took note of it. Also, we need to arrange for people to be on duty every night, paying special attention to the sky for the second zombie rain. Now Xiao Jun can no longer follow the experience of his previous life and can only try his best to prevent it. There's a second wave? Jiang Yu asked in surprise. She didn't care how Xiao Jun knew it, she had already determined that Xiao Jun was a cheater. Yes, in the second wave, the second-order zombies will become the mainstream. That's great. Jiang Yu became happy after hearing this. Second-order mutant crystals are too rare. Now they need 1,000 second-order mutant crystals to upgrade. The first-order ones are no longer of any use and can only be taken as strength pills. Also, collect high-tech weapons. Whether it's a steel knife or a dagger, we must equip everyone with a weapon. Hearing this, Jiang Yu hesitated. We don't even have 100 weapons right now. Is it because we went outside the city to search for a large number of airdrop boxes that we got this much? Isn't it too expensive to collect this now? This kind of high-tech weapon is now scarce and its price is very high in the market. A high-tech steel knife sells for 100 mutant crystals. This means that after getting this knife, you have to kill 1,000 zombies to make your money back. If things go wrong, you might have to kill 2,000 or 3,000 of them. For 100 swords, that means 40,000 mutant crystals. At this stage, this is too luxurious. Moreover, there are simply not so many goods on the market. When Xiao Jun heard the price of the steel knife, he was stunned. Is it so high? On the contrary, the prices of food, salt, and chili sauce before the end of the world were very low. Because now you can find it everywhere outside, you can go to any supermarket and carry a big bag of it. Just wait a year, no, half a year, and the price will be reversed. A non-renewable consumable is still a necessity for the human body, and a high-tech weapon, in the later stages, too, are enough for everyone. We have to buy at a high price. Only by seizing the early advantages can we obtain more resources. 40,000 mutation crystals do seem like a lot now, but when the second and third waves of zombie rain come, there will be no shortage of mutation crystals. Okay, but we only have a little over 30,000 first-order mutant crystals. Hearing that Xiao Jun had made up his mind, Jiang Yu stopped trying to persuade him. She just had to take responsibility for getting things done. Keep it for now. There's still some time left. It's not like we need it tomorrow. The next day. Xiao Jun is not suitable for fighting now due to physical reasons, so he has some free time. Wan Qianya, on the other hand, recovered much faster and has already led the team out of the city again. As the number of people grows, more reliable people are needed to lead. The first batch of 30 young ladies have now all become mid-level team leaders, and each of them has different division of labor. The logistics team has also been established, and Jiang Yu is the chief steward. The combat team is headed by Li Jingyin. If Wan Qianya didn't dislike it, she would be in charge. However, in Xiao Jun's eyes, Wan Qianya is more suitable to be an assassin who can kill with one strike, rather than a general on the battlefield. Walking in his territory, he saw many men working. They were all temporary workers hired by Jiang Yu. Although the price is slightly lower than that of Future City, there is still a steady stream of people signing up. Who would be willing to work hard if they can work to support themselves? Hello, Jun. The little lowly with big breasts became the biggest supervisor, and it really looks like that. All buildings should be low-rise and larger in area. Xiao Jun always remembers the next earthquake. Saying that it was an earthquake is just a general statement. The truth is that all the houses higher than 5 stories collapsed. In Star City, it is indeed difficult to find a house with fewer than 5 floors, so the direct consequence is that all the buildings in Star City were destroyed. Xiao Jun wants to use this territory in the future. The feng shui location is quite good. When the time comes for everyone to leave the city, he can develop the territory into a supply station. Build the floors lower so that you can repair them after the earthquake and continue using them. After walking around the territory, Xiao Jun found that everyone was busy with their own things. He felt a little embarrassed, thinking that he had been in Future City for a few days but had not gone to see the situation in Future City. Xiao Jun decided to go out for a walk so as not to destroy everyone's enthusiasm for work. In the Future City, a large number of new survivors pour in every day, not only from Star City, but also from other nearby cities. In the early days of the apocalypse, many survivors in small and medium-sized cities will spontaneously move towards big cities, hoping for the power of big cities and perhaps the country. But after arriving in Star City, their hopes were completely shattered, and Future City became their only destination. Because it is in the early stages of city construction, the management is not yet perfect. The people in the Future City are busy fighting for territory and resources, and there are not many people available to manage it. Now when Xiao Jun walks on the street, he can see mess everywhere. Many people are in rags, walking in groups on the street. They don't know what to do or where their future lies. They just live one day at a time. Those who have money can go to Future City to buy the right to live in a house, while those who don't have money can just find a corner and sleep there. The brave ones can just find an empty room and pry open the door to live in. Anyway, Future City doesn't have the energy to manage it now. The only difference is that the house you buy will be protected by Future City. In the past few days, many people who had purchased the right of residence were forced into houses, but they were eventually beaten to death and their bodies were dumped by the law enforcement team of Future City. After 2 or 3 days, there are now fewer brave people, at least they are much more cautious before prying open the door, and Future City has achieved their purpose of deterring people. After walking a short distance, Xiao Jun arrived at the trading hall of Future City. It was very crowded with all kinds of people. There were more than a dozen guards holding steel knives at the entrance of the hall, staring at the people passing by with sharp eyes. If anyone made trouble here, they would take action immediately. The trading hall should be the talent market before the end of the world. It has a large space, but it cannot withstand the huge crowds. There are many categories of things being bought and sold, whether they are from airdrop boxes or from before the end of the world. Xiao Jun even saw people selling underwear. This is also a talent. Did he rob a lingerie store? And there were actually quite a few people going in to watch. In just a short while, Xiao Jun saw several people trading. I can understand why women buy 2 pairs of Xiao Jun shoes, but why would men buy them? They're just a few centimeters, so what does it matter whether they wear them or not? After walking a distance inside, he saw too many miscellaneous things and didn't see what Xiao Jun wanted. I shook my head and was about to leave when a waitress suddenly came over. There are also Future City waiters in the trading hall. Not only that, everyone who sells things here has to pay fees, otherwise how can Future City guarantee your safety? Sir, our trading hall also has a 2nd floor. Would you like to go up and take a look? The waiter had been eyeing Xiao Jun since he came in. He was dressed neatly, with black circles on his fingers, which were the manifestation of space equipment. He was definitely a big shot, so after seeing Xiao Jun shaking his head, he hurried over. The trading market in the Future City is also divided into levels. Sellers on the 1st floor only need to pay a very small fee, and Future City will not care what you sell. The 2nd floor is different. Half of it is Future City's own property, and the remaining half is rented out at a high price. If you want to sell things on the 2nd floor, you not only have to pay the money, but also inspect the goods. Not all goods can be sold on the 2nd floor. After learning about it, Xiao Jun also became interested and went to the 2nd floor under the guidance of the waitress. At the stairs, there were also 2 rows of guards holding steel knives. When they saw Xiao Jun and the other 2 coming, the leader had already extended his hand. Sir, because the goods on the second floor are relatively expensive, you need to pay a certain amount of deposit, or show proof of property ownership in future city. The waitress whispered in Xiao Jun's ear. How much is the deposit? Xiao Jun asked casually. 10 first-order mutant crystals. It wasn't expensive, so Xiao Jun readily took out his territory certificate. Dear leader, please go upstairs. The guard checked it carefully and returned it to Xiao Jun after confirming that it was correct, and his expression became respectful. There are still capable people in future city. Look at how thorough their service is. The waitress had a smile on her face. She didn't expect that this person was actually a group leader with a territory. She might be able to make a lot of money today. If she could be favored by this group leader. Xiao Jun curled his lips. Although this was the end of the world and there were no mobile phones or computers, and there seemed to be nothing else to do for entertainment except for some things between men and women, Xiao Jun still looked down on this person. Going up to the second floor, it was indeed much quieter and less messy than the first floor, and the shops were separated into rooms. Master, please come this way. Here is the list of goods for the entire second floor. You can take a look at it first. The service on the second floor is very thoughtful. You can sit on individual sofas and there is a catalog for you to look at, unlike the first floor where it is like a sifting through the sand. Xiao Jun flipped through the list and lit a cigarette. Many people looked over with envy on their faces. The prices of salt, food, and other things that were available before the end of the world are very low now, except for two things whose prices have risen instead of falling. One is cigarettes and the other is alcohol. Xiao Jun himself is also a smoker. He has stockpiled 50 boxes of cigarettes in his own space. Later, he specifically told Jiang Yu that she must take away cigarettes and alcohol when she saw them. Therefore, Xiao Jun doesn't have to worry about smoking now. The inventory in hand has turned to the weapons section. On the second floor, there are 10 high-tech steel knives and more daggers, 17 in total. What's the price of the knife and dagger? The waitress just came over with a cup of hot tea. A high-tech steel knife costs about 100 mutant crystals, while a dagger is half the price, only 50 mutant crystals. An inch longer is an inch stronger. It is definitely better to use a knife than a dagger to fight zombies. When using a dagger, you have to be careful about not being scratched by the zombies. I want them all. Please help me find them to get the goods and I will pay for them later. These simple words sounded like heavenly music to the waitress' ears. She got a 0.4% commission for the people she brought to the second floor, so she earned 7 first-level mutant crystals. Many people are killing zombies outside, but they can't earn that much in 3 or 4 days, and they still have to face high risks. The waitress excitedly went to prepare the goods. Xiao Jun drank a sip of hot tea and continued reading. It's a pity that there are no combat uniforms, otherwise Xiao Jun would also like to buy 2 sets for important people in the regiment. If there was no such thing last time, Wan Qianya would be 100% finished. The last page of the list was a mess of unclassified things, and Xiao Jun also saw several diesel generators. This thing is only useful in the early stages, but will become scrap metal after a while. There are no oil fields in Star City, so oil cannot be extracted. In the previous life, after the end of the world, the price of the remaining oil soared, but it was all used up in just 3 months. Xiao Jun would never buy such things, it's meaningless. Space ring. Are you still selling this? Army Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect to see a space ring on the list. There are so many supplies outside now, and everyone hates that their parents had given them 2 more hands so that they can only carry so little at a time. But if you have space equipment, you don't have to worry so much. The lowest level ring has a capacity of 500 kilograms, which is enough for 1 person. But now the list clearly states 2 space rings. How courageous these people are. But the price is also scary, 10 second-level mutant crystals. The diligent waitress was still helping Xiao Jun collect weapons, but when she saw Xiao Jun waving his hand, she hurried over again. Captain, what are your instructions? While speaking, she deliberately lifted up her skirt, revealing her snow-white thighs. Who sold this space ring? Xiao Jun ignored the glaring thigh. There were several people at home who had no food to eat. Any of them would be much better than this. Speaking of space rings, the waitress' eyes lit up with a hint of anticipation. Captain, this is what we sell in Future City. He even took out his space ring just to exchange for a second-order mutant crystal. Is he going to upgrade to the fourth order? This progress is a bit scary. However, when he thought of the tens of thousands of people under his command, Xiao Jun felt relieved. Okay, fix my weapon first, and I'll take a look. The waitress did not have any complaints. The two rings had been there for several days. Everyone who came to the second floor would ask about them, but no one had bought one yet. Those who want it can't afford it, and those who can afford it are in need of second-order mutant crystals. It's a vicious cycle. Xiao Jun now has a lot of space equipment. Two rings cannot solve any problems, and it is impossible to waste these 22nd level mutant crystals. He read all the way to the bottom and it seemed that there was nothing good to see. Just as Xiao Jun was about to close it, something suddenly caught his attention. Space stone can increase the capacity of space equipment by 250 kilograms and is sold for 2 second-level mutant crystals. Maybe because they were afraid that others might not recognize it, they specially marked its function. Xiao Jun's breathing became a little rapid. He read it carefully word by word. Sure enough, it was a space stone. But the explanation above is bullshit. Space stone is also produced by airdrop boxes and can be considered a vassal of space equipment. Each piece of space equipment can use a space stone once, but it can only be used once. If used again, it will explode. And the increased space is not 250 kilograms, but 50%. If used on a space ring, it would indeed increase the weight by 250 kilograms, but if used on a bracelet, it would increase the weight by 2,500 kilograms. The waitress had just walked away when she turned back and saw Xiao Jun waving at her again, and this time even more urgently. There was no way, this was a rich man, so the young lady hurriedly trotted back. Wait for the weapons first, find me the space stone first, hurry up, I want it. Before the young lady could even catch her breath, she was pushed away by Xiao Jun again. She really wanted to drink some water. This time the efficiency was very fast. Within 2 minutes, the young lady came over with a man. Captain, he's selling the space stone you want. Let me see the goods. Xiao Jun has regained his composure. One must not be impatient when doing business. The more impatient you appear, the easier it is for them to control you. In the past few days, Future City has used a series of clean and decisive measures to make everyone understand the hardness of this iron plate, and at the same time, it has made everyone begin to trust him. So, without much hesitation, the men took out 2 pieces of transparent rubber-like objects. It is produced in an airdrop box. Once you come across it, you will naturally know its function. Xiao Jun held it in his hand, and the introduction came to his mind. Space stone can be integrated into space equipment to greatly increase space memory. Xiao Jun finally understood why he was able to get this bargain. The introduction does not even contain 50% of what is written, it is just a perfunctory one. The treasure appraiser from Future City must have tried it with a space ring, so he thought it increased the space capacity by 250 kilograms. Coincidentally, this man came yesterday, but at that time his selling price was 5 second-order mutant crystals. At this price, no one even asked. Selling on the second floor costs a lot. If the products fail to sell after a long time, the men can't even afford to pay the stall fee. There are also some people who don't want to pay and sell their food outside. However, I heard that there was a guy selling food outside the day before yesterday, and he disappeared the next day. Without sufficient strength, wealth is not wealth but deadly poison. There was no way out today, so the men lowered the price, and then he met Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun had looked at the 2 space stones and found that there was indeed no problem with them. The price of 2 second-order mutant crystals was not expensive at all. Xiao Jun decisively took out the 2 second-order mutant crystals. I made a lot of money this time. I directly added 5,000 kilograms of space to myself, which is equivalent to having an extra space bracelet. Not long after sending the men away, all the weapons he wanted were collected. Since the weapons were being sold by more than a dozen bosses, it took some time. He picked up each one to check the goods, and after confirming that there were no problems, Xiao Jun paid for them readily. After putting all the things into the space, Xiao Jun stood up and prepared to leave, which made the waitress anxious. Although she had earned enough today, she still wanted to earn more. "Captain, we have a lounge on the 3rd floor. Do you want to go and have a rest?" 2 buttons of the waitress's uniform had been undone at some point, and were now rubbing against Xiao Jun's arm. Xiao Jun was in a good mood today. Not only did he buy more than a dozen weapons, he also found 2 space stones. Seeing the waitress's actions at this time, he rubbed his hands. 10 first-order mutant crystals appeared in his hand, and then were thrown into the waitress's chest. "A tip for you." After saying that, Xiao Jun left without any reluctance. The young lady buttoned her clothes tightly under the envious gazes of others, with a hint of unwillingness on her face. After leaving the trading market, Xiao Jun did not go to the recruitment market again. It goes without saying that the people working in his territory were recruited from there. The streets were still as chaotic as usual, with even beggars. Xiao Jun ignored all of them. Coming towards us, a group of people who had just returned from outside the future city walked by laughing and joking. It was obvious that they had a good harvest. "Brother Jun." A surprised voice was heard from the crowd, and then a boy ran out from the team. It was Guiyu, who had lived on the same floor of the hotel with Xiao Jun. "Captain Guo, we ran into someone we know. Let's go back first." Guiyu seemed to be doing well in Future City. He smiled and talked to others for a few words before looking at Xiao Jun again. "Brother Jun, you've also come to Future City. That's great. My mother still talks about you all the time." "Brother Jun, I have joined Future City and become a captain. I have dozens of people under me, and I am now a level 2 mutant. It's as if I saw my own elders' children, always wanting to show off something." "Good." Xiao Jun smiled and nodded. He was not mistaken about the person. He could tell from the fact that Guiyu was very close to him. It's just that something is wrong with this style of painting. In his previous life, Guiyu was the #1 general of Future City. He was a ruthless man of few words. I hope this trend will go astray. Guiyu became even happier after getting Xiao Jun's affirmation. His mother took Guiyu's hand and was about to go home. However, his mother often said that without Xiao Jun, they would have died long ago. Xiao Jun did not refuse. He had nothing to do at the moment, and he was very happy to meet Guiyu in the future city. Along the way, Guiyu told Xiao Jun all about his experiences. "At the beginning, I listened to Xiao Jun and became a first-level mutant before taking my mother to the survivor team. There were many dangers along the way. Fortunately, Guiyu was very strong and he brought his mother to the survivor team safely. After joining the team, Guiyu started as an ordinary member, slowly demonstrated his strength, was taken seriously, and was arranged to be a team leader with 7 or 8 people. Afterwards, he even encountered a top-level airdrop box. However, at that time, their team was not strong enough and they were no match for the second-level zombies. At the critical moment, taking advantage of the time when the zombies were chasing the escaping team members, Guiyu ate the mutant crystal that the team was supposed to hand in, and successfully upgraded to a second-level mutant. That battle was also extremely thrilling. Fortunately, Guiyu was more skilled and finally defeated the second-level zombie. What I didn't expect was that the airdrop box turned out to be a top-level airdrop box. All of his subordinates are dead and there is no one to supervise. Guiyu was careful not to report the matter and secretly pocketed the contents. "Brother Jun, let me tell you a secret. There is a mutation mixture in the airdrop box. After I took it, my strength increased by about 2 times. Guiyu looked around and said in a low voice after seeing that there was no one. Xiao Jun found it funny. This kid was actually quite naive. He would always remember anyone who was nice to him. Perhaps because his mother did not die in this life, he did not turn evil and still retained some innocence. Then you have to work harder. I'm already a level 3 mutant now." Guiyu nodded seriously, and the next second he returned to his childish nature. "Brother Jun, I heard from others that a team of pretty girls has come to Future City, and they're very strong. It's called the Xiao Jun Harem Group. Is it yours, Brother Jun?" The smile on Xiao Jun's face instantly turned into embarrassment. This was too socially awkward. Guiyu was still a minor. The name was chosen randomly, don't listen to what others say. What a pity, the Jungu group only accepts pretty girls, otherwise I would have joined you. Xiao Jun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really thought he was partying every night. He had only slept with one of the 500 young ladies. He was nothing compared to those slightly older group leaders. You stay in Future City first. When you become stronger, I will take you to play somewhere else. Brother Jun must think that I am too weak now, so if I join his group, I will have to share his upgrade resources. I saw other people patrolling the city at night, often checking those who didn't sneak in and turn a blind eye after collecting their mutation crystals. It seems that I will do the same in the future, get more mutant crystals, upgrade earlier and help Jun brother quickly. Xiao Jun's face became darker and darker. How could a cold and ruthless general who was an invincible god of war become a black-bellied, greedy little boy? What went wrong? Guiyu now lives in the west of Future City, which is a residential area exclusively for the direct members of Future City. As a team leader, Guiyu was naturally assigned a residence. Because of Guiyu's mother, he chose a very low floor. Unlike before the apocalypse, the higher the apartment with an elevator, the more expensive it is, except for the top floor. In a world without electricity, the top leaders can't afford to get hurt. Guiyu is now the captain of a team in Future City, with hundreds of people under him, otherwise he would not be able to choose the second floor. As soon as I opened the door, a woman's voice was heard from inside the room. Xiao Yu is back. After seeing that there was someone following her son, Guiyu's mother became a little more cautious. Although her son was very capable, he was still young after all. What if he was deceived? Mom, I met Jun today. I brought him back. Don't you talk about him often? Guiyu excitedly ran to his mother and started talking happily. The tension on Guiyu's mother's face disappeared instantly, and was immediately filled with a smile from the heart. Come on, come in. All Xiao Jun heard from Guiyu's mother's heart was gratitude. She had no other thoughts towards the person who saved her life. Xiao Yu, go get all the food out. Why are you just standing there? Seeing Guiyu still standing aside, Guiyu's mother immediately urged him. There wasn't much, just some potato chips, spicy strips, and 2 bottles of milk. Even though Guiyu joined Future City and was considered a small leader, he didn't get much. The number of members directly under Future City has already exceeded 10,000, and at least half of the materials harvested will be used as reserves. After the rest was distributed layer by layer, there was really nothing left in Guiyu's hands. But it is better than most people. At least he and his mother have no worries about food, clothing, and shelter, and he can also steadily improve his strength. They looked very satisfied. However, Xiao Jun could clearly see the worry that appeared on Guiyu's mother's face from time to time. This kind of life was exchanged for by my son at the risk of his life. At the strong request of Guiyu and his mother, Xiao Jun had lunch with them before leaving. Lunch is simple, just a bowl of self-heating rice per person. They don't know that this thing will become a luxury item in 3 months. In the previous life, a self-heating rice can be exchanged for a young and beautiful twin-tailed girl for a night. Before leaving, Xiao Jun stuffed some nutritious food into Guiyu's mouth. A 17-year-old child still needs to eat nutritious food. It was already afternoon when Xiao Jun returned to the territory. Wan Qianya was reading a comic book with great interest, and the twin sisters were running fast with Dr. Jiang. Xiao Jun was so excited that he wanted to join the battle, and it would be best if the loser took off a piece of clothing. Unfortunately, he was driven away by the 3 men. Xiao Jun sneered, "Haha, is this the harem? I can't tell at all." Li Jingyin was still fighting outside. She was a fighting maniac. After entering the end of the world, she seemed to have awakened the combative instinct hidden in her bones. She would feel uncomfortable if she didn't kill 100 or 80 zombies a day. The big-breasted little loli hasn't come back yet, and Jiang Yu is nowhere to be found either. These are all the people living on the second floor now, while the 4 bodyguards on the first floor are still taking turns on duty diligently. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Jingyin came back. As soon as she came back, she excitedly hugged Wan Qianya and boasted about how great she was today. At 6 o'clock, Jiang Yu came back. The butler is back, it's time to eat. As for the little Lolita, just selectively forget it. Xiao Jun and his team's meals would naturally not be a simple matter of self-heating rice. First, cook 5 Z-high pots, and when they are cooked, pour them all into one pot. Then Jiang Yu took out an alcohol grill and put the pot on it, and the hot pot atmosphere was immediately created. In addition to the things brought from the hot pot, Jiang Yu also took out some sausages and eggs and cooked what she wanted to eat. Finally, the main course arrived, with shrimp balls, fish balls, crab fillets and everything in between. Xiao Jun was stunned by the sight. Not only that, Jiang Yu also took out a bottle of red wine, which looked very high-end. Is this how you guys got through the days I was unconscious? This doesn't seem right. Why weren't there so many delicious foods before? We found an underground cold storage in a hot pot market. The sealing performance is very good. Even though the power was cut off, it was still able to cool well. Jiang Yu glanced at him and explained casually. What else? If you faint, I won't eat. Xiao Jun turned his grief and anger into appetite and began to frantically snatch food from them. Halfway through the meal, the little girl came back from lunch and joined the rush to grab food without even having time to change her clothes. After a contented burp, Xiao Jun leaned lazily on the sofa, with the twin sisters massaging him obediently from behind. Wan Qianya just glanced at it, said nothing, and continued reading her comic book. Ever since Xiao Jun rescued her that day, Wan Qianya's mind has changed. As long as they are all alive, it's good enough. Anyway, that night, everyone on the second floor heard Wan Qianya coughing, as if she had eaten something bad and it was stuck in her throat. Time passed quickly and another 5 days passed. In 5 days, Xiao Jun's body has fully recovered, the territory construction has been basically completed, and the team's supplies are also increasing day by day. Especially weapons. After a two-pronged approach of searching boxes and trading, Xiao Jun's team's high-tech weapons have now armed nearly 400 people. On this day, Xiao Jun had been feeling uneasy since he woke up, as if something important was about to happen. This feeling lasted until the afternoon and became even stronger. At 6 o'clock in the evening, all members of Xiao Jun's team had returned. Jiang Yu, make some arrangements. No one should go to bed before midnight tonight. Be alert. Everyone must eat their fill for dinner. You are not allowed to walk around. Everyone must stay in the room to rest. Gather in our yard at 11 o'clock on time. Remember, bring your weapons and be ready for battle at any time. Also, bring all the bedding and set up the tent. A series of arrangements were given and the logistics team worked overtime to prepare dinner for everyone. Brother Jun, did something big happen? The people on the second floor all surrounded Xiao Jun. You four, don't come out tonight. Stay on the second floor and lock all the doors and windows. Xiao Jun didn't explain too much, but his face still looked a little worried. The dinner was still sumptuous, but no one was in the mood to play around anymore. 11 o'clock at night. Xiao Jun took out a steel knife and took Jiang Yu, Wan Qianya, and Li Jingyin downstairs. The twin sisters, Dr. Jiang, and the big-breasted little Loli stayed upstairs. More than 400 young ladies have arrived, and the huge courtyard seems a bit crowded. They were asked to gather at this time, and many people even thought that the leader was planning to launch a surprise attack on the city lord's mansion in the middle of the night and become the boss of the future city himself. Nervous, anxious, excited. All kinds of emotions flowed through their hearts. 11:40. Jiang Yu counted the number of people again to confirm that everyone was present. 11:55. It had become completely dark, but Xiao Jun's yard was still bright. More than a dozen high-tech lamps are hung in the yard to ensure that everyone can see every corner clearly. It's 12 o'clock. Xiao Jun looked up at the sky. A strange sound suddenly appeared in the originally peaceful night, and then a crack appeared in the sky. This scene is not unfamiliar to many people. Prepare for battle. What should be advanced has finally been advanced. All the young ladies now admire their team leader in their hearts. No wonder our team is so powerful, it turns out that the team leader is a fortune teller. As the first zombie landed, a terrified scream echoed above the future city. The future city that was thought to be safe instantly became a paradise for zombies. This is Xiao Jun's side. More than 400 people looked at the sky in unison, holding their weapons tightly in their hands, and many of them even broke out in a thin layer of sweat. 10 minutes later. The crack in the sky disappeared quietly, and the battle for the future city has begun. 7 or 8 zombies also fell into Xiao Jun's yard, but before they landed completely on the ground, they were chopped up by the young ladies. The gate of the yard was open, and Xiao Jun decided to fight the zombie army here tonight. Change players. Team 1 and Team 2 go down, and Team 3 and Team 4 take over. Don't worry about the second-level zombies. Someone will take care of them. Don't be afraid, we have geographical advantages, they are just sending themselves to die. Jiang Yu stood in the middle of the yard and gave orders, while Xiao Jun, Wan Qianya, and Li Jingyin were staring at the zombies outside. As long as a second-level monster appears, they must rush forward and kill it immediately to avoid damage to the team. There were many more level 2 zombies in this zombie reign. In their small area alone, there were more than 40 level 2 zombies. I don't know how long it took, but there was no zombie in sight. Many people collapsed directly on the ground. Suddenly, soft sobbing sounds were heard from the crowd, and then more and more. Brother Jun, 41 people were killed tonight. Jiang Yu came over with the statistical figures to report to Xiao Jun. 41 people, not many, the mortality rate is less than 1/10. However, the feeling of being a teammate 1 second and having to swing a knife at her with your own hands the next second is really hard to accept. I was able to hold it in for so long because the string in my head had been taut the whole time. Now that there are no zombies, the feeling of sadness suddenly surged up. Brother Jun, why don't we wait until tomorrow morning to take action? Won't the zombies be much weaker during the day? The one who spoke was the little lowly Yun who had just come downstairs. Although she did not participate in the battle, she was lying on the second-floor window and saw it all clearly. Yun's voice was quite loud, and almost all the young ladies in the yard could hear it, and they all looked over. Yeah, why not wait until daytime to fight? Why must it be tonight? During this period, the little Lolita's contribution to the team was second only to Jiang Yu, and every new member was assigned by her personally. Now that so many people have died at once, the little girl can't bear it anymore. When zombies first land on the ground, their movements will become slower because they are not used to it. Although this slowdown will not weaken the first-level zombies as much as during the day, it will weaken the second-level zombies a lot. There will be a lot more second-level zombies this time. Even if you hide in the house, you won't be safe. Besides, with so many people in Future City attracting the zombies' attention at night, we will have to face much fewer zombie hordes. There is one more thing Xiao Jun didn't mention. We will be taking them to camp in the wild soon. Won't they die in a night battle? Do you really think you are invincible just by bullying first-level zombies every day during the day? The little loli wanted to say something, but Jiang Yu quickly pulled her back and asked her to arrange for the sisters to rest and be on duty first. The tents have been set up in the courtyard, and many of the new ladies have never lived in such a place before, so they find it a little novel. Brother Jun, are we going out to collect the mutant crystals? Jiang Yu asked. Let's go during the day tomorrow. There's no rush. Future City is bound to be crazy tonight. The Future City at this moment is like hell on earth. Countless humans who came here for refuge but had no place to stay turned into zombies that night. Even many people living in the room were attacked by zombies. The destructive power of the second-level zombies was beyond their imagination. Future City responded immediately. In the west of the city, tens of thousands of members directly under Future City have begun to fight back. The city lord Qin Gang stood at the front of the team, as fierce as a god of war. His hands were spewing fierce flames, and any zombies that touched them would die. Kill them. Qin Gang yelled. He didn't want to see the future city he had carefully built destroyed. Under the leadership of the city lord Qin Gang, more and more humans came out to fight, including not only people from the future city, but also other surviving humans. Because they discovered that hiding in the room was no longer completely safe, and not following the main force would mean death. The battle to defend the future city lasted all night. It is not known how many people died exactly. Tens of thousands of humans attracted most of the zombies in the future city in the west of the city. Fighting their way out was just a slogan, and defending the west of the city became their goal. Guiyu was also among them. The humans who had managed to survive in other places were also fleeing towards the west of the city. By the second half of the night, hundreds of thousands of human survivors had gathered in the west of the city. This should be the first large-scale battle between humans and zombies. Meanwhile, Xiao Jun in the north of the city was resting his head on Wan Qianya's slender thighs, wondering what he was thinking about. No one on the second floor went back to their rooms to sleep, but all gathered in the living room. Most of the young ladies in the tent did not sleep either, as death was still so close to them. After joining Xiao Jun's team, they were well-fed and well-dressed, and they forgot that it was the end of the world and they didn't know how many people died every day. Any young lady who can survive alone in this doomsday must have experienced some bloody things, but it's just that they haven't happened to her for too long, so she has forgotten them a little. It was almost dawn when the little girl returned to the second floor. "Brother Jun, I'm sorry." Xiao Jun ignored her. "If you question yourself in that situation, it is very likely to cause a mutiny." If that really happened, Xiao Jun would kill her first without hesitation. Although the worst outcome did not happen, it still brought a lot of problems. Xiao Jun heard clearly what the little sister was thinking. Seeing that Xiao Jun ignored her, the little girl's eyes became a little red. After respectfully bowing 3 times to Xiao Jun, the little girl left the second floor. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes at Xiao Jun and quickly chased after him. This girl's self-esteem is as strong as her breasts. At that time, she couldn't help herself. Now looking back, she knows she was wrong. If he didn't come back so late at night, he must be in the tent comforting those young ladies and making up for his mistake. Now that Xiao Jun was unwilling to forgive her, she naturally couldn't stay here any longer. Xiao Jun did not try to stop Jiang Yu, and the other women just watched without saying anything. Compared with the little lowly, they naturally trust Xiao Jun more. "Everyone take a break, there is still a lot to do during the day tomorrow. At 9 o'clock tomorrow, the airdrop boxes will arrive as scheduled. We must seize the first wave while others are still in chaos. This airdrop will still last for a week. After a week, Xiao Jun will be ready to leave the city and set up camp. Everything is happening ahead of schedule, and the earthquake will happen ahead of schedule if nothing unexpected happens. There are also zombies attacking the city. Last time, we discovered third-level zombies. This time, there will definitely be third-level zombies, and quite a lot of them. However, according to the experience of the previous life, the zombie siege will only happen after the earthquake, when the future city is rebuilt. Otherwise, there is no city, so what's the point of attacking? 6 o'clock in the morning. After a night of fighting, future city finally calmed down a bit. Although sporadic battles were still breaking out in many places, the human survivors ultimately won the large-scale battle. Dense zombie corpses were scattered everywhere, including a large number of second-level zombies. Many people have already started to take action, which is much more beneficial than supplies. Even if there is a supermarket in front of you, you can't move much. Mutated crystals are much easier to get. They are only the size of a coin, so you can easily carry a few hundred of them. Whoever moves will be killed. Chen Gang stood up, with tens of thousands of future city team members behind him. Some people just don't believe it and continue to touch the corpse. The next second, he turned into a corpse. Future City is hiring. The same scene is happening elsewhere. The Lone Wolf group in the east of the city. The Lone Wolf was grinning as he stepped on several corpses. "Come if you are not afraid of death." Tens of thousands of people retreated together, fearing that they would be the next to die. The Lone Wolf laughed even more wildly, and the members behind him also laughed arrogantly. "Men with guts are welcome to join my Lone Wolf group at any time. Forget about you useless bastards." The blood-stained group in the south of the city. A man covered in blood just stared calmly ahead without any fluctuation. Tens of thousands of people in front were staring at the man quietly, and no one dared to take a step forward. There was not a drop of blood on his body. There is also Xiao Jun's harem. However, Xiao Jun does not have as many people as Future City. At most, there are only more than 400 young ladies. At this time, thousands of survivors had gathered together, ready to collect the mutant crystals from the zombie corpses on the ground. During the battle last night, they were hiding and trembling, and they were only able to escape thanks to Xiao Jun's team attracting the attention of a large number of zombies. It's just dawn now, and they are ready to reap the benefits. Xiao Jun had already walked out after getting the news. Hundreds of young ladies behind him were looking at him murderously. This was their trophy, which was obtained at the cost of the lives of dozens of sisters. If you move again, you'll die. Xiao Jun's cold voice was heard, and the people outside looked over at the same time. All 100 young ladies raised their knives, and they would rush forward as long as Xiao Jun said a word. Who are you trying to scare with a knife? You're just pretending we don't have any. There were several thousand people on the opposite side, and many of them had knives pulled out and stood in front. Brother Bao, there are only 300 or 400 of them at most. We can kill them with our men. As long as we kill that men, the women, and food will be ours. They were workers working for Xiao Jun's territory before. After the situation broke out last night, in an emergency, Brother Leopard remembered that there was a team here, and immediately brought people over here. Sure enough, most of the zombies in the territory were attracted by Xiao Jun's team. Now, they have more people, while the other side has fewer people and they are all women. They were conserving their energy while the other side had been fighting for most of the night and was exhausted. There was a hint of ferocity in Brother Leopard's eyes. They might still feel afraid of zombies, but they are not afraid of women. But Brother Leopard was still a little hesitant. Although there were thousands of people here, there were only about 100 people who really listened to him. Brother Bao, as long as we take the lead and there are benefits, that group of people will definitely follow. The younger brother next to him gave advice again. Fuck them, kill that man, the women, and the supplies are all ours. Brother Leopard was motivated, and he and dozens of his brothers started howling. At this moment, thousands of people behind him also became eager to try. Who wouldn't want women and supplies? Puff. This is the sound of a sharp weapon entering the body. Wan Qinya's figure slowly appeared, with the dagger stuck in his neck, and Brother Leopard still had a hint of disbelief on his face. Kill. At Xiao Jun's command, the young ladies who had been suppressed all night could finally vent. Although the other side had a large number of people, they were just a group of rabble. The only one who could be considered a leader, Brother Leopard, was killed, and the little courage that they had finally gathered disappeared immediately. None of our business. Lady, spare us, we are innocent. These women are so cruel, brothers, let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, this iron-willed hero had his head chopped off by Xiao Jun. Kill people if you want, why do you have to do it in such a disgusting way? I'm used to it. I thought I was killing zombies. Xiao Jun smiled awkwardly, put away his sword and returned to the battlefield. Stop. The young ladies who were fighting just now quickly stood behind Xiao Jun, but the blood on their bodies told the story. Still want to rob? Thousands of people were silent, and no one had the courage to stand up. If you want to save your life in my territory, each of you must pay 5 first-order mutation crystals. I will not only arrange accommodation for you, but also try my best to ensure your safety. Those who don't have mutant crystals, get out. 200 young ladies holding steel knives filed out from behind Xiao Jun and collected the protection fees one by one. Someone took the lead in paying the money, and immediately a young lady took them away and assigned them accommodation. Seeing that Xiao Jun's team kept their promise and provided certain protection as long as money was paid, more than half of the people paid the protection fee. The mutant crystals that he had earned from Xiao Jun these days were returned to him double within a few days, and he still lived in the house that he had built himself. Xiao Jun mercilessly drove out those who did not have mutant crystals. Hurry up and cook, so everyone can have a good meal. It's almost 9 o'clock, and a new round of airdrop boxes is about to arrive on the battlefield. Compared with the previous round of airdrop boxes, the quality of this round will be better. While everyone has been busy all night, Xiao Jun wants to seize the opportunity and scan the airdrop boxes in the future city first. 8:40. While the teams in other directions were still resting, Xiao Jun's harem group was the first to complete their repairs and head towards the future city. Jiang Yu leads one team, Wan Qianyao leads one team, Li Jingyin leads one team, and the rest follow me. Except for the remaining 2 teams and the territory of future city, anyone who dares to snatch from other places will be killed directly. Xiao Jun is determined to get the latest batch of airdrop boxes. After one night, the zombies in the future city were basically cleared out and the streets were empty. Xiao Jun's harem group quickly occupied several main streets. As soon as the airdrop box appeared, it would immediately radiate to the entire future city. After a night of fighting, the survivors finally got some rest with their exhausted bodies. The entire future city seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Only Xiao Jun's harem was quietly active in the entire city. 9 o'clock sharp. Just like before, a crack opened up in the sky again. Densely packed airdrop boxes fell from the sky and scattered in every corner. Xiao Jun's harem group, which had been prepared for a long time, was like a swift cheetah that had smelled the scent of its prey and dispersed to various places following the landing point of the airdrop boxes. Walk. Xiao Jun also led a team. As soon as the airdrop box fell, he immediately arranged for each team leader to lead the team. Wow, there are so many airdrop boxes. A young lady couldn't help but exclaimed. Don't sigh, hurry up and act. By the time the other groups react, they won't have this chance anymore. Seizing a time difference, Xiao Jun's team began to harvest frantically. This is not looking for an airdrop box, this is simply picking up things. There are no zombies or people, only them working diligently. Occasionally there would be some lucky ones who did not sleep, but they were too weak to compete with Xiao Jun's team. You are still sleeping. Hurry up and get up. Come on, gather everyone. Except for Xiao Jun's harem, the other 3 places were in chaos. I had just fallen asleep for a short while, and who knew that an airdrop box would come down? Hurry up. We have worked so hard to kill people all night, but now we are giving them to others. Many people were urging them on. At 9:15, the future city, which had been quiet for just an hour, became lively again, filled with classic Chinese culture everywhere. I, the Lone Wolf Group, want this box. Get out of here, everyone else. I am the captain of the 3rd Brigade of Future City. I want this box. Come up if you are not afraid of death. Roll. A man uttered a word calmly, and the onlookers stepped back. Xiao Jun's team could not perform as smoothly as they did at the beginning, but fortunately, 20 minutes had made them the biggest winners of the day. Brother Jun, there are more and more people. At 9:30, the entire future city was crowded with people. Not only the 4 major teams, but also other individual players came out one after another. What if they could get a bargain? Go back to the north of the city. 9:30 was the time Xiao Jun had booked long ago. Before 9:30, they would search for airdrop boxes in other places. After 9:30, everyone would gather in the north of the city and finally search their own territory. When Xiao Jun and his team arrived, the other 3 teams had already arrived, but at the same time there was another team confronting them. The other side had quite a few people, about 200 or 300 in number. At this stage, it is estimated that only the 3 major forces can easily gather so many people. When they saw Xiao Jun coming, the young ladies felt inexplicably relieved, as if they had found their backbone. Are you the leader of the women's army? Xiao Jun looked over when he heard the voice and saw a thin man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks. I'm asking you a question. Are you the leader of this women's army? You look so thin, can you bear it? How about I help you share the burden? After he finished speaking, everyone behind him burst into laughter, and many of them even whistled in this direction. Xiao Jun already knew who this person was. I've heard before that the Lone Wolf Gang has a perverted deputy leader nicknamed the Lewd Monkey, who has a thin body and a pointed face. This man particularly liked torturing women. The more beautiful the woman was, the more excited he was about torturing her. He also harassed married women, which made him many enemies. In the future city of the previous life, his notoriety was everywhere. But this man does have some strength. Countless people in future city want to kill him, but he is still alive and well. However, today, the lecherous monkey was just showing off, but suddenly he seemed to sense something and grabbed someone next to him and pushed him forward. A cold light appeared and blood splattered everywhere. You dare to kill me? The lewd monkey was furious. When I catch you, I will let you have a good taste of my newly developed moves. Wan Qianya retreated immediately after missing the attack. This monkey really has some skills. He can actually sense the invisible Wan Qianya. Li Jingyin had already walked out with a knife in hand. The group of people opposite had been speaking obscene words before, which had already aroused her anger, but since Xiao Jun hadn't come, they did not attack rashly. Wan Qianya's move represented Xiao Jun's intention. Seeing Wan Qianya retreat, Li Jingyin immediately stepped forward. A melee between the two sides was about to break out. Stop! The lone wolf had heard the news and rushed over. Seeing that it was this group of female soldiers again, the lone wolf's eyes also turned red. Last time I didn't bring enough people and suffered a loss at their hands. I didn't expect that they would be the ones to suffer the loss again this time. But since Lone Wolf could become the leader of a group, he must not be a brainless person. It would not be of much benefit for him to fight with Xiao Jun's team at this time. Although this group of people only has 400 or 500 people, they are very powerful. Although we have a slight advantage in numbers now, no one can win in a head-on fight. The lone wolf is hesitating, but Xiao Jun will not hesitate. This monkey can tease the girl in his own group in front of him today, and he can secretly do something bad to her tomorrow. Since the feud has already been formed, we must kill him today while he is still just a captain. If the lone wolf dared to turn against him, he would just kill him as well. The lewd monkey on the opposite side was still taunting us, speaking obscene words. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Xiao Jun's face. Inho's face changed, and he immediately rushed into the crowd as if he had sensed danger. Unfortunately, it's too late. A steel knife came chopping towards his head with unmatched force. The lewd monkey continued to drill inside in fear, and pushed the two people beside him out, hoping to continue to use them to block the attack. Unfortunately, the one who took action this time was not Wan Qianya but Xiao Jun. The suddenness of instant movement is even more difficult to guard against than Wan Qianya's invisibility. The monkey was already a step slower and could not use much strength in a hurry. The steel knife swept across, and the two men were directly chopped away. The knife's force did not decrease at all, and continued to fly towards the lewd monkey. Sparks flew and the monkey flew out heavily, but there were no wounds on his body. Xiao Jun frowned. He was actually wearing a high-tech combat suit. Seeing that the people around him had reacted and raised their weapons, Xiao Jun launched the second teleportation without hesitation. The lecherous monkey thought he had escaped, but Xiao Jun appeared beside him again. No. The monkey's pupils dilated rapidly, and the steel knife easily scratched his neck. Xiao Jun stood with a knife in hand, surrounded by members of the lone wolf group, but no one dared to step forward. Xiao Jun's strange teleportation made them a little scared. If any of them moves, you will die. Xiao Jun's eyes, filled with murderous intent, stared straight at the lone wolf. Although they were about 10 meters apart, the lone wolf still broke out in cold sweat. Last time, the lone wolf was controlled by Wan Qianya's silent approach, and it could be said that he was careless. This time, he was very careful, but Xiao Jun disappeared right under his nose, and then appeared in the crowd and killed one of his men. The subordinate himself knew that he was quite capable, but his character was not very good. Hundreds of people from the lone wolf group have surrounded Xiao Jun. As long as the lone wolf says a word, they will attack without hesitation. But, can he really be killed? Where did his mysterious teleportation ability come from? Lone wolf is a little hesitant now. Compared to him, Xiao Jun was much calmer. His skills are indeed limited, and today is only the last time, but he is confident that he can escape unscathed today. If it were someone else, whether it was Qin Gang from Future City or Bai Yi from the Blood Clothes group, Xiao Jun would not dare to do this today. Qin Gang is a man of great courage, so he was the first to build a city by a team. And the man in white from the Bloody Corps is a madman. Don't be fooled by his gentle and polite appearance. He is actually a complete madman at heart. The lone wolf in the previous life had provoked him, and Bai Yi went straight to the headquarters of the lone wolf group alone, killed hundreds of his men, and finally left in a swagger. Although the lone wolf group is also one of the 4 major forces, the people under its command are of mixed quality, and the lone wolf himself is indecisive. That's why Xiao Jun dared to control him like this. After threatening the lone wolf, Xiao Jun walked towards his team without any precautions, completely ignoring the hundreds of knives and people around him. Xiao Jun walked slowly, and the people surrounding him parted step by step, making way for him. Everyone is afraid of death. Since the boss hasn't said anything, why should he die in vain? To get to your own team through the lone wolf group, you must pass by the lone wolf. Xiao Jun walked straight ahead without any intention of changing lanes. Everyone around the lone wolf was on high alert, holding their weapons tightly and staring at Xiao Jun without blinking, fearing that he would suddenly attack and kill someone. Xiao Jun didn't look at anyone else, but kept staring at the lone wolf's eyes. When the two were only 5 meters apart, the lone wolf finally moved. He backed away. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the moment the lone wolf retreated, everyone around him seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Those who have survived the apocalypse for so long and are still around are not necessarily people who are afraid of death. But they are more afraid of people like Xiao Jun. He is ruthless, not afraid of death, and very good at fighting. How do you play this? You are not afraid of death, right? Then he can really kill you. Seeing Xiao Jun come back safely, the young ladies cheered. Amid the cheers from this side, the members of the lone wolf group on the opposite side all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at this side. Hundreds of men were intimidated by a man and a group of women. It happened for the second time. This will be an eternal shame for the lone wolf group. Lone wolf's face turned red, but he still didn't dare to do anything to Xiao Jun. You're not leaving yet. Are you not convinced? Xiao Jun doesn't have so much time to waste with them. When the other 2 regiments come, they won't be able to grab so many airdrop boxes. Captain Xiao, you are very good. We will see what happens next. No matter how timid you are, you still have to say harsh words. The lone wolf has already found an excuse for himself. He still has to snatch the airdrop boxes today, so it is not appropriate to start a war. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. If you don't agree, just do it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The young ladies took a step forward cooperatively, as if they were ready to start fighting if there was any disagreement. Let's go. The lone wolf finally left in disgrace. Brother Jun, we. Xiao Jun interrupted Jiang Yu. We'll talk about it when we get back. I know what's going on. The focus during this period is still on the airdrop box. With the joy of victory, hundreds of young ladies continued to sweep the airdrop boxes in the north of the city. Many people had also seen the scene just now, and they were no longer willing to compete with Xiao Jun's team, so they all moved away. Xiao Jun did not participate in what happened next. He had already instructed Jiang Yu to only sweep for half an hour. Half an hour later, the other 2 major forces were also coming. Xiao Jun had already taken a great advantage this time, and it would not do to not even give soup to others. Xiao Jun doesn't want to offend those 2 major forces now. As for the lone wolf group, Xiao Jun didn't take them seriously. When I returned to the 2nd floor, the twin sisters were already there to greet me. Turn on the water for a bath. After fighting all night, having no rest during the day, and having a conflict with the lone wolf group, Xiao Jun is indeed a little tired now. The younger sister went in to pee, and the older sister stood behind Xiao Jun and gently massaged his shoulders. After a while, the water was ready. Xiao Jun put his whole body into the hot water and couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. Outside the door. Sister, you have to think clearly. We don't have to do anything. We eat well and sleep well every day and don't have to go out to fight. Our lives are more comfortable than anyone else. Why? It's just because of our skin. Rubbing the captain's back is just a small problem. The elder sister tried to persuade her earnestly, but the younger sister looked conflicted. Whether you go or not, if you don't go, I'll go by myself. My sister looked very disappointed with me and prepared to go in with a bath towel in her hand. The younger sister quickly pulled her elder sister's sleeve and bit her lips lightly. Let's go. The elder sister stuffed a bath towel directly into her younger sister's arms, and regardless of her shyness, she pulled her in. Xiao Jun was soaking comfortably in the bathtub. This high-tech bathtub was very useful. Not only was it filled with hot water, it could also keep the water warm. The door was suddenly opened, and Xiao Jun looked at the 2 sisters who came in with a puzzled look on his face. Brother Jun, you are tired today. Let me rub your back for you. Jingru looked at Xiao Jun with a smile on her face and said in a delicate voice. This. Before Xiao Jun could figure out what was going on, Jingru had already put his hand on his back. Depend on. Which men can withstand such a test? Xiao Jun felt relieved. However, he soon came to his senses. These two goblins can't be helped now. Ahem, you guys go out first, and you can give me a massage after I finish taking a shower. Ah. Jing-Ru looked at Xiao Jun in confusion. Xiao Jun was also feeling conflicted. Forget it. A real man can bend and stretch. Now is not the time to enjoy oneself. Get out, I need to take a shower. Xiao Jun's tone became a little tougher. Jingy's face turned red with embarrassment at this time, and she quickly pulled her sister. Jing-Ru looked at Xiao Jun, then at her sister, and stamped her feet. Then he walked out of the bathroom with his sister. Xiao Jun let out a long breath. Just wait, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. As for now, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Half an hour passed in a flash. Under the leadership of Jiang Yu, the young lady's crazy sweep finally stopped. In the distance, Future City, the Blood Clothes group, and the Lone Wolf group at the end were already rushing towards this side. This also means that, except for the north of the city, all the airdrop boxes in the Future City have basically been cleared. Jiang Yu led the young ladies to evacuate without any hesitation. The three major forces in Future City have gathered together, and Jiang Yu is not stupid enough to confront them head-on. Even the smallest Blood Clothes group has nearly 1,000 members, far more than Xiao Jun's women's army. As for the Lone Wolf group, they have long disregarded the regulations of Future City. The number of their members far exceeds that of the 1,000-man group. However, their members are also a mess, and they basically accept anyone who comes. Most of the airdrop boxes in the north of the city have been taken away by them, so let them grab the rest on their own. Jiang Yu retreated decisively, and the one who suffered the most was the Lone Wolf. Why did these women give in? They are just bullying me, right? But Lone Wolf had no choice. He couldn't possibly instigate the other two forces to help him get revenge. The young ladies have been busy for so long and are extremely tired. Even after resting for a few hours last night, they still couldn't hold on any longer. Hee hee. Xiao Jun was still enjoying himself when he was caught by the women who had just returned. I came in originally to report to him, but I didn't expect to see this scene. Wan Qianya snorted twice, but didn't show any excessive reaction. Jiang Yu looked at it with amusement. The little girl and Dr. Jiang have already turned their heads. Li Jingyin was in a dilemma, wanting to watch it but not wanting to watch it at the same time. Humph, let's go take a bath too. Wan Qianya snorted heavily again and led the way out. It seems that Jiang Yu's dowry plan has to be put back on the agenda. Wan Qianya seemed to be thinking about something in her heart, and Jiang Yu seemed to have some feelings, and just happened to glance at Wan Qianya. The two looked at each other, and Wan Qianya quickly turned her head away. At the dinner table, Jiang Yu was reporting today's results seriously, and her tone seemed a little excited. From last night to today, we have obtained more than 5,000 first-order mutation crystals and 624 second-order mutation crystals. When talking about the number of second-order mutant crystals, everyone became excited. With the arrival of a new round, the number of second-level zombies will increase significantly, and it will be much easier to obtain second-level mutant crystals. With these second-level mutant crystals, Xiao Jun will be able to reach the 4th level soon. If nothing unexpected happens, the leaders of the other regiments will also reach the 4th level in the next few days. As the most populous future city, it is possible that a second 4th level city will appear. How many of our group are still at the 1st level? Xiao Jun asked. Because you stipulated that 30% of the harvest must be used on them. There are 460 people in the group now, 4 3rd-level mutants, 307 second-level mutants, and 149 first-level mutants. More than 300 second-level mutants, which is definitely comparable to the top forces of the 3 major forces. Distribute the mutation crystals today. I want everyone to reach level 2. Jiang Yu nodded. She thought so too. Only when the team's strength improved could they obtain more resources. Fill the vacancies and change the recruitment requirements. The age limit will be relaxed to 30 years old, but the candidates must be first-level mutants or above. We don't want those with families. We need people to have an absolute sense of belonging to the team. Jiang Yu had a bitter face and had another headache. After Xiao Jun finished speaking, Jiang Yu continued his report. Today's airdrop box harvest includes 142 water bottles, 127 lunch boxes, 31 steel knives, 17 daggers, and 2 sets of high-tech combat uniforms. 5 pieces of space equipment, including a space bracelet. 37 pieces of various functional high-tech products. Among them, there are 2 space stones, 4 toilets, 2 bathtubs, 3 bathtubs, 11 lamps, and 7 high-tech condoms. When talking about condoms, Jiang Yu paused, and everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Xiao Jun. What kind of condom? Only the twin sister Jingyi looked at everyone in confusion. You are still young, you will know it later. Otherwise, why don't you ask your brother, the leader, to teach you? Sister Jingru quickly pulled her sister aside and explained to her in a low voice. I saw my sister's face turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She was too shy. This was not over yet. Jiang Yu solemnly took out the condom from the space and handed it to Xiao Jun. Captain, I've seen that one can be used 100 times. This is a full 900 times. You have to work hard. Xiao Jun has become thick-skinned now and is not afraid of this little teasing at all. He took the condom generously and took a serious look at it. This tastes like durian. I don't like it. After this little episode, Jiang Yu continued to talk about business. There are also 9 high-tech crop seeds that are appearing for the first time. As she spoke, another seed appeared in Jiang Yu's hand, as big as a fist. Xiao Jun took it and relevant information immediately emerged in his mind. High-tech vegetable seeds, 1-month planting cycle, 500 kilograms of yield. This is good stuff. Green vegetables contain a large amount of nutrients necessary for the human body. If you don't eat green vegetables for a long time, the most direct manifestation is poor stomach and intestines, and constipation is the most normal. After the end of the world, normal vegetable cultivation has become impossible. Only this kind of high-tech crops can be grown for you just by throwing them into the soil. You don't have to worry about anything. Fresh vegetables are guaranteed to grow for you in a month. But you can't use it now. You have to wait until the earthquake is over, and then you can plant it directly in your own territory. In general, the probability of producing good things in the airdrop box this time is much higher than before. Today is just the beginning, and there are still 6 full days to go. As time goes by and the overall level of humanity increases, the production of airdrop boxes will get better and better. There is nothing it can't do, only what you can't think of. After reading it, Xiao Jun returned the high-tech seeds to Jiang Yu. Now, in Xiao Jun's space equipment, apart from the mutant crystals he harvested every day, the rest are all miscellaneous things. For example, all the hot pot seafood are now stored in Xiao Jun's space. There are also self-heating rice, self-heating pots, and even a lot of luxury goods for women. Just the stockings and high heels, Xiao Jun probably has thousands of kilograms of storage here. Anyway, these were all collected by Jiang Yu and given to him. These precious things before the end of the world must be used by his own small team. Apart from these, cigarettes and alcohol also occupy a large space. There is also salt and various seasonings. Either they are valuable items or they are used by one's own small team. There are more space equipment now, but they cannot cope with the large number of people. And most of them are rings. When they are really piled up, there are not as many as you might imagine. The inventory was almost complete, and Xiao Jun talked about the next plan. Starting tomorrow, we will only send 1 squadron, or 100 people, to clean up the zombies with the other groups, and the rest of the people will leave the city. We have taken advantage of the time difference today, and tomorrow we will definitely not have such a good harvest as today. It is better to focus on the outside of the city and make plans for leaving the city later. Xiao Jun did not hide the fact that he was going to leave the city from these people, and even told them about the earthquake in advance. Except for Jiang Yu, although everyone else found it unbelievable, they still chose to believe him. Xiao Jun had performed his prophecy in front of them more than once. After working hard for such a long time, Xiao Jun's team took a break in the afternoon, but there were still normal rotation personnel on duty. After eating and drinking, the second floor fell into a brief silence. In Xiao Jun's room, Xiao Jun had fallen asleep, but Wan Qianya was still staring at the ceiling with her eyes wide open. After a while, Wan Qianya secretly took away Xiao Jun's arm, climbed up from the bed, and sneaked out of the room. To the left of Xiao Jun's room is Jiang Yu's room, where she and the little loli live. Although Jiang Yu was also very tired, she had not yet fallen asleep. She was seriously thinking about how to use the existing mutant crystals to maximize her benefits. There was a sudden knock at the door and Jiang Yu became alert instantly. However, when he thought about the 4 second-level bodyguards downstairs, he felt relieved. When the door was opened, Wan Qianya's little head popped in. Wan Qianya put her finger on her mouth, signaling Jiang Yu to be quiet, and then dragged her out. "What are you doing? If you don't work harder now, your 900 chances might be snatched away by the twin sisters." As soon as she came out, Jiang Yu started teasing her. Unexpectedly, Wan Qianya was not angry, but took the opportunity to speak. "Yes, they are twin sisters. Which man wouldn't be tempted? And they are right in front of him every day. Sooner or later, he will eat them up." Jiang Yu looked at her in surprise and pinched her face. What happened to her best friend? It was as if she had become a different person. "You're still pinching me. You've made my face bigger. I'm going to dislike you even less in the future." Wan Qianya was like an angry kitten, shaking her head to avoid Jiang Yu's vicious clutches. "Then why are you looking for me instead of sleeping? Are you here to complain about your unhappiness? This sister doesn't seem like that kind of person. Did she change after getting a man? I need your help." Wan Qianya went straight to the point. Listening to Wan Qianya's words, Jiang Yu's mouth slowly opened wider, and her small mouth opened into an O shape. "You want me to come with you?" No, this is definitely not Wan Qianya herself. How could she think of such a thing? They have 2 sisters, and they are both pretty. How can I handle them alone? That's why I can only ask you for help. Wan Qianya continued as if it was a matter of course. "Look, we are also good sisters. There are 2 of us, so we are not outnumbered. As for quality, my long legs and your incomparable temperament, yeah, are definitely not worse than those 2 sisters. In terms of strength, the 2 of them are just vases, nothing to be afraid of. What's more, yeah, you are the chief steward of our group. Privately, others say that you are the chief's wife. Who can compare to your status in this group? So, as long as the 2 of us sisters work together, we can take care of those little vixens in a matter of minutes." Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. She knew as soon as she heard it that this girl had planned this all along and wanted to sell herself out a long time ago, otherwise how could her thinking be so clear? "I have said so much one by one." Seeing that Jiang Yu didn't say anything, Wan Qianya became a little anxious. The important thing about this plan was Jiang Yu's agreement, otherwise everything would be empty talk. Wan Qianya has been observing Jiang Yu for a long time. She always listens to Xiao Jun's words and never questions things that other people take a long time to digest. Wan Qianya came to the conclusion that Jiang Yu was definitely not averse to Xiao Jun. Moreover, Jiang Yu is now becoming more and more powerful. If she betrays Xiao Jun, he can easily sideline or even get rid of him and become the boss. Whenever Wan Qianya thought of this, she felt a little scared. What would she do if her best sister and her man broke up? After thinking about it, the solution is to make your sisters become your man's women, and everything will be solved. It can also kill 2 birds with 1 stone and ensure your own position. There's no need to be so anxious, right? Jiang Yu had thought about doing it herself before, but as she felt more and more that Xiao Jun was the protagonist, she became less interested. And she integrated into this apocalypse faster than any other woman. Polygamy? Isn't this normal in a society without laws? Even in a normal society, there are some women who have said that they would rather be the mistress of a rich man than the wife of a poor man. So Jiang Yu had already been mentally prepared. How could Xiao Jun not be moved by a woman like her? Impossible. But Jiang Yu had never really thought about taking the initiative to go to bed. It's urgent, look at today. That won't work either. It would definitely not work if Jiang Yu asked herself to go to bed. Jiang Yu thought of another way. It was already past 4 in the afternoon when he woke up. The mutant's physical fitness was much better than that of ordinary people, so sleeping for 4 or 5 hours was enough. When I opened my eyes, Wan Qianya was still sleeping beside me. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Jun leisurely lit a cigarette and looked at Wan Qianya, who looked like a shrew. Can you blame me for that? You have to blame me. Wan Qianya looked at Xiao Jun like a little resentful woman. Suddenly said something in his ear. I'll go call Yaya. Xiao Jun's hand holding the cigarette shook and he almost dropped it on the bed. Xiao Jun reached out and pinched Wan Qianya's little face. Is this girl crazy today? TSK, there must be something wrong with these two people. Their movements are exactly the same. My face looks so pitiful. A smile appeared on Xiao Jun's lips. What did she secretly say to Jiang Yu? However, Xiao Jun did not expose her and started acting according to Wan Qianya's script. Not so good, huh? Pretending, still pretending, just like Yaya, but in fact, she must be very happy. I'm the one who suffered the most, but why does it seem like he's the one who was wronged? I'm so angry. Xiao Jun laughed even more happily in his heart and almost couldn't hold it back. Don't worry, I'll go and tell you. Wan Qianya patted her chest hard, and the giant panda jumped up and down. Xiao Jun was afraid that she would pat herself flat. You wait. As if she was afraid that Xiao Jun would go back on his word, Wan Qianya just put on some casual clothes and ran out without even wearing any underwear. Xiao Jun finally couldn't help it and started laughing under the quilt. After finishing a cigarette, Xiao Jun lit up another one. At this time, the door opened. Looking up, Xiao Jun's eyes widened. Xiao Jun was already very familiar with Jiang Yu and they met every day. But Jiang Yu usually wears a smart workplace outfit or combat uniform. This is the first time seeing Jiang Yu like this, and even Wan Qianya beside her looked a little dim. Her face was blushing, and she seemed to be reluctant but also welcoming. The upper body is a set of pink kawaii women's suspender nightgown, which is extremely cute and has a bit of temptation. Her lower body is bare, with a pair of flawless long legs that do not need any decoration and are enough to drive countless men crazy. Looking back at the top, Jiang Yu usually dresses rather conservatively, so you can't really tell that she is definitely not smaller than Wan Qianya. Brother Jun. Even though Jiang Yu was mentally prepared, she was no different from any other woman in this situation. At this time, Xiao Jun had to take the initiative as a man. Jiang Yu was taking a shower inside, and Xiao Jun was lying alone at the head of the bed. The room was filled with a strong and luxurious atmosphere. Open the door. 4 pairs of eyes in the living room looked over at the same time, and the atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment. Xiao Jun coughed twice, and Jiang Yu came out behind him somewhat awkwardly. 4 pairs of eyes immediately turned their gazes and looked at Jiang Yu curiously. TSK, this guy's legs are so weak. Jiang Yu glared at the others, took out a first-order mutant crystal from the space equipment and stuffed it into her mouth. It really works, and it's pretty good. Oh my god, what a sin I have committed, even the mutant crystal has to be used up. Li Jingyin muttered softly. But the living room was so small, and everyone present was a level 2 mutant with excellent hearing, and they all looked over. Li Jingyin stuck out her tongue and quickly turned her head away. Where's Yun? With the help of the mutant crystal, Jiang Yu has fully recovered. Only then did she realize that there were only 4 people in the living room, and one little loli was missing. She's gone to make arrangements for tonight. You didn't even notice what time it was. You guys really know how to have fun. The one who said this was Li Jingyin. My 2 best friends have already fallen for it, so what is there for me to be afraid of? I will be able to walk around the group with my arrogance in the future. Shall we have dinner first? Xiao Jun glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. If he didn't hurry up and eat, today's zombies would arrive at the battlefield. Jiang Yu nodded. Eating hot pot in the middle of winter is a very pleasant thing. Paired with a bowl of fragrant self-heating rice, it is definitely a great joy in life. However, the atmosphere at the scene didn't seem to be that warm. Except for Xiao Jun and Jiang Yu, everyone else seemed a little restrained. Some are out of embarrassment, some are out of curiosity, and some are out of regret. Yeah, we need to find some chefs. They will be needed soon. As if remembering something, Xiao Jun suddenly said. Haven't you noticed? All the animals we used to see seem to have disappeared. Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, Xiao Jun explained. Well, I almost couldn't survive, so who would care where those cats and dogs went? If there is any loving dog lover, if there is dog meat at this time, he will definitely eat it better than anyone else. Moreover, this apocalypse is so scary, with floods and rain of fire, and now there are so many zombies in the city. It's a miracle that I survived, so isn't it normal for those animals to die? After the earthquake is over, there will be other creatures besides zombies. If you are strong enough, you can eat all kinds of game. Xiao Jun kept it a secret and didn't say anything specific. In his previous life, Xiao Jun had seen a wild boar that was more than 2 meters tall and weighed at least 500 or 600 kilograms. It was the future city lord Chen Gang and one of the top 10 masters Guiyu who worked together to kill him. Facing such a creature, having more people is useless. Without thermal weapons, ordinary mutants cannot withstand a single impact from it. The creatures after the apocalypse have extremely tough fur that zombies cannot scratch, and if their attack power is low, they cannot even break their defenses. But the meat was so delicious that Xiao Jun started drooling just thinking about it, and quickly picked up several pieces of food with his chopsticks. 500 people are a bit too few. We need to expand our scale. Even if we don't compare it with Future City, we have to be comparable to the other two groups. We need both combat personnel and logistical personnel, 500 are not enough. Jiang Yu met some pretty good candidates several times, but she gave up in the end because of the limited vacancies. Now that there are so many supplies, even if another 500 people come, Jiang Yu has enough confidence to be self-sufficient. Recruit. Develop a group of 1,000 people. Recruit 1,000 people before leaving the city. Xiao Jun agreed immediately. 500 people were really not many. Compared with the entire future city, they were just a drop in the ocean and could not cause much waves. The dinner table was quiet again. Everyone was eating, but their thoughts were almost flying out of the sky. The team leader is very good to Xiao Yeye. My good life will be more stable from now on. Before the end of the world, others rely on their parents, but I rely on my best friend. I am so awesome. It's over, it's over. Sister, you got the first place. Now we sisters have nothing to lose. It's all my sister's fault for being indecisive. Why does sister keep looking at me? Go look at the leader. What a shame. Finally, this is Dr. Zhang's inner voice. Thousands of words were just reduced to 2 words. Xiao Jun's mouth was twitching. What kind of thoughts were these people having? Bang. The door was pushed open, and the little girl came back. As soon as she saw Jiang Yu, she ran over immediately. Sister Yu, where did you go this afternoon? I didn't see you when I woke up, so I thought you were arranging tasks. Fortunately, I just went there, otherwise the sisters would be starving and how could we fight at night? Next time, tell me in advance if you have something to do, otherwise it will be troublesome tonight. Jiang Yu reached out and pinched the little lowly's face. After pinching one Qianya today, Jiang Yu fell in love with this feeling. Thank you for your hard work. Sit down and eat. I'll make arrangements later. The little girl sat in her seat obediently. But I always felt that Sister Yu seemed to have changed a little after not seeing her for an afternoon. It seems like she has more temperament and also seems like she has more confidence. But the little girl looked left and right, wanting to find the answer from other people's eyes. Unfortunately, no one could give her an accurate answer, so she could only sit down and continue eating with confusion. 11 p.m., Future City. Not only Xiao Jun's team, but the other 3 forces have also made adequate preparations. High-tech lamps illuminate the entire Future City like daylight. Hundreds of thousands of survivors in the Future City are on high alert, waiting for the arrival of a new round of zombies. In addition to Xiao Jun and the 3 major forces, there were also many individual survivors who joined the battle, but they all gathered on the 3 major forces, and there were not many people on Xiao Jun's side. Sister Yu, the sisters are ready, and all the personnel have been upgraded to the 2nd level. The little lowly has become the logistics supervisor, and Jiang Yu has been promoted to the team leader's wife. How can she still do these things personally? She only needs to coordinate the overall situation. As for Xiao Jun, he was just a more powerful high-level fighter. It's exactly 12 o'clock at night. A huge crack appeared in the sky on time. Although this is not the first time I have seen such a scene, every time I see Xiao Jun I can't help but think more. How did this crack come about? What is behind the crack? Is it another world? But there is no answer to all this. In the previous life's future city, the city lord Qin Gang was already a 7th level mutant. Not to mention exploring the crack in the sky, he was no match for that 8th level zombie. The zombies begin to rain down and the war begins again. With more sufficient preparation and the improvement of the strength of a large number of team members, tonight's battle will be easier than last night. Even if Xiao Jun, Wan Qianya, and others did not take action when the 2nd level zombies appeared, the team members would be able to deal with them themselves. Those who paid money to hide in Xiao Jun's territory were also trembling tonight. They were unsure until they saw that the zombies were indeed attracted away by Xiao Jun's team. Pay attention to the time, the rotation is every 20 minutes. Jiang Yu gave some reminders from time to time. Sister Yu, please move back a little. It's not safe here. Seeing Jiang Yu coming forward, several young ladies nearby quickly grabbed her. Are you kidding? This is no joke. If anything happens to this big sister, our group will probably be finished. In the past, Jiang Yu would also do it herself, but since the number of people exceeded 100, she basically stopped taking action. The young ladies who came in later had no idea that she could also kill zombies. Jiang Yu didn't explain. She would not take action if she could avoid it. Which girl likes fighting and killing, except Li Jingyin? Xiao Jun was so bored that he built a fire in the courtyard, put on a large iron pot, and took out a bunch of canned luncheon meat from the space. In addition to canned meat, there are also eggs, frozen shrimps, sausages, etc. Jiang Yu, hurry up and prepare more rice. It only takes 5 minutes to make self-heating rice, which is very quick. Jiang Yu was in a good mood today, so she took out 30 boxes of self-heating rice at once and started cooking. At this moment, there were a lot of seasonings beside Xiao Jun. Brother Jun, the rice is cooked. The twin sisters were not upstairs today, but stayed in the yard. Open them all and let him cool. Although the winter in the south is not as scary as that in the north, it still makes people shiver. If you open the lid of all the self-heating rice containers, they will all become cold in a short while. Xiao Jun here has already started processing the shrimps. First, I thawed the frozen shrimps and then gave them to my twin sisters. Cut it into small pieces, okay? Don't worry, Junji. I often help mom at home. My sister was very confident and it finally worked. That's good. Then cut the ham into dices. My sister looked confused. What is diced? Well, Xiao Jun understood that this was unreliable. Let me do it. The younger sister took the kitchen knife from her elder sister's hand, and without further ado, went straight to her talent show. With just a few crisp sounds, the ham was completely cut, and even the cubes were almost the same size. Not bad, not bad. Sister, come here, and I'll help. Xiao Jun was satisfied, he felt that his sister was more reliable. At this time, Dr. Jiang also came out and without saying a word, he asked Jiang Yu for a set of kitchen utensils. Judging from her appearance, she was someone who knew what was going on. The two of them worked together and quickly cut a batch of shrimps and ham. Xiao Jun first boiled water to blanch the shrimps, and then heated oil in another pot. Put 20 eggs into the pan and stir-fry the diced ham as soon as the egg liquid solidifies slightly. Rice. Sister Jingru hurried over with the cooled rice. Put. More than a dozen boxes of rice were poured in. Xiao Jun continued to stir-fry until the rice grains were loose. Next is to add the shrimps and continue stir-frying. Because Xiao Jun puts a lot of food at one time, the stir-frying time also takes a little longer. Finally, add salt, light soy sauce and other seasonings, and sprinkle some chili powder. A fragrance was already wafting through the courtyard. Someone come and serve some rice to those who are taking a break. The young ladies standing by were already crying with greed. It had been a long time since they had eaten something so delicious. Before joining Zhao's army, I went hungry for 6 meals in 3 days. After joining Zhao's army, rice balls were enough, but I haven't tasted any other flavors for a long time. Yunyun, come here and arrange for someone to add more food. The little girl ran over quickly, followed by several young ladies, each holding a stack of bowls. As for how to divide it and how to make sure everyone can eat without causing any mess, that is not something Xiao Jun is worried about. With Jiang Yu around, there will definitely be no problem. After the first batch of shrimp fried rice came out of the oven, even the ladies who were killing zombies seemed to have more energy and their speed increased a bit. The second group of Xiao Jun prepared luncheon meat fried rice. Today, he will serve as the logistics chef. Jingru, you're eating secretly. While Xiao Jun wasn't paying attention, his sister, who was doing nothing, secretly ran over with a bowl. Although she eats hot pot rice every day, this kind of freshly fried rice with all kinds of seasoning seems more tempting. Add that layer of chili powder and her mouth is watering. Jingru, go and serve some to your sister. Everyone is busy, but she is the only one who is making trouble. The elder sister added a large bowl of soup with a feeling of grievance. She rolled her eyes and did not run to her younger sister, but came to Jiang Yu instead. Sister Yu, eat it while it's hot. Xiao Jun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was this little girl trying to show her kindness by using her own achievements? Ignore her and start the second pot. There are more than 400 young ladies here, each with a bowl. I seem to be very tired today. As the saying goes, the more you eat fried rice, the more capable you become. The young ladies ate and then went forward, becoming more energetic in killing the zombies. Wan Qianya, on the other hand, stayed on the edge of the battlefield, guarding against casualties. If you sacrifice any one of them, that would amount to 110 first-order mutant crystals, which is a lot of money. Long live Brother Jun. At 3 o'clock in the morning, there was no zombie left. I don't know who started it, but all the girls couldn't help but shout. There were no casualties in this battle. 1 hour to clean up the battlefield, then rest. Jiang Yu, give each person a bottle of Coke. If you are not used to it, you can switch to other drinks. Xiao Jun was also infected by their shouts, and with a wave of his hand, he distributed nearly 500 bottles of drinks. As long as these people are there, Xiao Jun will not be afraid of not being able to get supplies. Xiao Jun and the others no longer needed to take care of the rest. After leaving the poor little lowly behind, the others followed Xiao Jun back to the second floor. Take a bath. There are more bathtubs now, and there is one in every room on the second floor. But today, it seems inappropriate to use a bathtub in Xiao Jun's room because there is one more person. Ignoring the other people's peeking glances, Xiao Jun openly pulled Jiang Yu and Wan Qianya into the room. Then, Xiao Jun smoked a pack of cigarettes without figuring out why the bathroom door was locked when he was just looking for clothes. Listening to the sound of 2 women playing in the water, Xiao Jun took 2 deep breaths. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Jun opened his eyes. He climbed up carefully without making any sound. 8:30. The ladies have assembled. There were already figures flashing in the city, and those who were sheltered became even more active. It is impossible to fight zombies, not in this lifetime. The only way to survive is to sneak into airdrop boxes. Today, the city is not Xiao Jun's main target. Now, everyone is prepared for the airdrop boxes, and the few hundred people alone may not be able to grab them all. Moreover, even if you can snatch it, it will be time-consuming and laborious, and you don't know how much you can gain in the end. Brother Jun, this is Li Yi, my roommate. She is in charge of the city today. A young lady with an innocent look was brought over by the little Lolita. Hello, Jun. Xiao Jun nodded. You lead the team in the city today. Be careful. It doesn't matter if you don't get the box. Having offended Lone Wolf to death yesterday, it is inevitable that he will secretly take revenge today. However, based on Xiao Jun's understanding of him, unless he died, he would only do some small tricks at most. Don't worry, Jun. Li Yi nodded vigorously. Except for Jiang Yu and Yunyan, everyone else followed Xiao Jun out of the city today. During these few days, he had to confirm the number of third-level zombies near him and find a place suitable for temporary residence. Even though there are no third-level zombies in Future City now, Xiao Jun believes that there must be some outside the city, and there may be more than one. The zombies in the territory are basically killed every night. Occasionally, some of them that are not cleaned up properly will be killed by those scattered people. They didn't dare to fight the zombie army, but they dared to bully a small zombie, otherwise they would not survive this chapter. There is still some distance from the territory to the outside of the city, but this road is also full of zombies. The young ladies were already familiar with the driving, so there was no need for Xiao Jun to say anything. The captains and their men just went up, which was really worry-free. Brother Jun, that bridge is not easy to cross. To leave the city, one has to cross a bridge, which Xiao Jun already knew when he came here last time. Although there is still some distance now, the densely packed zombies on the bridge made everyone gasp. The space on the bridge is small, so it is difficult to fight, and you may fall off if you are not careful. Xiao Jun pondered for a while, and suddenly took out several boxes of alcohol from the space. It's a pity, it would be better if we had gasoline, but alcohol will do. Does anyone have a larger container? The bigger the better. Someone responded immediately and a young lady ran over. Captain, I have it here. When Xiao Jun took a look, he found that this was a young lady who looked quite familiar. Your name is Li Qianwan, right? Xiao Jun remembered her. Apart from the 30 people he brought from university, she was the first person recruited by Xiao Jun's team. At that time, they seemed to be 4 young ladies together. Yes, Captain. Li Qianwan became excited. She didn't expect that the team leader still remembered her name. Li Qianwan is very capable and is now also a team leader. Probably because they both have the surname Li, Li Jingyin seemed to be very familiar with her, and said from the side. Xiao Jun's team is now very wealthy, and the team leaders with good performance will have a space ring with a capacity of 500 kilograms. Come on, the 3rd stage is the true transformation of the mutant. Li Qianwan nodded happily, and then took out something from her space. Xiao Jun stared at the guy in front of him in amazement. Li Qianwan felt a little embarrassed. Why do you have this thing in your space? Xiao Jun pointed at the huge ordinary bathtub in front of him. I don't really like taking a shower with other people, so I made my own and poured some water from the high-tech bathtub into it to wash myself. Girls are much more clean-minded than boys. There is nothing they can do when the conditions are not met. But if the conditions are met, who would like a dozen people to squeeze into one bathtub to take a bath? Okay, I'll give you this bathtub. When you go back, ask Jiang Yu to return you a high-tech bathtub for you to use alone. Thank you, Captain. From now on, I no longer have to pour water every day, and I don't have to worry about the water getting cold after a while. I can finally take a comfortable bath. After putting the bathtub in place, Xiao Jun began to unpack the alcohol packaging, while Wan Qianya called a few more people to help. Brother Jun, do you want to set it on fire? Wan Qianya asked. Well, it's a bit risky to kill them. But this alcohol can't be poured over. This is a question that not only Wan Qianya wants to ask, but others also want to ask. If you want to burn all the zombies on the bridge, you have to pour alcohol on them first. Even Wan Qianya can't do this. Her invisibility doesn't mean her body is weak. The zombies on the bridge are so dense that she can't get through it all. Don't worry, I can go over their heads. Xiao Jun smiled mysteriously and pointed to the sky. We only have one chance, so we have to fill the tub completely. Xiao Jun planned that the alcohol in the bathtub was the trigger. Even though there were many zombies, the bridge was only so long, and filling it up and pouring them over at once would definitely be enough. In addition to this tank of alcohol, he will also throw in other unopened bottles of alcohol. As long as they are ignited, the packaging will not be a problem. Li Jingyin, go find some more firewood, the kind with hair that's easy to burn. The more the better. Li Jingyin didn't ask why and took a dozen young ladies to look for firewood. Fortunately, this is already the suburbs of Star City, and there is no shortage of dead trees. The young ladies in front have already finished their battle. Because it is daytime, the hearing of the first-level zombies is greatly weakened. As long as they don't go onto the bridge, the zombies on the bridge probably won't pay any attention to them. These woods are also coated with alcohol. Xiao Jun was thankful that because of the hot pot, Jiang Yu had brought back all the unwanted alcohol resources. His space was filled with boxes of it, definitely enough to burn down the entire bridge. The sounds of the battle ahead grew quieter, and more young ladies joined in to help. Xiao Jun simply got out 10 large boxes of alcohol and distributed them to help. Look carefully, use liquid alcohol, don't throw solid alcohol in there. There is strength in numbers, and soon the preliminary work was completed. Brother Jun, be careful. Seeing Xiao Jun stand up, Wan Qianyan nervously grabbed his hand. She knew what Xiao Jun wanted to do. After the last incident, Xiao Jun decided that he could no longer hide his abilities from everyone. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so dangerous. If she hadn't happened to have an antidote, Wan Qianyan would have been dead. Xiao Jun's method seemed quite feasible. There was a place to stand on the bridge, and it was not too low from the bridge deck. As long as they were careful, a fire attack could indeed be carried out. But the 3 pillars did not provide a large foothold, and no one knew the situation above them. If one slipped, there would be no chance of survival. Don't worry, I know what's going on. After sorting and putting everything away, Xiao Jun even made a special ring to store them. Everyone, retreat another 200 meters. Although there was still some distance from the bridge, Xiao Jun still asked them to retreat and maintain a safe distance. There are 3 chances to teleport. After the 3rd time, you have to stay there and wait, or jump into the river directly. In contrast, Xiao Jun thought it would be better to wait, as it might be more dangerous in the water. After everyone had retreated a sufficient distance, Xiao Jun patted Wan Qianyan on the head. Wan Qianyan reluctantly let go of her hands and walked towards the back step by step. Come on, Jun. Come on, Captain. The young ladies behind me shouted. The team leader is so handsome. He could have chosen to let everyone attack, although there would be certain losses, but he would definitely not take the risk. But now, he wants to take the risk on himself, which is so great. He waved his hand gracefully and teleported instantly. The next second, Xiao Jun's figure disappeared, and when he appeared again, he was already on the 1st pillar. I stood up carefully, it was really cold up there. No wonder they say it's cold at high altitudes. This is too cold. There was not much time to sigh, as a large bathtub appeared in Xiao Jun's hands. The alcohol just poured down with the wind and soaked the entire section. After pouring 1/3 of it, Xiao Jun put away the bathtub, took out a branch coated with alcohol and continued to throw it down. There are also alcohol blocks. You don't even need to remove the packaging, just throw them down. When he felt that he had almost finished throwing, a Zippo lighter appeared in Xiao Jun's hand. It's indeed a big brand, this popularity is reliable. Even if it was dropped from such a height, the flame still burned tenaciously. Call. As soon as the lighter landed on the ground, a blue flame emerged, which was very beautiful. Next comes the 2nd pillar and the 3rd pillar. Xiao Jun did the same thing, and the entire bridge was set on fire. At this time, Xiao Jun was already sitting on the 3rd pillar, with beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. He was too tense, but fortunately everything was completed now and he just had to wait for the result. The zombies on the bridge were in chaos. Although they had no sense of pain, they were instinctively afraid of the fire. But there was fire on both ends, and with their intelligence, they had no idea where to run. Especially the zombies squeezed in the middle, they have no way to run and can only wait quietly to be roasted. A very small number of zombies on both sides ran out of the bridge in panic, but Xiao Jun didn't care at all. Wan Qianyan and the others are waiting, so he can't run away. After more than 10 minutes, the air was filled with the smell of barbecue. If some cumin seasoning was sprinkled on it, the smell would be quite tempting. But if you see the source of this fragrance, even someone like Xiao Jun, who had experienced the apocalypse for 6 years, found it hard to accept it. Even though they are zombies, they look pretty much like humans after all, so it's hard to accept this psychologically. Far away, Wan Qianyan and others looked anxiously at the bridge in front of them that was burning with flames. How uncomfortable the zombies are has nothing to do with her. She only cares about that small spot in her eyes and is afraid that something might happen to Xiao Jun. Many people know that Xiao Jun can teleport, but he can only do it 3 times, and only a limited number of people on the 2nd floor know this. Many young ladies thought that the team leader was just observing the situation when they saw that he didn't come down. It's too slow. We need to add more fuel. Xiao Jun muttered to himself, and took out some alcohol cubes from the space and threw them towards the bridgehead. The one who added fuel to the fire was Xiao Jun. It's finally not cold anymore. Being on the sea of fire, the coldness disappeared. The fire burned for nearly an hour. The bridge surface was burnt and turned black, but amidst the darkness, some transparent crystals still shone. I really don't know where the mutant crystal came from. I can't break it no matter what I do. It melts as soon as I put it in my mouth. Led by Wan Qianya and Li Jingyin, the young ladies have already started to go up the bridge, putting out fires and finishing off enemies at the same time, and bending down when they see the mutant crystals. When they crossed the bridge, Xiao Jun was already sitting there leisurely waiting. Seeing that Xiao Jun was safe and sound, everyone felt relieved. Brother Jun, this method cannot be used frequently, otherwise the bridge may be burned down. Looking at the burnt bridge surface, Wan Qianya suddenly said. Xiao Jun had also discovered that although the bridge was very strong, it could not withstand several fires. But there are still 5 days of zombie rain, and burning it once a day is definitely not an option. That's it for today. When we go back, leave some more alcohol on the bridge. We'll come back to burn it in 5 days. Xiao Jun's plan was disrupted, and he had to find out the situation outside today. At least he didn't want to see the zombie army attacking the city before he left. In the past, Xiao Jun's team would come here to clean up the bridge every day. They had cleared a large open space, but now it has been occupied by zombies again. Well, it happens again. Qianya, Jingyin. The two of you should pay attention and focus on observing the third-level zombies. There are only 3 of them who have the strength to fight against the third-level zombies. Even if the others stick together, there will definitely be casualties. This is not what Xiao Jun wants to see. The battle has already begun. After getting off the bridge, we must first clear out a stronghold. Otherwise, there will be zombies everywhere and we will be defeated sooner or later. Li Jingyin activated her supernatural talent and took the lead. When her supernatural power was activated, even the third-level zombies could not break her defense and she was completely fearless. Just wait a little longer and everyone will be able to progress towards the third level soon. Only when you reach the third level will you truly know how high your upper limit is. It would be best to have a few more meat shields like Li Jingyin. Relying on Li Jingyin's abnormal defense for 10 minutes, the young ladies successfully fought their way out of a clearing. Set up a stronghold. Several team leaders stood up, each of them had a space ring. They took out the thorny wooden stakes one by one from the space, and a dozen young ladies quickly took them and began to arrange them. Oh, that's good. Xiao Jun hasn't been outside the city for a long time, but he didn't expect that they had come up with their own method. We just follow Sister Yu's ideas. It still has to be Jiang Yu, she's reliable. Xiao Jun sighed in his heart, not only is she reliable in bed, she is even more reliable outside of bed. The wooden stakes cannot completely block the zombies' attacks, but they greatly reduce the pressure on the young ladies around them, and the number of defenders can also be reduced appropriately. This is the only way to complete the rotation battle. Brother Jun, there are a lot of second-level zombies. Wan Qianya stood next to Xiao Jun. She was an assassin, not a brainless warrior like Li Jingyin, so she would definitely not charge to the front. It's normal, as long as there aren't too many level 3 zombies. This wave of zombie rain was originally prepared for the second-level zombies. How can I upgrade without them? But what was supposed to come finally came. A zombie, mixed in with the zombie army. The sharp claws on its hands proved its uniqueness, but no one saw the clarity that flashed across its eyes. The next second, it became like an idiot again, howling as all the zombies rushed forward. Sister Jingyin, it's another second-level zombie. Someone discovered it and warned people. I'll do it. Li Jingyin followed up without hesitation. The young ladies on the side all had shining eyes. This sister is very good at getting along with others. She really helps when there is something going on. After easily splitting 2 first-level zombies, Li Jingyin was already facing the second-level zombie, but she was not panicked at all. I don't know how many second-level zombies I have killed. It's just a small storm. Li Jingyin raised her hands high and chopped the steel knife down heavily from top to bottom. Wrong. There was a hint of mockery in the zombie's eyes. Sister Jingyin, it's a level 3 zombie, its eyes can see. The young lady next to him saw it clearly and quickly reminded him. But Li Jingyin could no longer change her moves. The third-level zombie dodged with an extreme move, and its claws were already grabbing towards Li Jingyin's chest. The clothes were torn, but there was no blood or flesh flying around. At the critical moment, Li Jingyin showed her tenacity and blocked the fatal blow. Court death. Li Jingyin stretched out her left hand and firmly grasped the zombie's claws, preventing it from moving. With an angry blow, he swung the steel knife in his right hand and smashed its head. Oh no, there are also third-level zombies here. Here, too. Several voices sounded at the same time. Xiao Jun and Wan Qianya over there had already taken action in advance. Without instant teleportation, Xiao Jun could only wait passively for the zombies to come. Jingyin, support. In this situation, Li Jingyin, who has skills, is more suitable for clearing out the third-level zombies. Li Jingyin didn't take a detour. Taking advantage of the 10 minutes of her skill, she rushed directly into the zombie army. Jingyin, 2 meters to the left, there is one approaching you. Li Jingyin didn't even look at him, she just picked up the knife and slashed to the left. Countless zombies grabbed her, but she didn't avoid or dodge. They couldn't hit her anyway. Li Jingyin, who only needs to attack without any defense, is like a god descending from heaven. The third-level zombie was chopped into pieces with just a few strikes. Right front, about 5 meters. Li Jingyin pushed hard, and the zombies on the right were pushed back step by step. She also saw the third-level zombie. He threw away the steel knife in his hand because it was too heavy, and took out a dagger from the space. He leaped over several zombies and pounced on the third-level zombie. The zombies next to her also pounced on her, scratching and biting her, and their saliva flowed all over Li Jingyin's back. The dagger pierced the zombie's head cleanly, and he used his hands and feet at the same time to flip the zombie on his body over. On the other side, Wan Qianya exerted force with her long legs and came to the front in a few jumps. She twisted her body strangely and perfectly avoided the attack of the third-level zombie. The dagger in his hand accurately inserted into the zombie's throat, killing it with one blow. One-on-one, the third-level zombies are no match for them at all. Not to be outdone, Xiao Jun opened and closed the steel sword in his hand, killing all of them, whether they were first-level, second-level, or third-level enemies. At the same level, there is also the blessing of 3 times the mutation mixture. Xiao Jun's strength and speed are faster and stronger than the third-level zombies. Jingyin, come back. 10 minutes is a short time. If Li Jingyin hasn't come back after the time has passed, she will definitely be infected by zombies in an instant. Li Jingyin was also struggling to run back. Although she only ran about 10 meters, there were too many zombies around, and she had consumed a lot of energy just now, and now she was a little overwhelmed. Fight out and rescue Sister Jingyin. Dozens of young ladies who were resting behind immediately stood up and rushed out with steel knives in hand. Holding the dagger in hand, Li Jingyin killed a few more zombies with difficulty, and finally touched the place where she just threw the knife. With a knife in hand, Li Jingyin's invincible temperament seemed to return. Sure enough, the bold and open style suits her. The sissy style of holding a dagger is not her style. With the joint efforts of both inside and outside, Li Jingyin soon reunited with the young ladies who came out to pick her up. They turned their horses around and charged forward together. Li Jingyin still stood at the front. Although her skill only lasted for a short minute, she was still as brave as a god of war. Her tattered clothes could not conceal her invincible posture. God of war. God of war. I don't know who took the lead, but the young ladies all started shouting one after another. Who says women are inferior to men? Look at our sister Jingyin. Seeing them return safely, Xiao Jun also breathed a sigh of relief. 5 third-level zombies appeared at the same time. This was premeditated. Fortunately, there was no harm. Li Jingyin is indeed very powerful, and she deserves to be the #1 god of war of the women's army in the previous life. It's still the same in a new life. Clean up the battlefield and go home. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, their stronghold had penetrated several kilometers. All the zombies along the way have been cleared out by them, including the airdrop boxes. Since those 5 third-level zombies appeared, no third-level zombies have appeared again. I don't know if they were scared or there are no more nearby. If you open it, the alcohol will evaporate after 5 days, so you can only leave it in the whole package. On the bridge, Xiao Jun was figuring out what to do. He couldn't let him hang there to feel the cold wind and then be roasted by the fire next time. Get some dry firewood and some flammable items. If the alcohol cannot be poured out, you can only rely on alcohol blocks. Just lay a layer on the bridge deck, then cover it with dry firewood, and put a lot of waste paper in the middle to start the fire. I have to tell Jiang Yu when I get back. It's not convenient to eat hot pot now that we don't have alcohol cubes. Wan Qianya was speechless. Is alcohol a problem? There are people giving away crystals on the streets but no one wants them. But if you shout that you want to exchange mutant crystals for alcohol cubes, a bunch of people will give them to you. Not to mention 1 for a box, 2 or 3 for a box, people would definitely rush to do it. Hello, June. The 4 female bodyguards on the first floor were guarding the door diligently. They did not have to participate in the daytime missions. But at night, they still have to fight. Where are you going, little lowly? Yun, who happened to be coming downstairs, was caught red-handed. Xiao Jun spoke too quickly and called out the nickname that he had been calling in his mind for a long time. Jun, brother. Yun, I'm going to go up first, you go ahead and do your thing. Wan Qianya was laughing secretly on the side. Yun is very concerned about her height. You can imagine how angry she would be if she was called a little lowly. Snort. Seeing Xiao Jun fleeing, the little girl did not chase him. She still had a lot of things to do. In the living room, Jiang Yu was half leaning on the sofa, while the twin sisters behind her were having a massage. Now their techniques are becoming more and more skilled. But this won't work. There are only 2 twin sisters, not enough to press. It seems we have to find a few more. We recruited more than 200 people today. So many. All of them are first-order mutants. And they are all alone. Xiao Jun just sat down and stood up again. I thought my requirements were high, but I didn't expect more than 200 people came in one day. It's a girls' college in the next city. The school is in the suburbs, dozens of kilometers away from the city center and less than 100 kilometers away from Star City, so they chose to come to the provincial capital. However, I heard that there were more than 3,000 people when they set out, but now there are less than 200 left. Xiao Jun was silent for a moment. These girls are really courageous. In the current situation, it is estimated that many people who travel 100 kilometers in the wild are still ordinary people. If it weren't for the new round of zombie rain, they might have survived longer. Wan Qianya also sighed and said that compared to them, she was already very lucky to have met Xiao Jun directly. But these more than 100 of them are all second-level mutants. Jiang Yu threw out another piece of news. Now everyone's eyes turned over. But think about it, it's not just the second-level mutants. This new round of zombie rain has a lot of second-level zombies, and even third-level ones. They were lucky to survive. I have already separated all their members and divided them into different teams. Xiao Jun nodded. This is still very necessary. There are less than 500 people in my group. Now a team of 200 people comes in, and it will be difficult to deal with them if they have other intentions. By the way, you know Li Qianwan, remember to give her a high-tech bathtub. Xiao Jun remembered what he had promised Li Qianwan today and mentioned it casually. Jiang Yu looked over, the twin sisters looked over, and even Dr. Jiang, who was reading a comic book, looked over. There are so many upstairs, so you're going to eat outside? That is. The twin sisters looked indignant, thinking that it was a waste of their efforts to massage and rub his back. You're still thinking about other women. Are your sisters not attractive enough? I'm already ranked 3rd now. If you add the ones outside, I won't be the 6th or 7th, right? What a jerk. Dr. Jiang is always so simple and direct. Xia, you tell me. Facing the gazes of the women, Xiao Jun pushed Wan Qianya out and told them that they would definitely not believe him. After Wan Qianya described what happened today, the twin sisters looked at Li Jingyin with admiration. Only Jiang Yu grasped the key points accurately. You mean, we can't go outside the city starting tomorrow? Xiao Jun nodded. In fact, outside the city is their biggest source of airdrop boxes. He believes that several other forces are definitely trying it as well. However, these few days, we should still focus on the city. Starting tomorrow, we will fight for the airdrop boxes in the city with all our strength. If we can't get them in Future City, we will leave Future City. This is just one district, and there are many more. Star City is not only the size of a futuristic city, there are still countless fresh airdrop boxes waiting outside. As they were talking, the little loli came back. As soon as he came back, he stared at Xiao Jun angrily. Lolita is so good. Haven't you heard that Lolita has 3 advantages? Her voice is gentle, her body is soft, and she is easy to be seduced. Lolita is very popular with men. Especially a giant panda loli like you. However, Xiao Jun didn't dare to say this, because these women were not vegetarians. Oh. You like it too? Well. Xiao Jun regretted it. Why did he push Jiang Yu? Wouldn't this make things more difficult for himself? Eat, I'm starving. There were very few awkward attempts to change the subject, and fortunately the women all tacitly agreed not to get entangled. By the way, I just counted and found that we have 1,127 second-order mutation crystals. It finally broke through 1,000, which meant that Xiao Jun's team could finally produce a 4th-order mutant. Everyone looked at Xiao Jun. He is the team leader, so he will definitely be the first one, and everyone agrees on that. What about the first level? Xiao Jun was not in a hurry. What he wanted now was more 3rd-level mutants. It would be perfect if a few of them awakened their supernatural talents. 34217. The little girl spit out a number. This is yours, because you said that 30% of all profits would be used to give back to the members, so there are 14,721 of them here, and the second-level profit feedback has been replaced with the first-level one. It is indeed a considerable number. Jiang Yu, the number of team members is increasing. We need to re-establish a method for team allocation. The 30% distribution method mentioned at the beginning was just a rough estimate, and all distributions would ultimately be arranged by Jiang Yu alone. There are more people now, especially with the introduction of a small group of 200 people, we definitely can't do this anymore. Tomorrow, you will make a new salary list. Everything from eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and sleeping must be included. Food and resources should be distributed to them according to their levels. All of them should be converted into mutant crystals and calculated at a price slightly lower than the market price. Just like the Future City, you can get a salary after joining them. The salary is not only mutant crystals, but also the supplies you need. Just try to ensure that all their expenses are equal to 30% of their income. This is not exploitation by Xiao Jun, 30% is really a lot. Even though Future City has obtained more resources, they have so many mouths to feed back, it is absolutely impossible for Qinggang to give 30% of them in return. Then, select some reliable people, 20 at first, and have them upgrade. The mutation crystals they consume will be deducted from their future wages. Having given a general idea, Jiang Yu and the little Lolita will have to handle the rest. For the twin sisters, the happiest time of the day is eating. They can never get tired of eating hot pot in the winter, and the dishes are so rich. Think about it, before joining Xiao Jun's team, the 2 sisters hid in the house, spending 3 or 4 days with a bag of potato chips, 2 pieces of bread, 2 bags of spicy strips and 2 cups of milk tea. In comparison, life now is simply heaven, and I don't even have to go out and kill zombies. I gave Sister Yu a massage today, and she also rewarded herself with a set of Chanel perfumes, which I had collected for a long time before the end of the world but never had the heart to buy. Since we can't go outside the city, we have to think of other ways. While eating, Jiang Yu suddenly said this. What way? Fried goods. Xiao Jun also knew about speculation, and he had been making preparations, but now was not the time. His space was filled with large amounts of salt, hot sauce, and various condiments, even thousands of kilograms of spicy strips. From now on, anything that has flavor is valuable. What's more, in this city, the lack of spiciness is tolerable for now. After 2 months, when Future City stabilizes, everything will be a bestseller. In addition to these physical necessities, he also stockpiled large quantities of cigarettes and alcohol. These will begin to skyrocket after the Future City is completely stabilized. But if we speculate now, we can't sell it at a high price. We definitely can't speculate on alcohol, and salt and hot sauce aren't too valuable right now, but cigarettes are different. Because of the packaging problem, more than 80% of the cigarettes were damaged after a rain. Now there are not as many cigarettes in Xinjiang as expected. Only in the storage rooms of large shopping malls and supermarkets can some of them be preserved. At this stage, space equipment is already scarce, and no one would waste space to stockpile cigarettes. Most of the space is used to stockpile water and food. So, cigarettes are something you can try. Xiao Jun lit a cigarette and tapped his fingers lightly on the table, but did not rush to agree. Brother Jun, our group has consumed a box of women's cigarettes in the past week. Especially in the past 2 days, the battles have increased, and the consumption of cigarettes has increased. Many team members secretly asked me for cigarettes, and some even said that they could upgrade later. You know, Xiao Jun's team is a female group, and women smoke much less than men in terms of both quantity and dosage. Moreover, in Xiao Jun's team, at least they don't have to worry about food, clothing, and sleep. Even so, the young ladies still feel tremendous pressure. What about the other people in Future City? Although alcohol is easier to relieve stress, who dares to drink casually now? It is no different from suicide. In this case, cigarettes become the only channel to relieve stress. Even Xiao Jun started smoking more often. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Jun finally nodded. To leave the city, one needs enough strength, and the strength comes from mutant crystals. Speculating in tobacco is indeed the fastest way to make money. We only have about a week. A week is enough. Jiang Yu was full of confidence and then looked at the twin sisters. Is it? Sister Jingru was confused. Sister Yu, no, even though I studied this in college, I'm only a sophomore and haven't graduated yet. I really can't do it. Jiang Yu's face was filled with gloom, and he pushed her away with his hand in disgust. Can you please move aside? I'm asking my sister, why are you interrupting? My sister immediately obeyed and moved aside, as long as it wasn't her. Sister Yu, I'll try my best. Jing Yi hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Jiang Yu smiled with satisfaction. Before the end of the world, their families were in business. Jing Yi was smart since she was young. After she went to college, her father took her to get involved in company affairs. After explaining to Xiao Jun, the idea of speculating on cigarettes today was first proposed by Jing Yi. Xiao Jun looked at Jing Yi in surprise. He didn't expect that this girl was a businesswoman. He just didn't know whether she was serious or not. Then he looked at Jingru again. Xiao Jun sighed and shook his head. They are all born to the same parents and come from the same family, so why is there such a big difference between them? Jingyi, I'll give you 30,000 mutation crystals for operation. Is that enough? Now that the decision has been made, Xiao Jun will not be vague. That's enough. 30,000 mutant crystals, which is more than half of the entire group's first-level mutant crystal resources. Jing Yi didn't expect that the team leader would give him so much startup capital. Now, the pressure was on her. However, when it comes to speculation, the more capital you have, the better. With a starting capital of 30,000, everything will become much simpler. She believed that with this capital, she could definitely raise the price of cigarettes within 3 days. You come up with a plan tonight. This job has to be done well and quickly, time waits for no one. In 10 days or half a month at most, Xiao Jun would have to gather at least 10 frontline soldiers with the talent of tenacity and then leave the city. The pace of this apocalypse is too fast. Even Xiao Jun, a reborn person, feels that time is not enough. Jing Yi nodded seriously. Since the team leader trusted her so much, she would definitely make good achievements to prove herself. Unlike my sister, who only thinks about all kinds of messy things. Of course, you have to make some achievements to prove your existence before thinking about those things, just like Sister Yu. Jingru. The twin sister was eating the freshly cooked mutton and watching the fun with relish, but she didn't expect the leader to suddenly call her name. A big mouthful of mutton was stuffed into his mouth without him having time to blow on it. The little boss has a puffy mouth and keeps blowing hot air. Hot 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 hot. Li Jingyin, who was standing by, hurriedly handed her a cup of Coke. She took a big gulp before suppressing it, looking at Xiao Jun innocently with her big eyes. Xiao Jun looked at her helplessly, and waited until she finished her bite before speaking. You go with your sister and follow her instructions throughout the trip. Don't make any trouble. Also, arrange a few new ladies to protect them, the kind that are unfamiliar to them, so that no one knows that we are the ones who are speculating in cigarettes. In the entire Xiao Jun team, these two sisters appear the least. If they do this, others will not suspect their group for a short time. When I make money later, it won't matter whether they know about it or not. Okay, Jun brother, don't worry, I will take good care of my sister and let her complete the task as soon as possible. Now, everyone at the table looked at her helplessly. With her behavior, how could she be a sister? But no one discouraged her enthusiasm. She had to be given something to do. If Jingy couldn't even handle her own sister, then the two of them would just have to be vases in the future. Come on, let's toast to President Jing's great success. Seeing that everyone had finished discussing, Li Jingyin raised the drink cup in her hand. Mr. Jing is very lucky. 7:30. In the room, Xiao Jun was sitting cross-legged at the head of the bed. 1,000 second-order mutant crystals were placed around, turning the entire room into light green. This damn thing, don't even know how to change its color. Seeing that his whole body was reflected in green, Xiao Jun couldn't help but complain. Xiao Jun has only been promoted from level 3 to level 4 in his 2 lifetimes, so he has to be cautious. The other people on the second floor also knew the importance of the matter. They sat in the living room, more nervous than he was about the promotion. Xiao Jun took a deep breath and began to swallow the mutant crystal. Every time a mutant crystal is imported, it will bring a weak warm current into the body. This is also because Xiao Jun's physique has become stronger, and the second-order mutant crystal is no longer effective enough for him. But little by little, if quality is not enough, quantity will do the job. In the blink of an eye, 500 second-order mutant crystals disappeared. Xiao Jun also felt the warmth in his body increasing, but it was still not enough. Continue. 700. My body feels a little itchy, a bit like the previous upgrade. 800. The difference came, his head suddenly felt a slight pain, which was something Xiao Jun had never encountered before when he upgraded. 900. The headache has gotten a little worse and I have some body aches, but they are nothing compared to the pain in my head. Xiao Jun suddenly realized that this feeling seemed exactly the same as the day when his supernatural talent appeared. 1000. Xiao Jun couldn't help but roared angrily. Having had this experience once before, he did not faint this time, but held on with difficulty. Is this a side effect of the fact that I was not born with supernatural talents? When Wan Qianya and the other 3 awakened their special talents, it was just like playing house. It was nothing more than a little light appearing on their heads and that was it. Looking at myself again, I am simply committing a sin. Is Junji okay? My younger sister Jingy asked worriedly. In the living room, everyone heard Xiao Jun's voice, which sounded very painful. He'll be fine. Jiang Yu just raised her head slightly, glanced at it, and continued to look at the high-tech comics in front of her. These comics are really good, each one has tens of thousands of chapters, and are the best choice for killing time. But what does this mean? Do I need to find the original to continue? I'm afraid that there are not only upper and lower ones, but also one in the middle, which would be really worrying. Jiang Yu was really worried. If she couldn't figure it out, she didn't know if she could exchange it with someone else. Xiao Jun in the room has reached the last step. 1000 second-order mutant crystals. It was as if some shackles on my body were released and I felt full of strength. My mind is also exceptionally clear and the pain is slowly disappearing. Sitting on the bed, Xiao Jun gestured casually, feeling his newfound strength. My current self should be able to kill 3 of my past selves with one punch. If I encounter a level 3 zombie again, they won't even be qualified to follow me and eat shit. He calmed down and prepared to explore his special abilities, when suddenly a passage popped up in his mind. Superpower upgrade successful. Teleportation. With itself as the center, it can reach anywhere within a radius of 100 meters instantly, ignoring obstacles, and can carry one person. It can be used 3 times a day. Xiao Jun was very satisfied. This introduction to supernatural powers is finally more reliable. It's nothing like the introduction in the previous level. Wherever I look, I almost thought I could fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. It was obvious at first glance that the person writing the instructions was an elementary school student. This is much better, at least it was written by someone who completed compulsory education. This skill becomes more practical after upgrading. Ignoring obstacles means I can teleport directly from outside the room to inside. It's like breaking into a room to peek. No, it's a top-notch skill for breaking into a room to rescue people. It can carry one person. Isn't this tailor-made for the previous feature? I teleported into the room, saw the beautiful woman taking a bath, and then teleported her out. It was perfect. It's just that there are only 3 skills per day, which is too little. In the living room, Jiang Yu was still reading a comic book, and her casual movements of turning the pages revealed her intelligence and elegance. Li Jingyin was wiping her knife. She threw it away in a hurry today. She shouldn't do that again next time. It would be better to just put it in the space. Wan Qianya is making coffee. She has to stay up late to fight tonight, so she wants something to refresh herself. The twin sister was applying a facial mask and encouraged her younger sister and Dr. Jiang to do the same with her. He kept speaking vile words. Sister, even though we are young and beautiful now, who in this room is not young and beautiful? Oh, Dr. Jiang, she's 26. As if sensing a murderous aura, Jing Ru quickly took out another facial mask and began to encourage Dr. Jiang to apply it together. Dr. Jiang, think about it carefully. Sooner or later you will have to sleep in the captain's bed. Put on a facial mask to maintain your health. You will have a better chance of competing. Think about it. Although you are indeed very beautiful, everyone in this room has an angelic face and a devilish figure. Ah. Yun Yun is not. Forget it, I have to spend another $1 on a facial mask. Finally, the 4 girls applied their facial masks comfortably together, but their eyes couldn't help but keep looking at the closed door. Since a painful scream was heard from inside half an hour ago, no other sound has been heard since. Click. The door opened. Everyone looked over there. Xiao Jun was drying his hair with a towel. After the upgrade, he was sweating a lot and was sticky, so he simply took a shower. It's really troublesome not having a hair dryer. Xiao Jun was mumbling while wiping him. Bang. A Dyson hairdryer was dropped in front of him. Xiao Jun stared at Jiang Yu, who was thrown over in stunned silence. Yes, you can use it. The Dyson hairdryer costs 3,000. I'm worried about waiting outside. Are you taking a shower inside? If you still want a hairdryer, go ahead. Jiang Yu is not as calm as she appears. Xiao Jun is the soul of the team. If something goes wrong with him, the consequences will be disastrous. The others covered their mouths and snickered. Ahem. Xiao Jun cleared his throat and ignored the hairdryer worth thousands of dollars in front of him. I'm at level 4. Everyone was waiting for him to say this. Although they had expected it, they couldn't help but feel happy when they heard Xiao Jun say it himself. Congratulations, Jun. The stronger Xiao Jun is, the safer they will be. Yun Yun, let's put the matter of upgrading the team members aside for now and wait for the results from Jingyi. After reaching the 4th level and upgrading his superpowers, Xiao Jun is no longer afraid of anyone in Future City. Even though several other forces also have 4th level mutants, Xiao Jun firmly believes that he is invincible at the same level. Yun Yun nodded. It would take time to screen the personnel, so she was not in a hurry.